Hi, welcome to volume 2 of our house modelling tutorial. Now in this volume I want to go over the creation of the environment for the house, so we'll be looking at some trees, some grass, some bushes. Basically we're going to replicate this photo. Now it's not going to be an exact replica because there's some things in here that I don't like, but we will be creating trees and all the background elements and the grass in the front here and the dead leaves and whatnot. We'll also be looking at preparing our house to be textured, so we're going to have to do some UVing, and we're also going to have to sort this roof out because there's an incredible amount of geometry here, which is fine, but the problem is it becomes very difficult to paint unless you're going to use Mari or ZBrush, in which case you can paint directly on top of the geometry. But if you want to prepare it for something like Photoshop, or you wanted to do a more low poly model for a game or whatnot, then we're going to have to take a look at removing all of this high-res geometry while keeping the look exactly the same, and we'll do that with displacement maps, normal maps, ambient occlusion maps and things like this. So actually the first thing I want to tackle before we go anything further is to UV the low poly version of this roof, because if we try to do this with a high poly version, let me show you. So let's pop open the UV texture editor and we just do a quick auto map on this. So we'll just go to create UVs, and I'm just pressing spacebar to get up the hot box. So automatic mapping. Let's have a look what this would look like if we tried to paint it in Photoshop. This might take a few seconds. There we go. And there is an auto UV map of this roof. So I don't know about you, but I am not wildly enthusiastic about taking something that looks like that into Photoshop and trying to paint a texture on the top of it. Neither am I too enthusiastic about sewing all these UVs together. Now, as I said, if you are using Mari at this point, or ZBrush, you could simply export this with this map and paint on top of it, which is definitely one way to go. But I want to get to the point where I can pretty much tweak everything in Photoshop. So it gives me a greater degree of control, and I'm assuming a lot of you guys at home don't have access maybe to Mari, so I wanted to make this in a way that anyone that built the house could do the texture for it, and this is going to be an ungodly nightmare to work with, so that option really is out for this tutorial. So we need to take this high-res stuff and convert it to something a little more user-friendly. Now let's just take a look at these roof sections. So I'm going to select, let me see here, let's just select these main roof tiles, and they're all in a combined object. So I'm going to center the pivot for those and freeze the transformations. Actually, looking at it, the transformations are already at 0, so that's fine. By the way, I am using this custom shelf. I'll just delete these just for now. So really, if you want to create one of these for yourself, just go here, click new shelf, and new shelf will appear. And then if you want to put things on it, which I'm going to put a few things on during the course of this tutorial, you just go to the menu where the command in question is, press Control Shift, and in this case I want freeze transformations and center pivot. So just Control Shift and click whenever you want, and then when you look at your shelf, those commands will be on it. So let's move these roof tiles out the way. So what we've got here, as we modelled the house, we've put in this high-res roof tile version, and there's also an underneath version, which at the moment is in several sections. So I'm going to select those sections. So you've got the left, the right, the centre section there, and the smaller roof, and I'm going to combine those together so I can UV them together. So just mesh combine, center pivot, freeze transformations, and I'll move it out of the way, and we can see there we have a roof section. The other section that's left is our top tiles. So once again, center pivot and freeze the transformations, and I do this simply so when I move them out of the way to get a look at the separate components, I can just go over to the translate, set it back to 0, and it will be where it should be. The same holds true for these as well, obviously. So that's our 3 roof sections. Now this is far too much geometry, as I mentioned, to work with in Photoshop, unless you want to spend an incredible amount of time sorting out the UVs, and seriously, nobody wants to do that. So how I'm going to do this is take this low-res geometry and make it look the same as this at render time. Now, before I can do anything, I really need to UV this. So let's do a very simple UV. Let's go to create UVs. In fact, let's have a look at the UV on it first. Okay, so as you can see, the UV on it's not going to be good for us. It's overlapping, and you know, it's just not going to work. And I can show you that by assigning a new material. So let's just go for a Lambert, and I'm going to come up here and I'm just going to apply a standard checker map to this. Now there are maps that are specifically created for UVing, but you know, this is going to be a very simple UV, so we don't really need that. And you can see these are not square. I mean, they don't have to be straight, but they do have to be the same size. So all these squares should be the same size of each other, and they're just not. And then if I look here, look, this is just not going to work for us. So let's come in and just go to create UVs, automatic mapping. This will give us a start point. So now you can see that everything should be nice and square. Okay, now one thing is we're going to create a displacement map, and let's just turn the image off. In our UV texture editor, we're going to create a displacement map for this, but we're not going to want to displace the insides of it or the bottom of it or this point. So I want to give priority in my texture map to the surfaces that I'm going to be working with. So for instance, I'm going to be working with this face and this one too, because that's where the displacement will go. So if you're doing the back of the house, you'll also be working with this one, but as I'm not, so if I look on my UV here, by selecting those faces, I can see where they correspond on the map. So very easy to separate these. I'll go to edge mode, and I'm going to have to zoom in a bit. I'm going to select this edge here, and I'm going to separate this UV from this one. So I'm going to use the cut tool. I'm then going to go to shell, and I'm going to select that shell. Whoops. Okay, let's see why we didn't separate. Let's go back to edge, and of course I'll need to separate it along here too. Cut. So now I can go to shell, and that will allow me to move just the section that I want. So as you can see, I'm moving just these faces here. So I've got this one now, which I'm going to move out the way because it's not going to be in use. You know, I'm not shooting the back of the house, so it makes little sense to have this with displacement and everything else on it when I'm not using it. The other thing is, if we look at this, this is not flattened very well. You see these squares here, they're very oblong, very elongated, whereas these ones are actually square. So in order to flatten that out, I'm going to need to chop this one off as well. So let's come in, select this edge, so edge mode, and I'm going to need to select this one too. And cut there. And if I select the shell again, I'll now be able to move this one away from this one. So if I select this and just go to polygons optimize, actually I need to select its UVs. That'll put it in the right shape. You can see these are now square, which is exactly what we need. Now the reason I couldn't make those square while they were connected to this was because it won't lie flat while the two sides are connected. If you could imagine trying to flatten that out as a piece of paper, it won't work. So we needed to chop those, but that will give us a seam here, as you can see. So in reality, let's move that over there, and let's select the UV for this, and let's go polygons optimize. Okay, and that really hasn't done a great job. So, and in fact this one looks pretty good as is, to be honest. So I'm just going to take this one and I'm going to move it over here, and I'll rotate it and just move it back into position. And I can now, of course, stitch that together. There we go. The keyboard's having a bit of a conniption on me. I could then, of course, stitch this back together by simply selecting these two UVs and going stitch, or sew in this case, and the same with these two. And sew. So now I've got seamless thing going on here. Now, when it comes to UVing, I generally don't use Maya. If I'm being honest, I use Headers UV layout. There's a tutorial on the site for it. Not that I'm trying to sell you another tutorial, but check out Headers UV layout for doing this sort of thing. It's much faster and, in my opinion, more intuitive. But as we're doing a very simple run here, we can just go ahead and do it with the standard Maya tools. But if you're doing any sort of complicated organics, seriously, check out Headers. So again, I'm going to get the faces that I actually want, which is all of these, because all of these will have tiles on them. And then I can go over to the UV and take a look at where they are. Now, that's perfect. They're all on one nice piece already laid out for me. I need this one, and this one. So let's have a look where those are. Okay, and now let's select the shell. Okay, so this is all one shell, so we'll need to do a bit of chopping here. So edge, and let's separate that out there. Okay, and actually that bottom edge was actually required. Let me just select the faces. I think I forgot to take these bottom ones into account. And so we need to cut here and here. Okay. There we go. So let's separate that out. Actually, we want that bit still, and that bit, and this bit. Okay, that's separated out. Actually, I don't want those back bits because I have no tiles in that area. Okay, and let's move this section over here. And let's see if we're square. Now we've got the same problem oblong, so we're going to need to cut out the triangle. We could just try and optimize the whole thing. Now it's not connected to anything on this side, it might just flatten down. So okay, yeah, that's not too bad. I can live with that. And there's a lot of sort of squirreliness going on here. This is all bent, so let's just undo that, optimize, and I'm going to have to cut it here. So cut it along this edge and along this one. Let's cut that. Okay, and then I'll just optimize this piece because this piece is pretty square already. This one is a bit oblong, so select the UVs. There we go. Much better. And obviously you can just rotate that into shape. This will be your reference when you're painting the texture later on. Now we do have a seam here, so let's see if we can get rid of that seam. Okay, I need this portion, so edge, and just slice it away from what it's connected to. And let's come here, select the shell, and move this out. So I now need to connect that to the bottom of this, and these should connect together just fine. So let's do a rotation. Whoops, don't actually want both of them. And let's zoom in and have a look at what is what. So let's try optimizing this piece. There we go. And rotate it into position. And I can now sew these together. Okay, and I'm not being too accurate with this UV map. It's really not necessary for what we are doing. Let's just select those UVs there. There we go, and so, and so. Okay, so now we've got a seamless join here. Let's take this portion and this portion, which would be this. So, okay, and we want to sew these together as well. And they look like they fit, so come in here and UV and just sew them together. There we go, very much good enough for our intent and purposes. But basically we're sewing things together to get rid of the seam. Now for creating the displacement map and the normal map and things like this, it won't matter that we have a seam. But when I paint this in Photoshop, I want to be able to, you know, literally paint a water droplet or something, and having no seam there will mean I'll be able to seamlessly paint across it in Photoshop. So it helps you in the texturing process. So we're also going to need, let's see here, so let's just select everything here and see what we've got on the model. And that's basically all the UVs we need. No, we've got this one. I thought there was something missing. So let's select the faces again. We need this one, and we're going to need this little top fella. So let's see where those are. Okay, so I'm going to need to separate the UV along here and here. So once again, edge mode. I can never seem to want to select the right one. There we go. And separate. Okay, and then I'm going to need to take the shell, and that should be that. Good. Okay, and these will be oblong again because it hasn't been able to flatten them out because it was connected to another piece here. So once again, just cut here. Oops, edge, sorry. And we're going to need that little fella too. And cut, and there we go. So I can now select the UVs on this and use the new Maya 2015 optimize. There we go. Right, now I've got some seams here, so we could select the faces, one here and one here, and you know, this doesn't look very optimized, so what I might do is try to optimize it and see what Maya does. Make sure I've got all the UVs. Okay, so that's actually ended up as two different shells, but I can fix that. Let's just come here, and with this one, let's get this one into position. Sorry. Okay, so you know, we'll rotate this in. Now you don't have to sew these back together, it must be said, but I'm going to in this case. So let's select UV and select this one and this one, and just sew them back together, and same for these two down here, stitch them back together. Okay, so now I've got a seamless join there. And as for this top piece, it's so small no one's ever going to see it, so I'm not going to paint it because actually these tiles will be sitting on top of it, so you know, I'm not going to take the extra time and trouble. I'll just move it basically in place, so I know what it is. Okay, and again, go to face mode, select all of these, and make sure you've got everything that you need. Okay, that's most of the roof. We are, however, missing a portion, which would be the roof that sits under here. And the reason we're missing that is because, let me just hide this, object mode, Control H. And the reason we're missing that is because this thing here is all one unit. Now I want to create just one plane from this, so I'm going to select the faces. Whoops, that's and I'm just clicking through here to select. Click the top one, the bottom one, and you'll get them all. I'm actually going to have to go in and hide this. In fact, let's just, better way to do this, if you want to work on one object, is just to go to show, isolate selected, view selected, and now I can come in and just select those, just select those last few faces, and then I'm going to go mesh extract. So where are we? Edit mesh. No, hang on, I've gone blind. There we go, it was mesh extract there, and just click away, and this will now be a separate object. Okay, so center pivot freeze transformation, so if we move it, we can always move it back, and show isolate selected, untick view selected, and we'll be back where we are good to go. Now, in order to connect these bits together, I'm going to move this back down to its start point. I'm then going to select this beastie, select this one, and just combine them, mesh combine. I mean, we should have really taken care of that at the start. Okay, actually, because we should have taken care of this first, I'm going to create an auto UV map for this. So create UVs, automatic mapping. There we go. So that creates a automatic map for that one before we join the objects together. So this one, and mesh combine. Okay, and that's combined it all into one. So now we can see the UV for this. Let's go to shell. Let's just move it out. Now it's a little large, obviously. So I can try and optimize on this after selecting its UVs, of course. And that kind of optimizes it. So let us put the material on it. Okay, and as you can see, because this is so large, it's much smaller squares we're getting. So we're going to have to take the shell and just resize it. So we get similar size squares. There we go, that looks about right to me. There, done. Now I'm going to move this into position along with our other pieces that we need, and then I'm going to select all these pieces and just make sure we have now everything that we need. So we don't have anything on the back, no. And if I lift this up, we shouldn't have anything on the underneath either. So center pivot and freeze transformations, because we added a piece to this combined mesh, the pivot will go all higgledy-piggledy on us. And face mode, select all these faces, and let's have a look. So we've got nothing underneath, we've got nothing we don't need. Okay, perfect. So depending on if you're doing tiles on the back or the front, what we want is this kind of map here that could be painted in Photoshop. It's a fairly flat map, you know, easy to paint on. What we need to do now is organize it, and the rest of this, which is basically not going to be in use, I'm just going to organize this, and then I'm going to move it out to UV space 1. Now we can still use this if we ever want to come back and paint the inside of the roof for whatever reason. This is still usable, it's just not going to be used to generate our displacement. So let's take this really simple kind of UV we've done here, and what we are aiming for right now is to get this into a square. We're going to pack this UV in as tight as possible. The better we can get this organized, the more texture space we'll have to work with. Realistically, you don't want any space or gaps between these things. That's not really possible in most cases to get 100% packed UV. But you know, it's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle. So we're aiming to get these into a square with as little gap between them as possible. Now you can really spend a lot of time packing out a UV. If you're a puzzle guy, then you'll love doing this. Okay, but I'm really not going to want to spend too much time on it simply for the sake of expediency. I'm going to get it about right, and it's very important not to have anything that overlaps with anything else. Okay, that'll do. So once you've got it into a basic square, we just want to scale it up until it fits pretty precisely here on the tile. Whoops. And you want to make sure you uniformly scale. Okay, so that's the UV we'll work on. This is the bit that would require texturing, and this is the rest of the UV for the underneath, and let's just underneath and the back. So let's just have a poke around. So these are the UVs I'm not actually going to be doing a lot with. Okay, so the idea is simply to maximize the space you have available for your texture, because your texture will fit in here. So, you know, you really want to make these as large as possible. You want them uniformly large. So take your time, and I will probably pack this out a bit better in between the parts. But take your time and, you know, just organize a little bit. Try and find the best configuration to fit everything together. You have to fit it into this square here. Okay, so I'll be back in the next part when we'll be looking at creating displacement maps and ambient occlusion maps. We'll be looking at taking our high-res geometry and converting it to low-res geometry. So I hope you found this slightly helpful, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So we finished off our texture for our roof here, and I can see I've got a little bit of stretching, and you might notice that I've taken the liberty of cleaning this up a little bit. I've just gone in and kind of stitched pieces together as we've done before. So I wanted to show you this, that we've got a little bit of texture stretch here. Now if I take the UV on this, and let's say when I sewed it together, you know, it all got a bit messed up and, you know, went like so. So we've got definite stretching, pinching in here. Now, there is tools to help you with this. So if I select all the UVs in this, which will be a pain in the backside because, you know, I'll have to go. One quick trick is if you go to shell, select the whole shell, and then control right click, and 2UV, that'll select them all. I can then use, let's say, the smooth UV tool, click on unfold, click and hold, and just drag the mouse, and that'll unfold it as much as it can. So let's get that as unfolded as possible. I'm going to press Q to go back to the selection tool, and now I'll have to do a bit of manual editing. So select the UVs where we have, you know, this stretching, and let's go up and just move these into position, and I'm just going to manually eyeball this in. There we go. Now obviously you can take a bit more time on that and get it precise, but these are all square. There doesn't appear to be too much stretching or pinching. With UVs, you can either have seams or you can have a little bit of stretching. Now we've got a seamless edge here, and I could separate these and get them perfectly flat, but that would make it more difficult to paint. So when you're UVing, it's always a trade-off between making it easier for you to paint in a 2D paint program and getting it seamless. Sometimes you need a seam. You know, in order to lay a 3D image flat, then you're going to have to cut it. It's just, do you want to put up with a tiny bit of stretching? I think we have a tiny bit of stretching here in order to be able to paint across this in a 2D paint package, or do you want to separate it and have no stretching at all? I mean, that determination is completely up to you, and it will depend on what you intend to texture this with. With Mari, seams, not a problem. With ZBrush, seams, not a problem. With Photoshop, seams can make the whole thing more difficult to paint. So it's a trade-off, really. But anyway, the UV for this is now more than good enough for our purposes. So we've got all of the parts that we need here. So all of the parts that we're going to apply high-res geometry to, and then the rest of it, the underneath and whatnot, we've got in a different UV patch over here. As I mentioned before, this is still usable. It's just that we're not using it. So, you know, I'm just going to move it out of the way. All right, now we have to get this geometry out of the scene. There's too much of it. It'd be too difficult to texture with a traditional paint package, and there's lots of reasons not to have it. So I'm going to actually export all 3 sections of this roof over to a new file. Now the reason I'm going to do this is I'm going to want to create texture maps from this high-res geometry, and to do that I might actually monkey around a little bit with the geo that we've got. I don't actually want to change it in the scene, but it might be necessary to change it to create a better map. So if we work on this in a separate scene, export the texture maps from that, when we import them back into here, we won't have actually made any changes to our geometry. So let's just call this roof low res. Okay, and I'm going to put that back to where it should be. So I'll go to the channel box and just put it to translate back. Same with this, translate back. And that's taken a second. I must have the construction history on this because it's so incredibly slow. So we'll sort that out in a second. Okay. Yeah, and I have some construction history left, so let's just move these back to where they should be, and then I can basically delete the history on all of these roof sections. You can see I've got some purple in here, means I've got some type of history going on, some deformer still connected maybe. I can't actually remember how we went through the modeling process, but anyway, we don't need it, so delete by type history. Okay, and that didn't get it all, so I'm going to go through and just delete the history on these roof tiles. Okay, this is now a group of empty transform nodes, so now the history is gone, it can simply be deleted. There we go. So we've got the rooftop tiles, the roof tiles main, and these kiddies, which are indeed empty transform nodes. So you can see they are purple. That's telling you it's empty. Because we made this one object, so I can actually come in to this object, delete the history on it, and they should disappear. Sometimes they'll get stuck, and in which case you can just manually go in and delete them. Now I'm going to middle mouse drag this up to our roof sections group, so all our roof sections are nice and easy to find and all in the same group. Okay, now I'm going to export these to a separate file, so export selection and roof texture. That'll do. I already have one. I'm just going to overwrite it. So open scene, and we'll open the roof texture scene. Now I'll save this as the end of part 1, and I'll come in, and here is my roof. Now the first thing I'm going to make sure is everything is zeroed out in the translate and rotate. That's good. Okay, and we can start to take a look at our roof. But how this is going to work is we are going to take this, as I say, and we're just going to basically, this is the geometry we're going to be left with along with the top roof tiles. So we're going to go from very high to very low poly. But I want to do these maps in sections. Now you can do it all in one go, and your results may vary, but a lot of the time, if you can break it down and do it a step at a time, I find it's better to do that, and then we'll recombine at the end and create one map. One 4K map for the whole roof. So you know, you can try it all in one go if you want, but it's going to be problematic. So I'm going to separate this geometry, so just mesh, separate, and you'll see because we UV'd this first, and this was important. If I take a look at the UV texture editor now, you'll see here that we've got the UV for this. If I select this piece, we've got the UV for this. So they all maintain their UV positions. So when we join them back together, they'll all go back together nicely. Whereas if we'd have UV'd these separately, we would have been in a bit of a problem. So that's why we combined the whole thing and UV'd it before we started this. In order for this transfer to work, you need a good UV map on the low-res object. So let's do this main section first. So first things first, we want this, and let's just move those top tiles out the way, making sure they've frozen transformations. Okay, so we want to do this roof piece. I'm going to just center the pivot on that. So I'm going to need all of the tiles that make up this roof piece, and you know, there really is only one way to get those. I'm going to have to come in and select them. Unfortunately, this is still combined, so again, mesh, separate, And I'll just pause the video. There's a lot of geometry here, so that'll take maybe a minute. Okay, so that's separated, didn't take too long. Now I want to select all the tiles that are on this part of the roof. So let's come in and let's just do some large selections. There we go. And I'm just going to hold shift and I'm going to keep selecting. And I'm going to get as many of these as I can with just a big large group select. There we go. Okay, and the others I'm just going to come in and select by hand most probably. Okay, one thing I would say is in order to make this more realistic, I'm actually going to mix one line of tiles with the low-res geometry. So I'm actually going to keep this line of tiles separate. So we'll have a small row of actual physical geometry tiles. This will lead us to get a much better silhouette on the model. It's not necessary, you don't have to do this. You can have all low res, especially if you're working on something for games. You're going to want to go all low res. But for me, because this is not intended to be a game model, I'm actually going to keep one row of these tiles. It just really helps with the bottom silhouette, and it doesn't add that much geometry really. So I'm going to come in and select all these tiles, and I'm just going to hit pause while I select these last few. Okay, so I've got everything selected in fairly short order. You want to make sure to leave the bottom row of tiles if you want to try this kind of technique for mixing high and low res geometry. If not, select all the tiles and you'll just end up with purely low res. So I've got everything here selected, and I'm going to hit Control G to group those. So if we look under here, we should have a group in here, and you can see we've got a lot of roof tiles here. So group 26, it's not very descriptive, so I'm going to call these roof tile center maybe. Okay, and I'm going to pull that out of the bigger group that contains all the individual tiles. I'm then going to center pivot and freeze the transformations on the group. And now I can pick these tiles up and make sure I've got the tiles that I need. Make sure there's none left on the roof. There is actually one left there. So again, just shift click and Control G. And there we go. I could have just added that to the group. It would have been easier, but okay, so let's move that up and make sure no tiles remain on the roof except around the bottom edge, of course. Alright, so that's kind of perfect to our needs. Now, you might not have this problem, but I have got some extraneous tiles from inside. When I was laying these tiles out for the tutorial, I copied and pasted some, and so I've got some I don't need. So this gives us the opportunity to get rid of those. I say you might not have these. This was just a mistake on my part, obviously. That doesn't take but a few seconds to get rid of it though. Okay, there we go. So we've got a group with our roof tiles, and we've got a group here. We've got a roof here, sorry, that's going to fit the roof tiles. Alright, so let's just move those down there and put these back in their original position. And to work on this, I'm going to select the low-res roof and the high-res roof, and I'm just going to go to Show, Isolate Selected, View Selected. That just lets me work on this. Okay, because I'm creating a map as well, I'm going to get rid of the faces that I don't need. And this is what I was talking about when I said I might cut up some geometry. So because we're working on a copy, I can just simply cut it out of the equation. If we were working in the original file now, we'd be working on a duplicate within the original file, and things get messy and confusing, and all we want to take out of this is a texture map, so it really doesn't matter. Alright, so now I've got my roof tiles. I'm going to actually combine them. You can work with them all as separate objects, but you know, it's easier if you just hit Mesh, Combine. And this might take a few seconds. There's a few hundred tiles there. You'll see they've disappeared. Don't panic, they haven't disappeared. It's simply the object has now changed and we're on Show Selected, so we didn't have that selected. So let's select that and again select the bottom roof, okay, and go to isolate, show view selected. However, before I do that, because we're going to be converting from high res to low res, I think it would be interesting if we got a test render here. So I'm going to take the material attributes of this, and I'm just going to get rid of the checker, because what I'm looking for is a test render before and after. So let's just make that a bit darker, and we'll come in and I'll just do a test render. In fact, I've got one here, but let's do one with the stuff we're working on. Okay, so I wanted to take this test render just so we can see what the high-res geometry actually looked like, because we need to know when we convert if we get in a good texture bake-in or not. We want it to look almost identical to this would be our ultimate goal. So let's go now and select our piece here and our piece here. And in fact, before I do that, I'll just bookmark the camera view. This just means, just click here, it means we move the camera, I can just right click and put it back to its bookmark, just so when we do our comparison shot they're in the same place. Alright, so let's select the row of tiles, select our under roof. Did I actually get that? Yep, there we go. And go to show isolate selected, view selected. Now you don't have to isolate it, I just find it a bit easier to work on. Alright, so everything looks right. So if we press the spacebar to bring up the hotbox, want to go to lighting and shading, transfer maps. Okay, and this gives me a few options. Now I had my low res geometry selected, which will be the target mesh. That will be the mesh we want to transfer the low res map onto. If you didn't have that selected, if let's just say I opened transfer maps without selecting anything, I can just select the object I want and add selected. Then the source mesh would be the high res mesh that we want to copy, in this case our tiles, so add selected, and you've got those two in there. Now one of the most important things with this is where Maya will look and what map. So we're going to use a displacement map. You could use a normal map if you wanted to. We'll also be using an ambient occlusion map later on, but for right now, and you can do two at once, I could do diffuse and ambient occlusion all at the same time, but I tend to do a lower res test just to make sure everything is working. So, you know, for right now I want to just generate a displacement map, and I'm going to use a TIFF. Feel free to use any format supporting Alpha Channel, and I want it to go to a new shader. So, and the Maya Common, you'll see here it says use Maya Common settings. So at the moment we're going to generate a 4K map, which is what we'll generate in the end, but it might be a little high for testing purposes, so we'll knock that down to 1K. We're going to transfer in world space because the objects are basically on top of each other. Our sampling quality, by default this is low, I always crank it to high, and the filter size is how blurred your map will be. Now when you're dealing with displacement, you're going to want some blur, because any hard edge pixels can create a very jagged line, and by default this would be set to a filter size of 3. I'm going to set that to a filter size of 2. I'm going to leave the type Gaussian. Fill texture seams, we want a bit of that, so leave that at its default. Now mental ray common output would be for dealing with things like ambient occlusion maps, which we're not doing. If we flip down to advanced options, the search method for searching for the geometry is going to be closest to the envelope, and I've put a max search depth of 25%. Now I'm going to unclick delete envelope on bake, and this will become apparent in a second when I show you the envelope. So let's look up here, search envelope percentage 2, and if we go both mesh and envelope, you'll see this red box has been created around. Now this box has to encompass any geometry that you want to capture in the displacement map. So for instance, if we change this to 0.1, you can see the red box is no longer surrounding the geometry we want to capture. So what you want to do here is get the box as close as possible to the geometry you want to capture without bisecting any. So if I go to 1, you can see, I don't know if you can see, but look, we're missing some pieces here, so 1 is not going to do it. So let's try 1.2, and we want to get this as accurate as possible. So that seems to have got everything. Do I have any grey spots? No. And the reason we unticked delete mesh on delete envelope on bake is because you can actually change the vertex in this thing. If you want to go super accurate, we can come in here, let's say, and come in here, just the same as you would any polygonal object, and we can move the verts on the actual envelope itself to get more accuracy. And this is genuinely useful if you're dealing with a let's say a complicated shape, a more complicated shape, and you need to really pull the envelope about. In our case, we don't. But do remember this, delete envelope on bake, because if you spend a lot of time getting this just right and then hit bake, what will happen is any changes you've made to this envelope's vertex or edges or whatnot will be deleted. So if you got it quite right but not quite, and then it's deleted, you end up doing it all again. Anyway, so just a quick tip. Now ours is going into our image directory, which is fine, and it's going to be called sample displacement, which is not so good. So let's give it another name, roof main section 1K, so I know that it's a 1K map. And I'm just going to hit bake now. Okay, so you'll get status up here telling you what it's doing. And this will take, depending on the complexity and machine speed, of course, this should take a minute or two. So I'm just going to pause the video and I'll see you back here in a second. Okay, so that baked out successfully, took about a minute. And if I take a look at the material attributes on this, just minimize that, you'll see Maya has added a displacement shader to the shading group. It's also connected up the correct map. So if we look in transfer maps, that's just done under assign to new shader. Now if you want to, you can have Maya connect up the displacement map to the assigned shader. Most of the time we're going to end up exporting these maps and bringing them in somewhere else, so it really doesn't matter. So there is our displacement map, and let's have a look at it. Okay, so it's generated this displacement map. But it's quite small, so when I render this now, it's going to be, well, let's just render it and give you a look. In fact, if I just render this now, nothing at all will happen. Displacement actually creates geometry at render time, and because there's no geometry on our low-res object, let's just hide this for now, it's got nothing to displace. So we could add a bunch of divisions and edges in this, but that sort of defeats the object of having truly low-res geometry. So instead, we're going to go to Window, Rendering Editors, Mental Ray, and add a Mental Ray approximation. Now this is a displacement approximation. Basically, this just allows Mental Ray to get a better displacement map without adding a bunch of extra geometry. Now, pretty much most render engines have this capability, V-Ray and whatnot. So don't worry if you're, thinking of applying this technique to a different render engine. It will work. They all have some form of approximation. Okay, so let's just go for a custom preset, and I'm just going to go straight for high quality. No mucking about. Obviously, in the final render, we'll tweak this a bit, because the higher the quality of the displacement, or in this case the higher the quality of the approximation, the longer it's going to take to render. Anyway, let's go and look at a shot. So this was our test render of all high-res geometry. So let's move the camera back to our bookmark, and let's get another render. So make sure I've saved that one. Okay, this render should take about 20 seconds, depending on your machine speed, of course. Okay, it actually took 45 seconds, but I'm not on a very good machine today. But as you can see, what we've got here is sort of displacement. It kind of worked, but it's a bit, it's not quite as punchy as this. And you can see this edge here. This is nice, where it's catching the shadows. So the displacement has definitely worked, but it's not really good enough. From an exaggerated distance, maybe, but for our intent and purposes, it's not good enough. And the reason for that is if we look at the UV texture editor, we're only using this much of the UV space, because when we join the roof together, all the other UVs will come in. So this is a lot of roof. This is, a big old section with a lot of detail in it. So we're going to need a higher res map, basically. I just wanted to show you what would happen when we use the lower res one. Sometimes you get away with it. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish. I mean, if this was the only roof section, then it would be using the entirety of this, and a 1K map might do it. But because it's not the only roof section, you know, this is 1K across, so this whole roof section here is kind of expressed in sort of maybe 200 pixels, which is just not enough. So if we go back to our transfer maps, we'll just come in Maya Common, and you can see here again using the Maya Common, and we'll just crank it all the way to 4K. Now this will take some time, depending on the complexity of how many tiles you're trying to fit in one gap and whatnot, but I would say maybe 5 or 6 minutes for this. Again, entirely depends on the machine you're using. So I'm going to hit bake, and I will see you in a couple of minutes. Okay, welcome back. So our 4K bake just finished, and I'm going to move the camera view and get a render of that, but first we'll take a look at it. So go to the material attributes, and under the displacement shader, let's have a look at this 4K one. So I'm just going to hit view, and I can already see it's much less fuzzy, much more well defined than our other one. Obviously it's got a lot more resolution, so I mean that should help quite a bit. So let's take a render. There's our original. There is our kind of low-res geometry baked into a displacement map, and let's try this now with 4K. Okay, and we rendered out, and there is our geometry, or lack of it, as the case may be. So we're looking pretty close now to the original. There was our 1K map. So I'm just going to delete that so we can flick backwards and forwards. There's the original. And we've got pretty bad anti-aliasing on this, which is leading to the jagged edges. And there's the one we just created. Now, as you can see, our tiles that are actually there fit in very nicely with our displacement. So really that's all we need to do to create this kind of very simple low-res, easy to paint surface, as opposed to this very high-res, difficult to UV, difficult to paint surface. And as I've said before, if you're going to be using Mari maybe or ZBrush to paint this, then you can deal with this high-res geometry. But you know, it's nice to get this. It's nicer to paint, it's easier to edit and whatnot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one more quick one. So I'll just select this, and I need all of these tiles here. So I'll just do one more of these so we can get the procedure down pat, and this one is a nice quick one. So let's just take this and grab all of this geo here, and again same procedure really. We are just taking the geometry that we need, and we zoom in a second. There we go. Let's grab this. Okay, that's all of that. And again, I'm going to leave a bottom run along the bottom. You don't have to do that. I think it creates a nicer silhouette, and it's a good example that you can mix this technique and still leave some high-res geometry on the model. But you know, that would be up to you entirely, depending on circumstance, of course. Alright, so that's got all of those, and I'm just going to unselect the backing from it. I'm going to combine these, so mesh combine once again. Okay, I am now going to, okay, that was incorrect. I think I had this piece selected as well when I did the combination, so let's just make sure that I don't have anything extraneous selected, and then mesh combine. There we go, and I'll just center the pivot, freeze the transformations, move this out, make sure we don't have any extraneous stuff that we don't need. We don't, can then zero that back in. Okay, so that's that, and this bits we're working on, isolate selected, view selected, and once you've done this a few times, it's a very quick procedure. So let's go and pop open our transfer maps again, which you can find under light and shading transfer maps. Okay, and we're going to need to clear these out, so let's just remove all, clear all, and let's select a target mesh, which is the low res one, and then let's select the high res mesh, which is our tiles. Now I'm going to call this small section. Remember to change the name or you'll overwrite the displacement map you've already got. So I'm going to call that small map, and I'm going to connect a new shader to it. I'm going to check the common outputs. They should all be the same, but it doesn't hurt to double check. sure, search depth 25%, and let's view the envelope on this. Okay, and on this one you can see that these tiles are jutting out a bit further. So there's a couple of ways we deal with this. We can actually edit, as I said, the vertex on this directly, so I could come in and just pull these and select cover the whole thing. And the same here, let's grab these and just pull them until we don't see any more grey mixed in with that. So I still see a bit of grey at the top, which means I can grab it from the top like so. There we go, let's double check. And we seem to have everything perfect. Okay, you don't really need to worry about this bit jutting out, because remember we have a line of edging tiles coming down here, so you'll never see it anyway. Alright, so our cage looks pretty well defined, but I can see the cage is encompassing this whole object here, so let's find out why. Let's display the mesh only. Okay, that's why. We've got some sides on here we don't need, and again, the reason why we took the file out in the first place. So now let's check the envelope, and this is an envelope that's been generated when we selected it, and so let's just clear all and clear all, and I can actually select this envelope as an object. Actually I shouldn't need to, just a second. Okay, playing silly buggers on me, just select the whole envelope and delete. Okay, and I've got an extraneous face there as well. Can't seem to get rid of it. Alright. Okay, well, actually, let's see what happened here. Let's get rid of this. Alright. So this has decided to play silly sods with me. There we go. It gets back to just the geometry. Right. I'm not quite sure why that went wrong, but there we go. Alright, so we're back to here, and make sure we've cleared all these. Now let's add the low res mesh and the high res mesh, and let's check out the mesh and envelope together and see what we got. Right, this time, because we don't have those extraneous faces, and let me just check that, just the mesh. Okay. Let's clear all again. I'm probably going to need to delete the history on this, so edit, delete by type, history, there we go. And the same on this. Okay, just make sure we don't have any history lying about. And again, and envelope. There we go. Alright, now we're looking peachy keen. Alright, so really it should just be a case now to generate the displacement map the same as before. Everything is right there, and to just do a quick test I'm going to do a just a quick 512k bake. So this should take maybe 20 or 30 seconds or so. There we go, you can see it's up to 66% already, and done. Now let's take a look at that. Just want to make sure that I'm seeing what I'm expecting to see. Okay, and there is our displacement, very small, but you can see it worked, and you know, doing a small res bake is a good way just to make sure that all your ducks are in a row. Okay, so now we've got that small bake. Let's flip that over to a bigger one, make sure we've got roof small section, just give everything a quick double check. Alright, and there we go. So I'm going to bake that out, and I'll be back in 1 second just to give you a render of this one as well. Okay, welcome back. So the 4K map finished. Again, it took 5 minutes, maybe 10, not too long at all really. And I'm just going to undo the isolate selected view. And I don't need this high-res geometry anymore, so I'm going to Control H to hide that. Let's move this into position, and I'll just take one last render just so we can see this working. If you remember, this is the low-res geometry, so let's see if this bit came through okay too. So let's quick bookmark this and then render. Okay, so that's rendered out, and as you can see, it looks absolutely terrible, really. Doesn't look anything like this. And that's because we're trying to do a displacement with no geometry, so we need to put an approximation node on it again, which I actually forgot. So if we go up to rendering it as mental ray approximation and create a displacement approximation, and again, just for the sake of expediency, flip that onto high quality. If we come up and open up the render view again, and I'm just going to render this portion. So let's just do a quick render there. I think you'll see that it matches the same sort of quality as this one. Okay, so there we go. With the displacement approximation on, we get a much better result. Now, in the next part, we're going to look at generating ambient occlusion maps for this as well to help us get even more definition. And in between the parts, I'm going to go ahead and create displacement maps for this roof section, and this roof section, exactly the same way as I did these two. Basically, I don't want to repeat the same thing over and over again here on camera, so I'm going to take care of that in between the sections, and I'll see you in the next part when we look at creating ambient occlusion maps for use in texturing as well. So I hope you found something interesting in this part, and I will see you soon. Thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last couple of lessons, we've looked at baking out our high-res geometry into this low-res geometry here. Now, I'm going to pop open a render view, and I actually have an image of this that I rendered earlier, so I'll just open that up for you. Okay, so here's what our low-res roof looks like when we render it now. Now, in the previous parts, we've done this section of the roof and this one. As you can see, I've taken the liberty of doing this section, this one, and this one. Simply because it's exactly the same technique. We select our low-res geometry, our high-res geometry, make it target and source, and exactly the same way that I cut the back face off here, I cut the back face and side faces off here. So really it's important to note that we're only baking out what we need to. It'll be faster and there'll be less chance of any errors. So, you know, these three I did off camera because, as I said, the technique was exactly the same as doing these two, so it seemed sort of redundant to cover the same ground over and over again. Anyway, now I want to talk about doing an ambient occlusion bake. Because we're going to be using displacement, it looks pretty good at the moment. I mean, it's a bit jagged because of anti-aliasing settings are a little low, but it looks pretty good. I would like more emphasis, though, on the space between the tiles and the tile overlap. I'd like to give it a bit of a kick in terms of, you know, how displaced it looks, and an easy way to do this is with a quick bit of ambient occlusion. So a couple of ways to do it. I'm going to show you both. Actually, there's more than a couple of ways to do it. I'm just going to show you two that are the most common. So the first one we're going to look at doing would be with mental ray, and that would be to bake out the map with transfer maps, the same as we've seen before. So let's bring all our high-res geometry back. So I'm just going to hit Shift and H to bring it all back, and this time I'm going to generate just one map. So instead of doing this separately like we did for displacement, I'm going to generate it all at the same time. Now, the reason we did it separately last time was because this is going to create an overlap, which means that in terms of ambient occlusion, we're going to get a darker seam running down here, or here, where it overlaps, where the low-res geometry overlaps with each other. Now, this is fine for ambient occlusion because we might expect a darker shadow down here, and also it's fairly easy to touch up in Photoshop. Whereas displacement, if you had a dark line running down here, you'd get a big, huge, sort of nasty displacement, which is why we did our displacement separately, but we can do our ambient occlusion all at the same time. So select all the low-res roof sections and just do Mesh Combine. That way we'll just have one object to use. Okay, now I'm going to pop open the transfer maps again. And let me just reset this to its default settings. And this time, instead of displacement, we're just going to pick ambient. And I'm going to click Assign to a new shader. I'm going to make sure this is a TIFF, but again, you could make sure it's, well, whatever format you're comfortable with. And I'm just going to call this one full occlusion. Okay, occlusion rays I'm going to set to 32 because we're going to do a quick test render first. Max distance I'm going to set just a little bit away from the tiles. So in this case we've got a max distance of about 3. Okay, you can always play with these settings later on, and you'll see here it says use mental ray common settings. So these settings that we use for displacement are no longer used. Instead, because it's ambient occlusion, it will be rendered with mental ray, so it's these settings instead. Okay, and there's not a lot I'm going to pick here. I'm just going to up the map width to 1024. And let's see, transfer in world space, number of samples. Obviously, the more samples, the higher quality you get. No, this is all looking fine. Okay, let's come up to here. And our optimization for multiple objects. Then it'll let us select our target mesh, which when I open transfer maps, I had the now combined roof selected, so it's added that as a target mesh. So now I need to give it source meshes, which would of course be all of our high-res geometry. So I'm going to add selected there. And then I'm just going to hit bake. Now mental ray is not really that quick at baking out ambient occlusion, but because we're using very low rays and a pretty low res map, this shouldn't actually take that long. So let's just hit bake and see what we get. And I think I'll pause because, you know, mental ray, as I said, can be a bit slow at this. And when you get into the higher quality 4K maps, I'm going to show you a more efficient way of generating this. Simply because, you know, sometimes with mental ray, you could go and make dinner, go out for the weekend, and get back and it'd still be calculating. Now, one thing I did forget was to just check the envelope on this, which is why I have stopped it. Okay, and as you can see, our envelope isn't really fully encompassing our scene, so I'm going to need to make it a little bigger. Okay, let's just make that 2. And now you can see a problem of working with combined geometry. But it's not, you know, an insurmountable problem. All I have to do is unsmooth the envelope by pressing 1, because it was on smooth preview for some reason. The envelope had been set to smooth preview, which it shouldn't be. So I'm just going to hit 1 to unsmooth it. And what we're looking for is not too much overlap in the corners. So maybe 1.6 should do it. And then make sure that envelope covers all the tiles. It does. So maybe we can go a bit lower. 1.2. Are we seeing any tiles sticking through? No. So maybe I can go even lower still. So maybe 0.5. Okay, I'm starting to see some clipping. And this pretty much is just trial and error, folks. There's not really a lot you can... Okay, at some point I've obviously hit smooth. My apologies. So the roof itself was smoothed as well. I've just unsmoothed it by hitting 1, turning that smooth preview off. Okay, so that encompasses our roof with the envelope, which I had forgotten about earlier. My apologies. So now we just hit bake, and it'll be a bit faster. Now it's not smoothed out. But anyway, you know, mental ray can be a bit slow at this, especially when we get to the kind of 4K range. You really could go away for the weekend sometimes. So when I've showed you this way of doing it, we're going to show you another faster way of doing it. I just want to cover all the bases to give you as much options as possible. So I'm going to pause and I'll be back when this render is finished. Okay, so our render is finished. Took around 5 minutes, and I can now hide all this geometry and we can see what we got. So just Control H to hide all that, and we've got a fairly decent ambient occlusion map. Now this would be, it's a bit rough and ready, but it would be absolutely fine. I can smooth it a bit in Photoshop and use it as somewhat of a dirt map. And of course I could increase the resolution, which I will do, because I'll use both this map that I generate this way and another one I generate another way, and use them both later on for texturing. Now the other thing I can do, of course, is I can combine this. So mesh combine, let's see. And I've already taken the liberty of combining these bottom tiles into one, and I can also add these as source meshes, so we'll get occlusion from these as well. So if I just come here and add these to our source mesh list, I'll get occlusion from these tiles also on these surfaces, or this one now combined surface. So let's go into transfer maps and let's just up our occlusion ray slightly to 64. Now I'll be using this particular transfer map or this particular bake just as a dirt map. I'll just be painting over it in Photoshop, so it doesn't need to have great quality really. I'll blur it as well, so the fact that it's a bit jagged doesn't matter. Now of course you can add extra quality. You can increase the number of samples Mental Ray takes, and you can increase the occlusion rays that Mental Ray does. You can tweak it as much as you like really. However, as I say, it can get a bit slow, especially when you get up in resolution. So I'm going to go to 2K and I'll double the number of rays, and I'm probably going to be looking at maybe 10 minutes for the render, which is still not that bad. But then at 4K and 256 rays, you know, you can be looking at hours. So let's bring that back. There is no reason to bring that back actually. It will still work if it's hidden, but I just like to see it there. And I'm just going to rebake this out with these objects been added. So these and these have been added now. And also we've added some more rays and a higher res. So I'm going to hit bake. And I'll be back in a few. Okay, so I've let my ambient occlusion render out and it's come up with this. Now we've got some artifacting going on here, and that will be because of the envelope. So if we flick the envelope back on, in fact I flick it to both so I can see the mesh and the envelope, and then bring back our, let's Shift H those. I've got probably need to come in and edit the vertex on this envelope to get it a bit more precise. So, you know, you're bound to run into a few issues. It does take a bit of trial and error sometimes. But in this case, for this quick, let me just hide these high-res surfaces again. For this sort of quick map generation, this is fine for me. I'm going to use this to paint dirt in Photoshop. So that's just one way of baking out an occlusion. And as I say, you can come in and play with the envelope a little bit. Maybe just making it a tad larger would have actually fixed this. But this is fine for me. As I say, it's a dirt map in Photoshop, which I'll show you in a second. So that's one map. And this was only at a 2K resolution, but again, I'm going to up-res. Now, the problem with this one is that if I come in and have a look, I want dark lines between these tiles as well, because I'll really want to, when I paint in the dirt in Photoshop, I want, you know, some dirt in here. So rather than upping the quality on Mental Ray and getting longer and longer and longer render times, I could also introduce some final gather and things like this. You know, and it is possible to get it done, but it is, you know, time intensive, and Maya has a completely different render engine built into it. I believe I might have said I think it's been in there since version 2000, since version 6. It's an old piece of software that's been included with Maya for a very long time. It's called Turtle. So I'm going to use Turtle to now render out an ambient occlusion map as well. So I'm just going to assign a new material to this. Just Lambert will be fine, just so we can get rid of that occlusion. And that's already been saved as a map for us, so we will be using it. But I want to start on something a bit different now. So I'm going to bring back my high-res geometry. If I look under my roof, low-res roof, I just want to make sure, there we go, low-res roof, that the envelope from our transfer maps is still there. Because if you'll remember, we have this under advanced options, we have this delete envelopes on bake ticked. So, you know, before we've had it unticked, so it doesn't delete the envelope on bake. So I've got an old envelope mesh here. In fact, if I bring it back, you'll be able to see it. So there you can actually see now where our errors were. It's because the envelope wasn't quite big enough. So I'm going to delete this envelope anyway. I don't need it anymore. All right, but just to let you know that those errors where we were getting the solid black lines were definitely because of our envelope settings. So, you know, feel free to tweak that when you have a go at this. But right now I want to bring Turtle in. So let's close down Transfer Maps here and go to Window, Settings Preferences, Plugin Manager. And I'm going to scroll down until I find turtle. There we go. I'm just going to load it in. Okay, and now when I go to my render options, I'll be able to flick down and say render with turtle. Now, turtle as a render engine is fairly complicated, as any render engine is, V-Ray, Mental Ray, so I'm not going to cover all the options. I'm just going to cover what you need to get some baked information out. So I'm going to turn the render type from rendering to baking. I'm going to flick on the global illumination because we're going to be dealing with ambient occlusion, so that helps. I'm going to use an environment. I'm going to just select none for the camera and a skylight for the GI environment. I'm going to change the color of the skylight to white. Then I'm going to go and look at the baking options that we have. Now, as with transfer maps, we'll need a target surface and a source surface. So our target surface will be obviously our low res mesh, and our source surfaces will be our higher res mesh. So let's throw all those in. Add selected. I'm going to go to envelope settings. Now this was where I can add a piece of geometry to act as the envelope. So as you've seen before, the envelope that transfer maps generates is just a piece of geometry. You can edit verts in it and stuff, but in this case I'm not going to bother. We don't need it to be spot on accurate with turtle. So instead I can come into transfer settings and set a front range of, well, we had it set on 0.7, so let's set a larger front range and a back range of 1. This should be accurate enough for turtle, and in fact, let me just check I have all the surfaces in here. Okay, I'd actually missed one, as I could see there with everything selected, so make sure you get all your high-res surfaces. And all of this is fine. We've got a common settings, should be fine. Texture bake settings, which is where you'll set your resolution. This time I'm going to render this out all as one map, so merge to one map, and I'll set the quality settings to 1024 just while we do a quick test. And I'll come down, and outputs is the bit you're looking for. So turtle is capable of baking out normal maps, displacement maps, direct occlusion maps, all sorts of things really. I'm going to leave you to experiment with this. I just want to give you the option. So what we're doing is not a full shading map. We want an ambient occlusion map. So I could just tick ambient here, but then I would have less control than I would like. So instead I'm going to click custom, and I'm going to give it Turtle's ambient occlusion shader, which if we look down here you'll see this one, occlusion sampler. There we go, and if I click here that will bring up the options for the occlusion sampler. So I've got minimum, max raise, max distance, so what you would expect really for an ambient occlusion map. So without changing anything, first off I just want to get a look at what this map looks like. So let's bring open the render view, and there's just the displacement on our house. So I'll save that one, and I'll just click render, and you can see here it's using Turtle as the render engine. So give this a second. This is normally pretty fast. Okay, there we go. It comes in. And I'll actually just pause this for 1 second because it is pretty fast, but it will take a minute or two. Okay, so that took about a minute, and you can see it's given me a different type of occlusion. We are not much for quality though, so now we can go in and start to tweak the quality. And if we look under Turtle options, environment, let's make sure we could increase the global illumination, so we can go under final gather and kick up the rays a little bit. Now, depending on what you need, you might need to go higher or lower. I'm going to go under sampling for pre-pass. I'm going to jack that up to 2. I'm going to make the anti-aliasing a bit better, so I'm going to go 0 and 2. And then under the baking menu itself, we can scroll down until we find our, let's see, shading there, and I can click here. I can make these rays a bit more, so I'll go to 128, and 256 should do it. Let me see, I don't want bilinear filtering or edge dilation, and as you can see this is a fairly complicated process, so I'm not going to take you through the entire Turtle render engine. I'm just going to give you enough information to get what we need for this, and then I have a play with the baking options within Turtle. You can do a lot of great different bakes, everything from displacement maps to just standard diffuse maps really. So let's come in and give this another quick render, and I'll just pause again. Okay, so Turtle finished baking out our 1K map, and you can start to see we get a bit more detailing in there now. We've added some extra quality to both the shader, and we've also added some extra quality to the global illumination in form of some extra final gather rays. Now the settings for this particular final gather are actually different to mental rays final gather, so if these rays look kind of extraordinarily high, they are different in principle. So sampling, we increased the pre-pass a little bit, and obviously the anti-aliasing to give her a crisper anti-alias. We could also change the anti-aliasing filter. So I'm just going to change the filter like so, which will help with getting rid of some of these more jagged edges. Now I'm going to come up and look under the baking options, and I'm going to scroll down to where we have the texture bake settings. I'm just going to change this to 2K. I won't bother with a 4K map for this. It's not really that necessary for us. I'm going to change from target to TIFF, and I'm just going to check that I've got everything I need turned on. Okay, so this is all pretty decent. And looking at the render, what I'm really after is these black lines in the space between the tiles. So this is looking pretty good. As I said, it's a bit jagged, but it's a bit low resolution at the moment. So I'm going to render this one out once more as 2K, and I think that will probably do it. Between the combination of the ambient occlusion generated from mental ray and the different type of ambient occlusion generated from Turtle, we should have enough information to go into Photoshop and generate a pretty decent dirt map in order to help us make our displacement look a little more defined, because you know this is pretty good considering there's almost no geometry in this shot and it's all displacement. But these textures we've generated now will really help us give that a bit of a kick. So I'm going to hit render. This will probably take 10 minutes. The last one, this one, took 5. So you know, depending on the resolution you've chosen, and I said I've chosen 2K, it'll take longer of course. But anyway, I'm going to hit render and I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, so my 2K map here has just finished rendering out, and that did take 11 minutes, so I wasn't far off. And this is kind of perfect for me. This has got what Mental Ray didn't get, which was these dark bits in between the tiles. So using a combination of the two, I'll be able to paint out a fairly convincing dirt map that will aid the look of our displacement greatly. So I'm going to leave this here, but I urge you to have a play around with Turtle. As I said, you can get all sorts of bakes out of it. So sometimes a diffuse bake can be useful. And you know, you can use it for baking normal maps. You can even do the displacement with it, and it does generally a pretty decent job of displacement, and most of the time a bit quicker than Mental Ray will do it. So you know, this has been knocking around in Maya for a very long time, and it's often overlooked. But if you are baking out textures, then it can be a great benefit. It'll give you different results to Mental Ray for a start, and it never hurts to have, you know, a couple of different maps, but it also most of the time will be a little faster. So I'm going to see you in the next part, and we'll put all of these maps we've generated together in Photoshop. And while I'll be painting out the main body of the textures in volume 3 of this series, I just want to put this together so we can see it all in action. So I hope you join me for that, and I hope you found something interesting with this ambient occlusion baking, both in Mental Ray and in Turtle, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we looked at using a couple of different render engines, both Mental Ray and Turtle, to generate out some ambient occlusion maps, some dirt maps for us to use. We also generated some 4K displacements in a previous part. Now I want to look at bringing that all together just so we can have a look at the roof. Now I'm not actually going to paint a final texture, I'm just going to put together what we've done so far so we can see how far along we've actually come. So the first thing I want is to get all those 4K displacements together in one image. So I'm going to select all of the 5 different 4K displacements that we generated. And basically I'm going to put them together with the alpha channels. So first things first, I'll just select one image to work on. This one will be fine. And I'll select this, I'll put Control A, Control C, and I'll just paste that in, which will create a new layer. And the same with this. Paste it in, and paste it in, and paste it in. Now that gets all 5 displacement maps all together in the same image. I'll now need to do the same with the alpha channels. So I'm going to actually create 4 new alpha channels here. And then I'm going to come along to these images, Control A, Control C, and I'm just going to paste these in. So once again, select the alpha channel, just come along and paste it in, and we'll merge these up in a second. And the last one. Okay, so that's pretty much got all of our layers and all of our channels in. So we've got all 5 color layers and all 5 alphas. Now let's take a look at these, and I'm going to need, to merge these together, and a really quick way to do this is just simply by using this marquee tool. Whoops, actually, there we go, using this lasso tool, coming around, just drawing around it. You can take a bit more time, it depends on how close together your UV map is, of course. And there you go, I've drawn around this one. Now I need to select the inverse of this and cut it out. So let's select inverse, hit delete, and you can see that will join it up with the layer below. Make sure you don't bisect anything. But now I need to take care of the alpha channel as well. So this is this alpha. So I want to come down here, and I actually want to put this back inverse, because this time I want to select this. So Control C. I'm going to go up to alpha 1 and Control V, and that merges that with alpha 1. Now this alpha is no longer necessary, so let's stick it in the bin, and there we go. So I'm just going to continue to merge this down this way. So now I have this next layer which needs doing. So I'm going to come in, and again I'm going to use the lasso tool, and really quickly am I doing this so we don't spend ages on it in the tutorial, but it doesn't require that much accuracy really. So I'm going to inverse the selection and just delete, and there we go. I'm going to inverse the selection again to copy the alpha channel over. So go to channels, and we are looking for alpha 4. So I'm just going to press Control C, and I'm going to paste that into alpha 1. There we go. So now alpha 4 is no longer necessary, and we're down to 2 alpha channels, 2 extra alpha channels, should I say. So back to layers, and this time we're going to be cutting this one out. So let's come in and just select around it again with our lasso tool. And again, if you've got a more tightly packed UV map, this might be a bit trickier, but inverse, delete, inverse again. Go up to channels, and this time we're looking for alpha 3. So select it, Control C, alpha 1, Control V, paste that in, get rid of it. Okay, now we're down to just 1 extra alpha channel. So this will be our last piece that we need to cut out. So I'm just going to quickly trace around this one, like so. Select the inverse, delete, and you'll see the last piece comes in. So there's our full displacement map all on one layer in Photoshop. Now we just need to take care of that last alpha. So select inverse, channels, take this one, Control C, Control V, and then this one is no longer necessary. So now we just have an RGB channel, a red, green and blue, and an alpha. So perfect. So that is our final displacement. Now, of course, we could tweak that now in Photoshop to give it harder edges, or, you know, depending on what result we wanted with the displacement. But this one's pretty good as is. So I'm just going to save this. And I'll just save it as a TIFF, and I'll call this, in fact, I will save this in source images, which is where finalized texture should go, and I'll call this full, let's see, displacement 4K. Okay, so that takes care of that one combined 4K displacement map with the alpha channel still intact. Okay, so now I've done that. Now I could merge this down now. It actually doesn't matter, but probably I would just merge this before I saved it out. So just merge down, actually just merge visible. There we go. And that combines it all down into one map, one alpha channel. So really that wasn't terribly necessary, but I like to keep things a little neat as and when I go along. So now we've got this. Now we need the two occlusion maps that we generated. Let me just shut all these down because these are not necessary anymore. And let's pull open the two maps we generated. Now the one we generated from Turtle will be actually in the project folder, in our case Victorian House, and it will be in the Turtle folder. So I'm going to just go Bake Textures, and let's see, probably this one, and there is the map from Turtle. Now let's open the map from Mental Ray, which will be in the project folder under Images, and let's see, let's just sort these by date modified, full occlusion, that should be it, and there is the map from Mental Ray. So this is the one from Turtle, sorry, and this is the one from Mental Ray. Now, I'm not going to put together a full texture, but I will put together the basics of one, just so we compare our displacement plus dirt, very simple dirt mapping, compiled together, and we can take a look at what that looks like when it's rendered in Maya. So the first thing I'm going to do is probably create a new file for a 2K 2048 by 2048. So I'm going to create a new 2K texture, really. Okay, and I'm going to make this texture a sort of dark greyish colour I would expect the main roof to be. So this kind of colour. I'm then going to drag in my turtle-based occlusion. So there we go, and I'm going to get that lined up. So, and an easier way, rather than dragging it in, which just is going to get annoying, I'm going to just go Control A, Control C, and Control V. There we go. Same with this one. Control A, Control C, and Control V, and this will have it in as two separate layers. Now I'm just going to change these to multiply, and this one to multiply, and this will give me a basic dirt map. You know, it's a good place for me to start painting in. So depending on what you're intending to do with this, and what I would do, I'd probably have less of this visible. So this is the Mental Ray one, I believe. Yep. Let's just give that a little run in, and this one probably slightly less visible too. You know, and now when I start painting my roof later on, I can really use these together to see where the tiles are, to come in and paint individual tiles out. I can now, you know, I see where this top part of the roof is, so I can come in and start painting water damage, and this will just come down to how good you are at actually painting stuff in Photoshop. Now I will of course go over some basic techniques, but I'm going to save that to volume 3 because we've got a lot to get through in volume 2. We've got all the trees and grass and whatnot to get through yet, but I want to kind of save these images and just use them now to do a render with, so we can compare what the high-res geometry looks like and the no geometry with just basic dirt mapping and basic displacement. So let's save this out. Let's just go save as, and I'll save it as a TIFF, and I'll save everything in source images. It's where finished textures should go, and I'll call this main roof dirt map. I actually had another one I created already, but I'll just overwrite that. And now I want to save this full displacement also. So save as, and I'll call this full displacement 4K. Okay, done. And let's go and open our Maya file. So this is the Maya file of the full house, and I'm not going to need this high-res geometry anymore. I am going to need a few of these bottom tiles, as we left these in as high-res geo. So let's take this and separate this. Okay, so that's separated out. Now all I have to do is just pick the tiles that I originally had in my other file around the edge. So it shouldn't take but a second or two. And as I said, I've probably mentioned it multiple times now, you could of course have done this with just displacement, but when it comes to the edges like this, I find I can get a slightly nicer result if I use actual geometry. So, you know, and as it doesn't add that many polys, I decided to keep it, but the final result will be entirely down to you. So, you know, I'm just selecting these edge tiles that we had before, as I said. Just apologies, this takes just a second. And is that all of them? No, got some more over here, of course. Okay, so that's picked up all of those. Let's just do a mesh combine, so they're all one object. And now we can come back up to these roof tiles and get rid of them. Now I'm just going to hide them at this point, so just Control H to hide them. And there you can see the checker we used on the roof to check the UV when we first did the UV map. I'm just going to assign a new material to these, so I'm just going to edit delete by type history. And just give that a second. There was a lot of construction history on these tiles, so there we go. And I'm just going to assign a new Lambert to this. Assign new material, Lambert, and I'm going to make it a little darker. Okay, just so it will match the roof that I'm putting on. And we'll go in more how to match this up with the displaced roof a little better later on, but for right now this should do it. Now I'm going to take this, assign a new material, and what I'm going to show you is what our roof now looks like with the dirt map and the displacement map on there together. So let's get a dirt map and let's bring out ours. So main roof dirt map, there we go. Okay, so you can see that dirt map on the roof there. Okay, and I'm going to just turn the filtering down a bit. At the moment we've got quadratic filtering, which will blur this quite a lot. So I'm going to turn that filter down to 0.1. Now I'm going to add the displacement map. So let's go to material attributes, and this Lambert 7, let's call this main roof. And I need to add a displacement, and to do that I need to go into its shading group. So under displacement material, click the little icon. Select the file you're using for displacement. So in our case, main displacement full 4K. There we go. And now I'll go to need to change some things here. So under color balance, because our displacement is 50% gray neutral, meaning 50% gray is no displacement, I'm going to need to turn this filter to 2, and actually no, the filter I'm going to leave at 1 because I'm going to turn the filter off. And then I'm going to look under color balance, and I'm going to turn the alpha gain to 2 and the alpha offset to -1. Now typically this is the settings you'd use for a 50% gray image, where 50% gray you want it to be neutral, i.e. no displacement. So let's get this camera lined up. Now I am going to need a approximation on this, so once again, window, rendering editors, mental ray approximation editor. So as we've done before, just create a displacement approximation, and again, for the sake of expediency, just fine view high quality, and let's grab a render of this. Okay, so there is our practically geometryless roof rendered out. Now, you can easily see the separation of tiles, and the nice thing is as well that we've got something that's now incredibly easy to paint in Photoshop. You know, it's not that difficult. If I want some random dirt, I've just made a layer over the top here, which is just some different clouds, difference clouds filter. So if I click that on, this will give me big patches of random light and dark dirt, and I can really start painting in Photoshop here, which is, again, is something that I don't really want to get into just now, but let's just save this and call this dirt, and I'll just call it V1, just so you can see, you know, some tiny tweaks in Photoshop now will make a big difference, and how simple that is to do now. This is all laid out flat, and you're not trying to paint thousands of different pieces of geometry. So when I come back, I'll have two renders for you. One will be the roof with its normal geometry, so with the high geometry, and one will be the roof just with this really simple dirt map texture, this displacement layer that we have on it. So you can compare the two and see what we've got. So I'll just go away and do that, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, welcome back. So here is our roof with our displacement on it. So this color map was just generated in Photoshop, as we saw, from basically our dirt map, and then I just overlaid on top of it a standard difference clouds in black and white, just to give a little bit of color variation. Now, if we look at that in Maya, I think that comes through quite well, considering we have sort of no environments and no lights in this. It looks pretty good. Now let's look at the version with high-res geometry. So this is the version with just the high-res geo. So this is actually with the actual tiles we put down in the modeling portion in volume 1. And this is the displacement plus our color maps. Now, to me, this one already is looking better. Even though we've painted no real texture from it, it gives me the option to very easily and very rapidly change the texture in Photoshop. I can also tweak the different occlusions we generated, and I could tweak the displacement map itself to get a more pronounced or less pronounced or sharper displacement. So there you go, one roof converted from extremely high resolution geo into almost no geometry at all. So in the next part, we're gonna, if I hide this, and you can see here that my selected faces for this roof, I'm looking at about 112,000 faces, which is actually not that bad, but it's just to UV this and then to texture it without using ZBrush or Mari would be, as we've discussed, a nightmare. So, you know, getting rid of it and UVing and texturing just this becomes much easier. You know, we can see it in Photoshop, we can just paint over the top of it. If I want to paint water damage in here, now it becomes, you know, quite a simple process. So in the next part, I'm going to look at the main body of the house as well, and as I've already stated, we're not really generating the textures for this volume. We'll be looking more at the environment and getting the house to a reasonable state. So for that, I wanted to do any displacement that needed doing, like for the roof. I want to do a little bit of remodeling on these two halves just to join them together. Nothing major, we'll just be joining them together. We'll be then UVing this and looking at anything else that needs UV mapping as well. We'll then be out to create the first batch of trees. So I hope you found something useful in these parts, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So now we've got our roof in a usable state for texturing. I want to talk about the main body of the house. I'd like to UV this, and to do that I'm going to join it together as one piece. So I'm going to go up to Isolate Selected, View Selected, and the first thing I notice is that these are a bit overlapped in my particular model. So I'm just going to come in and select the bottom verts on this one, make sure I've got them all, and then I'm just going to pull them up a little bit until they're not overlapping. Now I don't have to be spot on, but a bit of accuracy never hurts, so let's get that so it's just about perfect. There we go, that'll do. Now I want to join these together, and I could just go mesh combine, which in this case would probably work okay, but I'm actually going to join them by vertex as well. So in order to do that, I need to make sure every line going up this wall has a corresponding one going up here, and every line coming down here has a corresponding one going down there. So I'm just going to go to the multi-cut tool, and I'm going to do this super quickly, but you can take a bit more time at it. And I'm just going to get this about right. I'm going to combine them a little bit better in a second, but just for now, let's get the actual bits we need in. So one here by the look of it, there we go. And this middle section I'm going to leave alone because it's not actually connected, so I'm going to need one there and one there. Probably going to need another one here. There we go, and I'm just going to go all the way around and make sure everywhere there's a line up, there's a corresponding line. This will allow me to join the halves together quite neatly. And the same on the horizontal as well, because there's a join here. There needs to be one here too. So there we go, and let's check that other side, because that probably needs one. It does. So one there. And let's just continue to have a look round, and I notice here I have a couple going down, but none. There we go, and there we go. It's a fairly quick job. Probably could have done it in the modeling portion, but okay. So as I said, I'm leaving this. I'm not going to join it because it's not actually physically conjoined on the model, so it should be okay. And I think, oh no, I see here we have, and here we have a bit of a problem. We need to go across and up. So, alright, now I'm just going to use the multi-cut tool, but this time, instead of the inserting a whole edge loop, I'm just going to click on the vertex here in this corner, and I'm going to go down to here, there we go, and I'm going to cut, and I'm going to cut, there we go, and I'm going to spin round and cut the back side too, otherwise it won't work properly. So click and drag and get in there, close enough. This can be a bit fiddly, there we go. Alright, so now I have those going down. That should be okay. Alright, so let's have a look. The other thing we need to do is get rid of the in-between faces. So if I have a look here and just move this out as a model, so let's have a look. Let's just move this up. Before I do that, I'll just freeze its transformations. Let me have a look. Okay, for some reason I had some keys on here. They're not necessary, so I'm just going to break the connections on those. There we go. And I'm going to freeze transformations. Alright, so I'm going to move that up now. And all these top faces and all these faces have got to go, because these models will actually now be combined. So let's grab the faces here and get rid of them. And I'm just double clicking to select the whole line. And in fact, these faces here actually aren't joined to anything, so they can stay. And I've just noticed we must have an error here. We do. We have no line running down here, so it's time to put that right. And let's just check we got the other side. We did. Alright, so apologies, it looks like I forgot a line there. Not to panic, not to worry. Okay, and let's just go ahead and delete our faces we don't need. So once again, it's always better to clean up as much as you can before you UV. And let's see, this will actually leave alone. Whoops. Just get all of these faces, and this one, actually these ones we don't need to select. Okay, and let's just make sure I've got them all. Okay, got them all as far as that goes. Hit delete, we don't need them. And the same with all of these bottom faces. Let's see here. Again, let's just move this back into place. And I need a line going up here and another one coming up here. So again, to the modeling tools. And I'm just going to turn on wireframe unshaded. Yeah. Okay, multi-cut, there we go. One there to match this one here. And then we are going to need one here to match this one here. And that should do it. Let's see if we've got one on the inside too. Yeah, we have, but they're already done. Okay. So sometimes they're a bit difficult to spot until you start looking a bit more closely. And now we need to select all these bottom faces except this one, because this one is going to be open. It's not merged. So let's come in and face mode. You know, and if you do accidentally get one that you weren't supposed to, you can always, you can always come back in later and bridge across the whole. So it's not the end of the world if you accidentally delete an extra face. It does happen from time to time, but as I say, these objects will be joined together, so you don't want two faces together really. It'll cause problems in the model when you come to edit it. If you need to edit it, it'll cause problems with UV. It'll basically just cause a lot of problems. Don't need that one. Okay, delete. Alright, so that should be good enough to join these two things together. Now I might have missed an edge or two, and I advise you to take a bit more time, but you know, this is all fairly straightforward stuff. I think the crux of what I'm trying to achieve in joining these two things together is obvious enough. So let's come in and hit mesh combine. There we go, and it's disappeared. Don't panic, it's simply because when we combine it, it actually makes a new object, one new combine object, and that wasn't what we'd selected for isolate selected. So it's still there, it's simply that it's no longer the selection set for isolate selected. So let's come back in, select it again, get it isolate selected, view selected. Alright, now we've got to merge all these verts together. So vertex, I could come in, select them, press shift, hold down the right mouse key and go merge verts, merge vertices, but that's going to take a while. So instead I'll just select object mode, go spacebar, edit mesh, merge components. Now if you're not on Maya 2015, that'll probably just be under merge verts, and I'm going to use a threshold of 0.1 and hit merge. Now hopefully that will have merged everything, or most of the things, and we can tell by selecting one of these verts and making sure that there's not two verts there. Okay, so that has indeed merged quite a lot of what we needed to get merged. And let's just check up here. Yeah. Alright, so now I'll have to check to make sure that everything has been merged. That's been merged nicely. Yes, this. I know, I can see here. Whoops. There we go. I can see here I had two that were just simply too far away. So these two I can select and shift right click and merge verts, merge vertices. There we go. So you might find a few of those, but I think we're pretty well done here. Okay, everything seems to be merged together that needs to be merged together. And as I said, I'm not going to spend too much time checking. I'll have a quick look between the parts to make sure there isn't an extraneous vertex here or there, but it looks pretty good. We might have one here. Let's have a look. It seems to have merged in, and we've got a loose one here. I can see that that's definitely not gone according to plan. We need to put another edge loop in here to join this to this, so let's go for that. In fact, I think I'll just do that between the parts. I mean, I think you get the idea of taking these two things together, and I really don't think that will affect our UV much, so I'll leave that as an exercise for you, and I want to get on with showing you how we're going to UV the main body of this house. Okay, sorry about the video jump, folks. Maya just had a little crash on me, so I've just come back in and remerged this house exactly as we did before. So anyway, now I've got both objects. I want to dive into the UV mapping, so I'm going to go Edit UVs, Automatic UV, Create UVs. Automatic mapping will be just fine for this sort of object. Now let's go and have a look at what it's done for us. Let's go into the UV texture editor. And there you can see it's laid out the UVs for my building here. So if I select UVs by shell, then I can come in and select all these inside UVs. Because these UVs I'm not really going to be using. You know, these are for the inside of the house. So I'm not going to be doing anything with them, so let's just get them out the way. As we did with the roof, you know, there's no point in spending a lot of time UVing some bits and pieces that we're never going to texture. So the same can be said for the top here. And I'm just selecting UV shells, which you can do in here or in the viewport. Let's just grab the whole top. There we go. And I'm really not going to be requiring these bits here either, because they are full of window frame. So I'm never going to be painting a texture in there because the window frame actually sits on top. So again, this is about pretty much eliminating all the bits you're not going to be working with, so you can spend more time on the bits you are. And you know, it's not like we're deleting these UVs. We are simply moving them out the way. If we ever need to come back and we were going to do the inside of the house and we needed them, they would still be there. Simply, just for this particular portion, I'm going to concentrate on the UVs that we'll be texture painting later on in Volume 3. So that's, wait, there's a lot of windows in this house. Here we go. And the more of this we actually can take out of the equation, the more, well, the easier it will be for us to lay out the UVs we actually need. And this bottom run, is it all been selected? Yeah. So just a couple more window inners, I think, now. And almost there. Okay, I think that's pretty much all the stuff that we are not going to be texturing. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's just hit W to move that. Let's just shove it down into a different UV space. We know we're not using it, so there's no real need for it to be there. Now these UVs I can see here also I don't think I'll be using. I think they're just bits that are one at the bottom, one here and one here. Okay, so let's put that down there. This will be the top of this, which is not necessary. And where is this bit? Okay, that's the UV shell for this here. And this one, let's see, where is it? that's the UV for under this archway, which is going to be inside the house, and again, not necessary. So, these UVs will always be there and accessible to us. It's just, I'm not going to bother to join them together and make them seamless and optimize their size, because I'm not painting on them. Alright, so let's get the bits we are painting on. Now, first off, let's also select the back of the house, which has some bits that I also won't be texturing. Okay, so for me, these bits are also fairly unnecessary. So I'll just put them in a separate UV space. And I say, you can always get to them later on, just concentrating on these pieces. So let's come in and have a look at what we've got. Let's move this one out. That's that wall, that wall, that one. And where is this? This is that upper. This is the bottom of that upper. Okay, that would be the bottom underneath, which again we aren't going to be texturing. You can't see it on the final render. So down there it goes. And let's see, this is this portion. So that will be the same on the other side. Yep, and this one. Where is that? That would be this. Okay, great. So we've got just what we need. Now, this would be fine as is, but let's say we had this in Photoshop, and this is the UV map. Let's see, where is it? For this section. And this is the UV map for this section. Well, if we want to paint a water droplet going down through the center of here in Photoshop, it would be very handy if we didn't have a seam. So first things first, let's rotate this around the right way. Hold J to lock the rotation, and let's just make sure we rotate 90. And then let's pull this piece over and see how these two actually connect together. So because they share vertex in common, quick trick, if I take these two verts here, I can see that it's connected there and there. So this is actually the wrong way round. So let's grab the shell from here and rotate, and I'm going to J to lock the rotation out again. And there we go. And then I'm going to move them like so. And if we are correct in our assumption, these should just join back together now completely seamlessly. So if I were to select another vertex, you'll see those two join, all of these match. Okay, which means if I go to shell now, just move these so they're pretty spot on. There we go. Then select all the UVs down these two edges and then hit sew. Done. Sew together. So now in Photoshop, if I'm using this as the basis of the texture and I paint down here, well, that's going to represent this whole piece. So now I'm seamless. Now it would be nice if we could continue that trend along to this wall. So let's grab this one. And now this is obviously rotated in the wrong way. So let's get that J to lock the rotation and 90. And that should pretty much line up with that. But in order to check it, let's grab some vertex. Yep, there we go. So those two vertices represent this one, this one, this one. Yeah, so we're all lined up. So again, it's just a case of easing this into position. And there's many ways to do this. This is a quick, easy way to do it. And I've got too many there. Let's just select the line down. And actually, that's not really good. It needs moving up just a tad. There we go. Done. Close enough. So let's select the UVs going down there and sew them together. Okay, so now we've got one shell that represents one entire seamless piece when we paint. Now, we could continue sticking this together in one seamless piece, but what would happen to us is we get a very long, thin piece, and then when we came to pack this out, we'd only be able to use this much of the UV, which means that we're wasting this much. So, I like to try and see where I could get away with the seam. Now, if you want to talk about getting away with the seam, here and here it would be nice if there was no seam, but down here maybe we could get away with it more easily. So you can always take something like this. Hit J to lock the rotation, rotate it 90. Let's come up here and see if it will actually fit in there. So obviously this point would have to join together. Let's grab this vert. And it looks like that might be possible. So, and you don't want them to intersect. You don't want them to overlap. You don't want overlap in UVs. Okay, let's select these UVs here and sew them together. Okay, I'm going to have a tiny bit of stretch in there. Again, it doesn't concern me that much, and that fits in nicely. What I could do now is take this edge, cut it down here. So basically I could cut this away from the rest of the shell and have it as a different piece. That would mean I got a seam here, which is not perhaps as critical as a seam in the corner. But this all sort of fits in quite nicely now. So I've got one giant UV shell, which gives me this much seamless painting. Now I could go on and add this piece, and but again I'm going to get that issue where I've got a very long, thin UV map. So let's come in here and grab this shell and this one. And I think both of these will need rotating. And I just want to hold J to lock that rotation in. Okay, and this is the bottom piece. Let's see, where is the top part of it? Let's grab a vertex here. Okay, so it's upside down. No, I don't want vertex, I want just the shell, sorry. And rotate once again. Okay. So, and then this would be the top piece. So let me just make sure that's the right way up. No, again, I've got it upside down. Okay, and I'm not going to join these pieces together because there's no seam line in here. And I could join them to this bigger piece, but again, that way we'd end up with a giant, long, straight, thin UV. So this is for the side of the house. And I'm not going to worry too much about the seam on this because I'm going to be shooting from this sort of angle. But let's have a look at this piece. And this piece should be here. Okay. So again, this piece would seam up with this piece here, but for me that's not really viable, but we could join these two pieces together. Let's have a look at how they would go. So let's check out the vertex, and let's select these two. Okay, that's got some error in it somewhere. So I've obviously got some spare faces in here. So actually, I can use this UV map to, let's have a look what's gone on here. Okay. I've got extra faces in there. I don't actually need them. So I can actually now use the UV map to select those extra faces and hit delete. And now let's have a look at where this UV lines up. Okay, so shell, let's take this piece. And it should line up like so, I believe. Yeah, it does. So I can come in now and grab these. And probably these two. Let's have a look. Yep. So when you're UVing, I can see I've got some error in geometry here because these two pieces should go together. Let's see where that is. Probably here. We should have a edge loop in, but I'm not going to worry about it too much right now. I'm just going to hit sew these together, and it won't do it. Let's see if it will sew these. Okay, it's not happy about sewing that together. and that's because I'm selecting on vertices, not UVs, I think. There we go. Now it's happy. Sorry about that. And sew them together. Okay, so we've got one here that can't be sewn, so I'm just going to move it up a little bit. And we've got one here that's, you know, just doesn't have the corresponding geometry. But I don't really have to make this perfect. Close enough is alright. Alright, so that's that pseudo joined together. What about this piece here? So please, there we go. Alright, so that's that. Let's just select the shell. Here we go. So that piece can be moved up as one seamless piece. And this piece can be moved out here. And let's see. So I could actually sew these together as well. Okay, so if we're on the money, these verts should marry up in that corner, and these in the bottom corner, they do. Perfect. So let's select the shell, move it into place. You know, I normally would take a bit more time with this. And so, there we go, perfect. So, okay, now we've got one large seamless piece here. So this is all seamless, this is all seamless, this is not, because it would require sewing on here, and then we're going to get something that's maybe a little too big, but let's have a look. Okay, let's take this and scale it up and see how close we are to filling an entire UV. We're pretty close with that. So that way I'm using most of the texture space within the UV. And for this stuff, I'm just going to leave it where it is. To be honest, I'm not going to use it, but I obviously don't want to delete that information. If I need to come back and use it at a later date, then I'll have the option to do so. Now, the last thing we need to do is put some sort of checker pattern on here and make sure that everything is nice and square. So let's come in, and I think I have a checker pattern on Lambert 5. I do. And there you go. So, you know, we're seamless. We are seamless, seamless, and then as we come towards the back, we are not quite so seamless. But, you know, that's of no real import to us. Okay, so there is the main body of the house UV, so I can take that off, isolate selected. Okay, so we joined it together and UV'd the parts that we needed to UV. Now, if you want to, you can come along and, you know, do the back as well, if you've done that. Here are most of the back pieces, so it's quite simple. But that pretty much finishes off the main body of the house. That will allow me to paint that in Photoshop. Here is my map. I'll just turn the image off. Okay, so in Photoshop, this is very easy to understand. When I paint a drip of water from the top of the house, so let's see the shell. I want to paint a drip of water from here to here, going across this corner. It's from here to here and straight down. There is the doorway there. Nice and easy to paint UV map in Photoshop, which is what I'm looking for this. Now, our seam is here, but if you'll notice, I picked the place for the seam where a beam would be in the way and a door would be in the way, so it really doesn't matter that we have a seam here, because we couldn't really have painted too accurately across it anyway. And as I've said, when it comes to UVing, you can have seams or you can have stretching. If you're going to go completely seamless, then the UV is going to stretch in places, and also it's going to be difficult to fill up this entire UV space with a completely seamless map, because, you know, ours would have been sort of this long and that thin. So by the time we scaled it into the box, we'd be using about 1/4 of our texture space. As we have it right now, and we haven't really made too much effort to optimize it, but as we have it right now, I'd say it's covering at least 75 to 80% of the available texture space. And we could, of course, you know, come in, move it about a bit, shuffle it about, rescale it to get it even better. Okay, so that's the main body of the house UV'd, or at least the portion we will be using. The rest of the UV is there to be laid out later on if we ever decide to shoot from inside the house. So when I come back, I'm going to take a look now, because I think we've done enough with UVing and texture baking for a while. We'll come back to that. Most of the other bits in the scene that you can see, like these window frames, I'll probably just auto UV, because there'll be a gloss paint material on these. So really I won't be painting them in Photoshop. I'll be using procedural materials, so an automatic UV will do. You should be able to take the techniques as we've done for the house and the roof and apply them to this if you would want to paint these in Photoshop. But for me, an auto UV will do for now. So when we come back, as I said, I want to start to look at some trees and some grass and getting the basic environment in, and then at the end we'll come back and discuss finalizing the last of the UVs to give ourselves a bit of a break from it. So I will see you in the next part when we'll look at the creation of trees. Okay, thank you for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part, as you can see, I've opened up a new Maya file. I want to talk about creating some of the trees we can see in the background of the house project. So the first thing I'm going to do is bring in just a polyplane. I'm going to scale it up to a reasonable size. It's really not that important. I'm just going to make sure it doesn't have any unnecessary subdivisions, and then I'm going to rotate it up and use this as kind of a temporary image plane. Just as a reference piece, basically, to have a look at the house picture and see what kind of trees we're modeling. So I'm just going to assign a new material, for which I will just use a standard Maya Lambert and bring in the image of our house. So I have this, I believe, in the images directory, and there we go. Okay, so we don't have too much detail. Let's just press 6 to bring in a textured view, and this is a little stretched, so there we go. Alright, we don't have too much detail, but we can see we're pretty much in winter here, it looks like, and we've got some trees, you know, fairly tall with spindly branches starting quite far up the trunk. So we can actually replicate these kind of trees in Maya. Now I'm going to use paint effects for this, but we'll then be converting those to polygon objects, so we can shade them with mental ray or V-ray or whatever takes our fancy. In our case it will be mental ray, but you know, the technique will apply for other render engines too. So the first thing we want to do is open up the visor, which has got an inbuilt library of trees that, it has to be said, are not brilliant, but they do make a fairly decent starting point. So let's go to Window, General Editors, and Visor. Okay, and now you'll see two sets of trees in here under the Paint Effects tab. You'll see trees and trees mesh. It's really not that important. You can turn the trees that it doesn't say mesh into mesh anyway, so really you can pick either in these categories. Now, because we've got sort of bare branches here, I'm going to pick a start point that's, you know, sort of similar. So let's try this one, trees bare, and I'm going to need a brush. You'll see it's brought up the little Photoshop pencil there. If I hold B and hold left mouse button and drag, you'll see the brush gets bigger. Now again, this is not hypercritical because we can change the size afterwards. I just want to get a start point that's, you know, a little bigger. So there we have a start kind of bare tree. Now this is not going to do it for us. Really our trunks are fairly straight and the branch configuration is different. So when you're dealing with these paint effects trees, you basically got the paint effects stroke here and the curve which was used to put down on the floor. Now the curve would be important. You can actually see the curve here. If I draw a long curve, I'm going to get a number of trees. I prefer to design the trees individually and place them myself, so I'm going to Control Z that. But if you wanted to, you can come in with paint effects and draw a big curve and have, you know, more trees in one go. It's not the best way to do it in my opinion, but it is possible. So under the paint effects stroke itself, you've got the stroke shape and just the tree bare. Now, most of what you control when it comes to these trees is going to be under the under not the stroke shape, but under this shape. And we're going to look at tubes and creation, and this is where it will give us the option to change most of the main options. For the trunk, if we keep going down, we've got the growth in here. So if I wanted to put leaves on this tree, I can just tick leaves. Flowers, same thing. Buds, you know, so depending on your needs. Now in our case, the first tree we design will simply be a bare straight tree, so we could actually get rid of those leaves. And you notice my tree is very bent here and it's a little twisty. So again, the first piece of advice I would give you in making these is to zero it out, because at the moment it's very difficult to see what we're controlling. For instance, if we were to go up and change something in, let's say, the branches, so let's change the split twist, which will define where these are split and the twist on the split. So if I just, you can see that changes the twist, but we're having great difficulty seeing, you know, exactly what's affecting what, because this tree already has some twists and some curl and whatnot on it. So let's come in and zero this tree out, so it's standing up nice and straight and tall. So for that, I'm going to turn off the twigs, I'm going to turn off the branches, and you can see exactly how twisted the actual trunk is. No good for us. So first things first, put the elevation min and max up to like so, and this will define how far your tree is kind of leaning over. I'm just going to zero that out, and the same with this. I'm going to zero the azimuth and min and max out, and this should probably be 0 and 0. And then I'm going to continue to just make this back to default. So by the time I've finished, I should have a straight trunk. Now we've got a twist up here, and we have no twist. You know, the twist obviously will twist the trunk, and the twist rate is how much it will twist by. So we've got none of that active, so that doesn't need to be zeroed. Now we'll continue to go down under the tree bare here, and we'll find behaviors. Displacement. Now this won't do a lot to us because we've got no noise on it, but as you can see, depending on the visor preset you've used, these things may or may not have some setting, so it's always better to check that everything here is zeroed out. Now forces, you've got random, which will have a great effect on your tree trunk. So as soon as I put that random back, I'm pretty much standing up straight. I've also got gravity, I'm going to zero out, and as I keep going down, I'm just going to check we have no turbulence would be for animation on the tree. So for instance, at the moment, if I play this through, you'll see no animation. If I was to turn this turbulence type on, you'll see some animation along the trunk, although it's very slight because you wouldn't really expect the trunk to move that much in the wind. But there's where you control your animation for the final effect. Now spiral, we have some spiral on here. So as you can see, I'm just going to turn that to 0. Okay. Any bend? No, we don't have bend, but if we did, it'd look somewhat like this. So you see, the point of this exercise is, well, to show you where all the controls are for bending and twisting and whatnot, but also to get it zeroed out to a shape we can start to deal with, and then as we add in deformation elements, bend and twist and whatnot, we can see exactly what each one is doing, rather than them all in combination when we start. So let's come up and put the branches back on, and put the twigs back on. So you can see the twigs are just here. Now if we look under twigs, in order to get a tree that's kind of more twiggy than it is main branchy, if that makes sense, I'm going to go branch after twig. Okay, and as you can see here, it's done like so. Now number of branches at the moment is not going to have a huge effect. We need to go down to twigs, and we need to start adjusting how many twigs we have on this tree. So first things first, let's get a bit of twig length. Okay, that might be a bit too long, but I'm going to leave it with this extra long length so we can start to see what these angles do. Now this angle will move the bottom twigs towards the ground, like so, and this angle will move the top twigs up or down. So we've got a situation where we've got maybe some bottom twigs that are about there. Let me look on the picture, and these seem to be quite upstanding trees. So I'm going to get that. Now twig stiffness is set at 5, which is about appropriate for us. So I'm just going to leave that on 0.5 actually. And you know, twig stiffness won't have much of an effect until we put some gravity on. So let's put a little bit of gravity on, just a tad. And you're not going to 0.98 like you normally would, because you know, otherwise our tree will look somewhat like this. So I'm just going to go just a little bit of gravity, a little bit of force with these paint effects can go quite a long way. And then I'm going to come up, and now when I adjust the twig stiffness, you'll see we have an effect depending on the amount of gravity. Okay, so you know, this is a bit long, so we can pull the twig length back a bit to more appropriately match our trees here. And the twig twist will, you know, define the actual, where are we? Yeah, there we go. We'll define the twist along the trunk. So if you leave this, if we set this to 0, just so I can show you, you can see we've got a very unnatural looking tree. All limbs stick out one side and these stick out the other. So you want to find generally about 0.5, or you want to find a space in your tree where the limbs are nice and, you know, regulated. So let's pull these, twist these around a bit. Okay, and we've now got a situation where our twigs are starting a bit too far down the base of the trunk. So, you know, I can adjust that. I can come up here and adjust this split size decay on the actual branches, which will give me thinner twigs towards the end of the branch. And then I want this split max depth, which will define where on these branches the twigs start to split. So I don't want so many twigs, so I'm going to go like so. And again, if I stick this number of branches to 3, I'll get a hell of a lot more, so 2 is good. Or what you can do if you want a random feel is up the number of branches, or the number of twigs in fact, and then use the branch dropout to selectively cut some branches out. Now this can give you a more randomized, more realistic look depending on what you're gunning for. But for me, I think I'll probably just leave that at 2. Makes it slightly easier to deal with. And then I'm going to go to the split bias, which will bias, as I said, I believe, where the twigs split on the trunk, and I'm just looking to split them out a bit more towards the end. There we go. And let's see, twig start, I'll be able to move those up the trunk a bit, like so, and maybe make them even more kind of point towards the sky. Probably a bit more stiffness on these as well. Okay, so now I've got a very basic tree shape, which is kind of matching these trees here. I mean, it's very difficult to match a tree exactly. The thing is, it's a bit too uniform at the moment. So now I can start to introduce back in some of those forces. So let's have a tiny bit of noise, which will just randomize this up a little bit. Now you can start to play with a little bit of wiggle, and these require very small adjustments, because, you know, even at 0.1 your tree is going to look ridiculous. So 0.01 is even still a bit high. I just want a tiny bit. There we go. Curl I'm not going to use, although sometimes you can get interesting effect depending on, you know, the age of your tree and what type of tree it is. You might need a fairly curled or bent trunk, but for me, nope. Let's go down. A little bit of random also goes a very long way in making these look a little better. Okay, the gravity is fine. Let's come down. And spiral is another one that can get very, very kind of trippy very easily. So be very, very sparing with the spiral. 0.02 maybe. No, far too much. 0.002. Still far too much. Okay, so, you know, spiral in this type of tree is just not gonna work for this particular design, so I'll take that off. Bend a little bit maybe would be nice. Okay, that gives us some more randomness to the bends in our top twigs here. Now you can bias that bend depending on the look you want, and paint effects when it comes to designing trees like this is definitely a trial and error process. I mean, zeroing everything out gives you, you know, a very nice way to make a start and to see what you're doing, but you know, trees grow obviously naturally and they all have different shapes, different parameters, so there isn't any kind of one push this button for an oak tree, push this button for a sycamore. You're just going to have to come there and do a little bit of tweaking. Now, creation we didn't really get into. This is the trunk basically. So if I, you know, tweak the width 1, we're going to get a trunk that's fatter at the bottom, and if I go with width 2, that's going to really close up that trunk towards the top. So that's looking a little better. It's maybe a little too fat on the bottom, because when I've finished with this I will be able to remodel it as well, depending on my needs. Now the width bias will bias the width more towards the bottom or the top, and the width rand obviously. Segment length bias is an important one because that will determine where the tree starts basically. So this will have a huge impact on where your eventual twigs and branches will turn up. And the segment width bias, just you want the width biased towards the top or bottom. So that again will have a huge impact on how our tree looks. Okay, and you know, this is kind of what I want, a twisty branchy tree with the branches out. Now I think I might have too much curl on this, even though we only put a tiny bit in. I think I've probably got too much, so I'm going to come down and find where that wiggle was. I think it's wiggle that we put on. Okay, no, it wasn't that that's causing the curl. This is why we zero everything out to start with, because you know it can be quite difficult to find what's causing what, and that is actually bend. So let's get a little bit less of that. There we go. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with the way this tree is going. It's pretty random, and you know, it's not that difficult to design just a bare tree. And I'm going to have more than one of these designs. Now, a couple of things we need to set. If you go back to the stroke, if we go up to the top, you will see that it currently is a brush type paint. I want brush type mesh. And as soon as we do that, it'll look slightly different. It won't really matter that much for the moment, but now we'll be able to go in and edit how much mesh we've got. So tube sections is incredibly important. At the moment, these are 6 sections. Now there is a tendency, because this trunk is not very round, it's only got 6 sections to it, so there's a tendency to jack this up so we get a nice smooth trunk. But you'll see that also jacks up every single branch and twig we've got, which is, you know, not good for us. Far too much geometry will be created. So 6 is generally a pretty good starting point. If you do need to go higher poly, I'll go over how to do that on the larger areas in a second. So mesh, we don't want thorns on mesh. Now none of the shading tabs matter to us whatsoever, because we're not going to be shading with Maya software renderer. So none of the illumination, none of the shader effects, none of the glow, none of this is at all important. So I'm just going to come down, and I can also, this is a fairly decent one because it allows me to get, let me just turn this to smooth. It'll allow me to get, you know, more variation in the trunk. So I can come in here and get a very wide trunk at the bottom and a very narrow trunk at the top. So let's come in, and I'm just going to move this up a little bit maybe and adjust this. I want that just wider at the bottom there than it is at the top. Maybe let's crimp this down so it's just the bottom piece that's wider. There we go. So now we've got that sort of trunk-like protuberance, and I'm trying to do this without spending too much time on it, but you know, even that is better for us. We've got these thicker bits at the bottom of the tree, which again we can model on. I'm gonna, you know, say I'm fairly happy with this. Maybe the twig length is just a little bit too long. So I can come in and alter the twig length. Get a more compact tree. I can also add more twig clusters, or add more twigs in the cluster. At the moment there's 2 twigs in the cluster, 3 twigs in the cluster, so I'm just going to pump that up a bit, so 4 twigs in the cluster, and you can see I start to get more twigs. Now in this picture it looks like these trees, and I mean it is quite difficult to see, they're really thin twigs, so I mean they do have quite a few of them. So I may just leave the twigs in cluster at 4, or in fact I may drop that down to 3 and add more twigs in general. And then I can use the twig dropout to get rid of a few. There is also a min size in the branches, which will let you get rid of any branch that's smaller than a certain size. So maybe you don't want tiny branches in there. So that just allows us to chop out some of the smaller ones. Okay, and the twig tip width. Now I want, and that's because the min size is on. So I want, really thin twigs at the end there. So that's about it for me. And twig base width. I want these bigger twigs to be a bit fatter, so I should be able to just crank up the twig base width. And obviously you don't want to make them fatter than the trunk, because that's going to just look very strange. So I'm going to crank that up a little bit so we get thicker twigs at the trunk here. Okay, and that's a basic, very basic tree. Now, as I said before, I'm trying to keep this tutorial on just the elements we need to create this one environment, and hopefully you'll be able to extrapolate from that how to do other things. So in the next part I'll be making a tree with leaves, and then some bushes and some grass. I do actually have I think it's a 9-hour tutorial just on these paint effects, trees, bushes and grass on the site. If you really want to delve more in depth, you can check that out as well. But we've got 1 tree, and obviously we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 10 trees in this image. But we only need 3 or 4 hero trees, because when you rotate one of these and take a picture of it, it all look different anyway, and we can make them slightly different scales. So we don't actually need to create 10 different trees, but we do need to create a few different trees. So before we get on to any creation process, I want to duplicate this. And before I do that, in fact, I think I'll convert this to a polygon. So when I duplicate it, my duplicate will also have a polygon. So let's just go to Edit and Modify, Convert Paint Effects to Polygons. Okay, and I'm going to reset mine so it's at the standard setting type. Now I'm going to set the poly limit to 0, which means that it will use as many polys as it needs. And I'm going to hit Quad Output. Now, under the tree shape, under Mesh Output, I'm also going to hit Quad Output. Okay, and the poly limit here is 0 too. So now I'm going to click Convert. And what that will do is that will hide the actual paint effect and just give me a mesh. So this is now a standard mesh. So I could, for instance, just put a standard material on it. There we go. Okay, so there is our tree with standard material. Now, let's go about creating 3 or 4 other trees. And this is a very nice thing. This is now going to be a very easy creation process. So I'm just going to go to Edit, Duplicate Special. And number of copies, I'm going to say 4. Now, I want this on copy, and I want it to create new groups. And I definitely need to tick Duplicate Input Graph. So, Duplicate Special. So here we go, we have all these tree strokes. Let's just unhide the curves. Okay, and unhide the strokes. Okay, and I've actually forgotten to duplicate the mesh, but it doesn't matter, it's a relatively simple process too. And let's just move these. So that's 1, 2, 3, and I know you're probably thinking they all look exactly the same, but that's not a problem for us. It will be relatively quick, so I'm just going to space these out so I can get a decent look at them. that's this one, so let's get them in some semblance of order. Alright, so now I have 5 identical trees. Okay, so let's take a look at changing these, and all I really need to do is take the paint effects stroke, go on to the, let's get this one, sorry, this paint effect stroke for this tree, and come in and change the seed. Now this will give me a random tree based upon my design. So I might have to play about a little bit to find one I like the look of. There we go, that one's fine. So let's come in and do this one. Let's give it a random seed of 8, 9, 9 is okay, 6, 10, and basically you can go, you know, as much as you want. You can use a slider, but I find, you know, when you zip through the slider, you go, oh, that one's nice, and then you've already zipped past it. So that can also bring its own unique set of problems. Okay, just find one you like, basically. So go through your strokes and get some random trees in here. Right, how's that one looking? Yeah, that one's fine. Now, if you wanted to change the scale a bit, you can just go up to here and change the global scale a little bit. So this one, and global scale, there we go. Maybe a smaller tree, maybe a smaller one, and a bit larger on this one, and this original one maybe a tad bigger. And now we have 5 random trees. Now I'm just going to go to create, modify, sorry, I don't know where my head is at today, paint effects to polygons, which will have the same settings, so just one, and same again. And I should just be able to press G to repeat the last command, and there we go, select all of the trees, number 1. So now we have a file with our trees ready to go, and you know, I tried to do this as quickly as possible. So normally I would take a little bit more time and go over, you know, some more of the settings. Maybe I would add a few more twigs, increase the twig dropout, play a little more with the angles. But as I say, this can be as much art as science, really. So I'm going to leave it to you to just come in and, you know, make your trees. Hopefully the most important thing I think you can take away from this is the fact that when you start with visor, the tree you're going to get is not going to be brilliant, and it's going to have all sorts of weird forces in it. So just remember, before you start to do anything, come in and take those forces off. Now, we talked briefly about animation, and I just want to show you that if I turn the turbulence on, even though this is a mesh, it's still actually linked to the animation. So I don't know if you can see that, but it is moving around there. Now, obviously, if you wanted more movement, you can try different types of turbulence. So tree wind, for instance, gives us a bit more movement. Okay, and then you've got the turbulence force itself. So, you know, if you're in a hurricane, then you can really start swaying that around. So if you want to keep the animation, you will have to keep the paint effect strokes. 0.02 will do. So if you want the animation, you're going to have to keep the paint effect strokes. If you don't want the animation, if you're only ever going to want these trees to be static, you can select them all now and just do an edit delete by type history, and that will remove the meshes from the influence of the paint effects, so you'll just have one clean mesh. Okay, one last thing before we go. As I said before, these tree trunks, you know, these branches are absolutely fine. They're so small, unless we kind of zoom into the branches to this sort of level, then you're not going to notice that these don't have too many divisions in them. But the trunk itself, on the other hand, isn't very smooth. So I can take one face, just select face. I'm going to press shift and the right angle bracket, and just keep pushing it, and that will select all the faces in the trunk. So as soon as that's got them all, you'll notice it only goes up to the top of the trunk, which means I can now smooth this without having to smooth the entire tree, which, you know, would give me way too many polys probably. So I can now come in and hit mesh smooth, and that's probably a bit too much. Let's go into the channel box and look at the smooth face and divisions 1. Okay, and that just gives me a slightly smoother trunk. Obviously, if I want smoother still, I can go divisions 2. And this is a useful trait because now I could actually come in and model this to look a bit more like this by, you know, your standard modeling techniques. And the top of my tree is still pretty low poly. Okay, so that does it for our bare trees. When we come back, we'll take one more look at trees with leaves. There's a couple of ways we can do that. We can either use big leaves, and then in volume 3 I'll show you how to texture those so they become multiple leaves, or we can actually use very small leaf cards, actual physical geometry, which will take longer at render time because of the way we're going to shade them with translucency. But you know, it depends on how far away the tree is going to be, honestly. As with so much in 3D, there's no point having massively high resolution geo if your object is going to be over here at render time. So we'll discuss that when we come back. I'm going to just save this file out as trees, and I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So we finished off with the creation of our trees here, and you might notice that I've made mine a little wider along the base. I've also organized them just into a trees bare group. I've left all the strokes and curves connected in case I would want to come back and alter them later. And also it leaves the animation on should I desire to use it at some point. Now I'll just go over the process for making these trunks sort of wider at the bottom, and they're even a little wider at the top here because we created awfully spindly trees, I noticed when I rechecked the reference. So if you go to the stroke, so let's go to stroke number 1, which is this one, and we'll click along and find the stroke, and I can come here and under creation you'll see a width minim max. Now this was set at sort of 0.7, I think, 0.7. And you know, which is a very spindly tree, so literally all I did was came in and ramped this up to 1.2 or something like that, and that's it. So you know, just this width minim max to control that width of the trunk there, and then this will control the width of the trunk higher up, so the width too. So you know, get something that you're comfortable with. Alright, just in the tutorial we did create them a little spindly. I've gone ahead and I've smoothed all the trunks on these trees, which again I did by just, let me take this off, so they did look like this, and then I went in, selected the faces just with shift and the right angle bracket to select all the faces, and then mesh smooth. So I just hold the space bar and mesh smooth as I did in the last part. So I've taken the liberty of doing that now to all of our trees. So I'll just put divisions back to 1, and this will help us, I mean, it gives a smoother look. And also later on when we come to put some displacement on these trunks, that will be better for that too. So let's hide these. I'm going to keep this as my tree library. What I tend to do is keep a library of plants and trees that I've made for various things, and I keep those attached to all the curbs, all the paint effects, so if I want to animate them I can. Generally if I'm doing a still shot, which I will be for this tutorial, I would export these and then delete the history on them just to keep the scene nice and organized. But anyway, for now let's just go ahead and hide those. And now we want to create this sort of leafy tree here. So I'm going to open up the visor, so window general editors visor, and I'm going to use a birch billowing light for this. Just pick something that vaguely resembles what you're making, and I'm just going to draw that one tree there we go. So now I've got a tree with leaves on it. What I would generally do is go in and take all the twist off if there was any, reset all the behaviors under behaviors like we did last time, displacement, the noise and whatnot, just to get that back into some semblance of order. But as I've done this a fair few times before, I happen to know that this base tree will actually give me a fine result for what I'm looking at. So what I really wanted to take you through was these leaves, because there's a couple of things you can run afoul of here and end up with tens of millions of polys by accident. So let's come in and go up undo growth, which is up here, and turn off the leaves and turn off the twigs. Okay, so now we've just got the branches. So now we can go to the branches, and I can see for my purposes there's not enough, so I'm going to set the branches to 2. Now there is, because I kind of want a small stumpy tree that's wider at the bottom. So now I can concentrate on the branch angle, bring it up a bit, there we go. And let's come in and split bias. So that will be up towards the top. Let's split it more towards the bottom. There, that's looking good. And already I'm in sort of the basic shape I want now. These are a bit fat towards the end. So split size decay. Let's decay these a bit towards the end. There we go. Much better for my intents and purposes. And this is a middle branch tree. So you can see we've got a large middle branch that runs all the way up. If we turn that off, we end up with something a bit more like that. But this to me appears to be a tree with a middle branch going up it. So unlike last time when we did branch after twig, where we controlled most of the things with the twigs, this time we control most of the things with the branches. And now let me flick on the leaves, and I'm only going to see a few leaves here because leaves normally come off twigs, but they look ridiculously big for a start. So let's go down to our leaves, and a lot of paint effects trees come on with one value I really want to show you, which is this leaf flatness. Now, you know, if I do a leaf flatness and I come in and that's not set to 1, you'll actually notice you couldn't really see it before, because when the leaf flatness is set to 0.8, these look flat, but they're not, they're double faced. So, you know, if I do this to accentuate that problem, you can see our leaves are basically made up of boxes. And that's going to add way too much geometry to our leaves. You know, it's just too much. So we're going to want that, make sure that leaf flatness is on 1. You know, that way we only have a single-sided leaf, and there's far too many segments. We can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments on each leaf. Put that down to 3 at the barest minimum. Sometimes you can get away with 2. And, you know, these leaves, they're just too big. What I would use these for is occasionally I'll leave these very big, but I'll use a texture which is a small branch with lots of leaves coming off. Okay, and that's something I'll be covering in volume 3, where we'll make a low poly tree. But basically you would just texture a twig out here with some leaves coming off. So each one of these leaf cards would represent multiple leaves. In this instance, however, I actually want to make the leaves approximately the right size. So we'll come in, and under leaves, let's see, we got the leaf scale here. So I'll knock this one down to 0.5, maybe 3.5, and maybe 1.5. Okay, and that gives us smaller leaves. Now they still look a bit big to me. So let's go back to the stroke. And this is going to have to be 0.4, 0.25, and 0.15 should be fine. Alright, so now we have much smaller leaves. Okay, now I'm going to introduce the twigs back onto the tree. So under creation, twigs, and we'll get a lot more leaves in here. There we go. Now you want to be a bit careful sometimes when you start to say, oh, well, I have hundreds of leaves, because you can end up in the billions of polygons. Your whole machine will freeze solid, and you'll be in the shtuck basically. Before I go any further, I do want to convert this to polys. It'll give me a look at how much geometry I'm using, and this seems to be a bit too much probably. So I'm going to select the stroke and mesh, modify, of course, convert paint effects to polygons. Now that should retain our old settings with quad output and 0 poly limit. Let's just go under here and make sure under mesh we've got quad output. Okay, and I'm going to hit convert. And this will convert. It might take a second, and we'll see how much geometry you've actually got on this. Okay, so we are looking at, in both of these, because we've got a main group now and a leaf group, so in both groups 400,000 polys. Now a normal tree with high resolution detailed leaves can be anywhere from 300,000 to 750,000. It sounds a lot, but when you're dealing with high res trees, I mean, that's kind of what you're going to have to expect. So this tree is looking pretty good for me. I'd probably go in and tweak a few things, maybe reduce the poly count just a tad. So let's come in, and under the stroke, let's have a look what we've got. So we've got 44 segments per, let's try 38. Okay, and now let's check poly count. So we've gone down to 360,000 already. You know, we've knocked off about 100,000 polys, which is not a bad thing. And I just want to get a look at these leaves. Okay. Now the reason why you're seeing some of them come in as black is because I have two-sided lighting turned off. I'll turn that on, and you'll get a better look at the leaves. So we've got a decent consistency of leaves in here. Now if you wanted to change that, you can of course play with all the same twig and branch settings we've gone over before, so I'm not going to re-go over that. Number of leaves in cluster, let's put that to 1. That'll give me a single leaf per cluster. Actually, I kind of liked them on this tree in pairs. I could increase the leaf drop out a bit to 0.6, maybe even 0.7. Let's try it. Might be a bit too high then. Okay, I didn't really notice any difference. Did I drop down in polys? 360? No, so it looks like it's dropping out pretty much as many leaves as it wants to at this point. Okay, and I quite like in the shape of this thing for this kind of tree here. Let's just come in and check out some of the leaf options which we haven't really looked at. I say the most important thing is that you get this leaf flatness down. You want that at 1 generally, and where is it, leaf flatness there. And the leaf size decay will obviously decay the size of the leaves coming towards the end of the twigs and branches, so we'll have a bit more of that. Okay, leaf size random. Leaf stiffness, how much your leaves will droop. Obviously leaf angle will determine the angle of the leaves in the same way that branch angle works. Leaf start will be where the leaves start on the branches. So I can put the leaf start at say 0.9, and this will push the leaves out towards the end of the branches. So that's actually a bit better in this case. Let's check this out for poly count now. 379, so we haven't increased the poly count that much, but it looks like we've got a better distribution of leaves. Now this whole thing is a bit flat this way, so I might use some twist. So back to the stroke, and let's come up here. I'm going to turn the leaves off to do the twist because, you know, I want to be able to see this. I'm going to turn the twigs off too, and then I'll be able to see where my branches are twisting. So let's use a little bit of twist to try and randomize these branch locations out a bit. Okay, there we go. Happy? No, not really. Okay, that's a little better. And, you know, I can then add a little curl and things like this under behaviors. So let's add a little less noise, a little wiggle. Remember, the wiggle is the one that will really start to give you those quite funky shapes. So again, 0.01 maybe. No, don't like the wiggle. The curl, this is also a value that you need to be a bit careful with, otherwise you'll end up with a ridiculous looking tree. At 0.02, just to introduce a little bit, and maybe a little bit less random, a little bit more gravity to pull it down a bit. And deflection, I'm not sure if we covered deflection yet, but basically that's how it will interact with the ground. So if I turn deflection off and then add in a lot of gravity, you'll see my tree just completely goes through the floor plane. If I turn deflection on, then it will stop at the floor plane. So most of the time you're going to want deflection on, unless you're looking for a very specific effect. Let's get that gravity kind of back here. Okay. So let's turn the leaves back on, and I think I'm pretty happy with this. Twigs back on, leaves back on. And that looks like a very bushy tree to me. So let's just check the poly count. 379,000. It's about right for a tree with this many leaves. Okay, so let's bring our other trees back in a second. Okay, and let's get this one to match those. So let's take the mesh group, and I'm just going to move the mesh group. And you'll notice, as I've probably mentioned, we now have a main and a tree. So this time stroke, and let's change its global scale. So we are going to want to up here, global scale. And I want to get this, by the look of it, this little tree is about half as big as these ones, so maybe a global scale of 25. And you know, once I get these into the scene, I'll be able to get a better look at exactly what needs scaling where. Whoops. Let's kind of move this one around. Okay, so there is two very different sorts of tree. Now, these trees here are 50,000 polys each. It's really the leaves that start to do it. So, you know, while I might use 10 or 12 different types of this tree in the scene, I'm not going to want to use more than one or two of this. I'll just scale them differently, and I'll rotate them differently. The reason for that is that I can instance this tree, which means I don't actually make a copy of it in memory, which means that I could have hundreds of these trees as long as they were all basically the same. But I am going to at least get one different version of this. So let me select it, the stroke, and then I'm going to duplicate that stroke. So edit, duplicate special, new group. I want one copy. I just want to make one, and I want to duplicate the input graph. So duplicate special. Okay, that will give me the stroke. Okay, and under the stroke, I'll be able to go Shift H, show hidden, give it a second, and that will bring the paint effect back. There is our paint effect. So now all I need to do is select this paint effect and change its seed. So let's go for a seed of 25, and that will make, as with these, another random tree on my specifications, like so. I don't like that one, 26. No, 27. This one's kind of funky, but no. 30. Yeah, I kind of like this one because it's very, very different to this one, so you're not going to confuse it as the same tree. Now, the azimuth min and max is looking a bit too random there, so I can come in and just change that. Where are we? There we go. I'm going to lift that up a bit straighter. There, perfect. And let's just check it from the other side. Okay, so something like that. Now, obviously, you can, if you want to, you know, have a few of these different trees in your scene. But with these high poly objects, I really do prefer to create just a few examples and then instance them later on. So, last thing, just convert this paint effects to polygons. Okay. And you know, you can see, because we use fewer segments on this tree, that this is very boxy, the trunk. So I would obviously come in, just assign Lambert 1 to this. I would obviously come in, select the faces on this, and then smooth it out. Hang on, I'm not sure why that didn't assign my shader. Lambert 1, please. There we go. So I'd obviously come in here, grab the faces, all the way up the trunk, and mesh smooth, and again that's going to be too smooth, so let's come in and put the division levels to, now I've just created billions of polygons. Oh, not quite billions, but far too many anyway. Okay, and now we've got a smoother trunk here. Now looking at this though, the width of these branches is a bit big, so I may go in and edit that, but to be honest, with the displacement on the trunk, it might just be better if we went in, selected the stroke, and made the bottom of this tree a bit fatter. So again, just width 1 needs to come up a bit. Not too much. And width 2 maybe down a bit. Okay, and let's have a look at this one. This one's actually okay. And this one, it's got a branch that starts too far down, but I actually quite like the start position, so I can always, if I want to, select the edge of this one that's just the problem one, hit R to scale it and scale it in until it goes into the tree. So just because you've generated these with paint effects doesn't necessarily mean that after you've converted them to geometry you can't do your own thing, and there you go. So very, very versatile system, the paint effects, and then convert to mesh. So I'm going to leave all of my trees in this one file, and I'll just quickly save this again as trees. And if we look what else we're going to need for this, we're definitely going to need some type of bush. So when I come back, I'll organize this file by putting the meshes into their own little thing. So here we go. I've got mesh group 1 and mesh group 2 for these. So I'll call these Control H, not Control H, Control G, and I'll call these trees full, probably. Whoops, hit the wrong key. Full, and then I'll get all of the strokes. And what's in this group 1? Okay, so that can come out of there. Get rid of this group 1. And I'll call these just Control G again to group them, and that'll take a minute. There we go. And I'll call this full tree strokes and curves. Okay, and then I'm going to drag that into the full tree group, and there we go. So trees with leaves, trees without. I will see you in a second for the next part, which will be, and you can see this is taking me a long time to move these. It's because I'm actually moving the paint effects stroke as well, which you really, really don't want to do. If I just grab the tree and move it, it's really fast, responsive. I can scale it, I can do whatever I want with it. It's when you grab those paint effect strokes and start moving them about that you start to run into that massive slowness. So anyway, in the next part we'll come back and do the bushes, and I'll talk about how to export all of our tree library, because you're going to want a tree library so you can keep everything attached, all the animations and everything else, but then you're not going to want to export all that stuff if you're not using it. So we'll have a talk about that. We'll do the bushes, and after that it will be the grass. Then we'll talk about how to place this all in the scene. We'll look at the final finishing up of the environment. We'll make a ground plane, and then we'll be on to volume 3 for some basically lighting conditions and the sky creation, various different ways of doing that, photographs procedurally, various different ways of lighting a scene and all that good stuff. So I hope to see you in the next part when we'll be looking at those bushes. Thanks for watching. Hi, welcome back. So we've got our tree library here that's looking fairly decent right now. We've got a couple of different trees with leaves, and we've got 5 different, leafless trees, should I say. let's just hide those, and in this part I want to cover the creation of various different bushes and also probably a little bit of ground cover, and then we'll get on with some grass. So let's pop open the visor, and once again if we go to plants and plants mesh, you can find a decent starting point for a lot of different plants and meshes. So I'm going to use this bush one, and again I'm just going to bring my brush size up a bit, and obviously this is going to be too big, but it's fine for me to work on. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to turn off the things I don't need. First of all, I'm going to make sure we're on mesh. So let's come in here up to the top, we are on mesh. Let's go here and check the mesh output. So I want a quad outputs. Sample, everything there is fine. Let's go to creation and turn the leaves off so we can get a good look at what's happening with the rest of this bush. So let's turn the leaves, let's turn the twigs off. Now all the twigs have disappeared, which means the start of this bush must have been branch after twig. So let's have a look. No middle branch, and branch after twig. Okay, so basically we're going to be controlling most of this with the twigs aspect. Alright, and you can see the scale of the twigs at the bottom is a lot narrower, which means there's a bit of graph drawn here. So let's get this into a semblance of order where it's going to resemble more of a rounded bush. There we go. And let's sort of pump these ones out here. And I can turn all these to smooth, let's say. This is not going to have a huge dramatic effect unless we want to really pull them out. But it will introduce a little randomness. You know, this can take a while to play with to get the exact shapes that you want on these twigs. So I'm going to leave mine like so. Now I'm going to make them a bit longer. I think I want my bush to be a bit more stand out. There we go. And now I'm going to need to play with the angle. I'm going to want the bottom ones down, and the top ones will go up a bit to create sort of a rounded shape. The twigs start, I might have them start a bit further down towards the bottom of the bush there. And the twig tip width a little smaller, twig base width a little smaller, twig length is fine, twig angle. So now we can actually I kind of like that where it was. Twig twist anywhere about 0.5 will be fine, and maybe even a bit longer still, so let's go 0.75. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. What we'd need to do now for a rounded bush, what we need to do now is introduce some leaves and see what we get here. So okay, the leaves are hilariously large and there's not enough twigs on this, so we may have to increase the number of branches. Now this might go create far too many, so we'll have to check that. No, it doesn't actually look that bad. Let's change the split max depth to split out even more branches, so we get this really kind of round shape matching the picture. So it looks like it's been almost cut into shape, sort of a topiary affair. Now let's bung the leaves on, and there we have what looks like a bush. The leaves are again hilariously big, so leaf start seems fine. The leaf angle I'm not going to play with. We are going to check that leaf flatness and that we've got too much geometry here. So let's check the leaf flatness. It's on 1, good. Segments 3, it's all that we really need. Leaf size random, well let's create a bit of random leaf size on there. Leaf translucence and specular will be not using these materials, so it doesn't matter. And let's come up to the leaf size, which we should find here. Leaf length, so let's go 0.5 maybe, and this one will be 0.3, and this one maybe 0.3. Actually that's the tip of the leaf, let's make it a little thinner. Okay, so let's have a look at this now. Alright, so now you can see we just don't have enough leaves and they're all twisty, which is not good. You know, I've got this leaf twist here, leaf curl, so I'm just going to set this, I'm going to delete this one and set this to 0.5, which will take the curl off, which is, you know, kind of what I'm looking for. And now I'm just going to need a few more leaves. So let's check out our leaves face sun, no, leaf twirl, a little bit maybe, leaf flatness, leaf size, decay, maybe decay a bit more towards the end of the branches, there we go. And let's see, number of leaf clusters, let's put that to 5. Okay, it still doesn't seem enough. 8. And you should definitely go up in small increments, because, you know, all of a sudden you can find yourself with massive amounts of geometry. But that's looking pretty decent to me. Quite like that. So I'm going to convert this to polys. So just again modify convert paint effects to polygons. And I'll have the same settings as before, so basically 0, no limit. I'm going to put assign existing materials, Lambert 1 on this, and let's see, we got 65,500 polys, absolutely fine for this sort of thing. And there we go, that looks pretty good. Now, if you want to spend the extra time, and I really do urge you to spend a bit of extra time playing with the settings under leaves, because, you know, we could have some leaf droop here, so we could twist them a bit in different angles. Let's see, leaf twist, okay, to really sort of randomize that out a bit. And what I might do as well is add some randomness to the overall thing. So let's find our random point, say 1.5. That'll make the whole thing a bit more random, there we go, and maybe a little more gravity to have the leaves droop a tad. So 0.18, say. Okay, and that sort of filled the bush out a bit. Okay, but this for me is fine. I mean, I urge you to play with these values, but I don't want to get into a situation where we sit here and I, you know, tweak tiny details. So now we've got this. Let's move this out of the way. Oh, and you'll notice again we've got a leaf group and a main mesh group. Make sure you move both at once. Okay, and now I'm going to bring my trees back in, just so I can get a sort of look at the size of this bush. So come in trees, Shift H. There we go. And my bush is a little bit too big. I can actually just shrink the mesh down itself. So depending on the size of the bush, and we'll edit this a bit when we sort of lay out the main scene, which should be around this big. Okay, so that looks about right, this big bush here to this one here. Now I'm going to duplicate this, and then I'm going to create a slightly different bush, one that's less full. So let me grab its curve, its stroke, sorry, and edit, duplicate special. And again, we want one copy, we want a new group, we want to duplicate the input graph and duplicate special. That'll give us a group with a stroke and a hidden paint effect. So let's just move the stroke out the way and show the hidden paint effect. So show hidden. And there we go, there it is. Okay, so, you know, I can move the paint effect, but moving a paint effect stroke always really slow. So a better idea would be for me to just hide all this other geometry so it's out of the way. Okay, and now I can get to work on this. And what I want to do with this is have a more sort of flatter, more random, shaggy bush, if you like. So get that stroke. Actually, it was this stroke that we wanted. And let's go in and use the let's see, under twigs is what I'm looking for, and I'm going to use the twig dropout to drop out a lot of these twigs, just to create a much scruffier looking bush. Okay, so something a bit like that, maybe not quite that extreme. Okay, something a bit like that, and then I'm going to take off some leaves. So number of leaf clusters, say 4, that might be a bit many, and then I'm going to drop out a few more leaves as well. Okay, and this gives me a shaggy kind of bush that I can use to fill in certain areas. What we can also do is obviously come down, and I can sort of droop the branches a bit, and I can also get rid of all the scaling elements on here, and then just create a different scaling. And you can basically sculpt now, get all sorts of funny shapes and sizes. Let's take the top down a bit. Okay, so I'm looking for sort of a very scruffy bush, and let's go to twigs and change the twig angle like so, and maybe lift this up a bit, down a bit, sorry. Okay, and that gives me a scruffy bush, something that I can just put in different places. So, and it's also much lower poly. So again, it just gives me two different types of bush. So let's bring our initial bush back. Shift H, and let's convert this one. So let's grab its stroke, modify up here, convert paint effects to polygons. Okay, and now I've got this mesh group, which I can assign Lambert 1 to, and just scale down to similar size to my other bush. There we go. So when these are put together in a row, I'll have one that acts as kind of the main bushes for the scene, which will be all these big bushes, and then I'll have this little one that can just sort of sit in front and break up the look and feel of everything a little bit. Okay, so now of course I would like to duplicate the special, this, and create some different types of bush from it. So as we've done before, just select the stroke, edit, duplicate special, and make sure we're only getting one copy, new group, and duplicate input graph, duplicate special, and again you'll find the paint effect under a hidden stroke, Shift H. So that'll take a second, and just go up, convert its polygons. So modify, convert to polygons, paint effects to polygons, sorry, brain freeze there for a second. Okay, so that's pretty good, and we'll just resize that. Okay, and then we'll change its seed just to make it a little different from this one. Oops, let's assign a Lambert to it. There we go. And now just change its seed again. So let's try 24. And there, that's a little change now, a little flatter along the top. So we've got now 3 different kind of bushes that we can use to recreate this hedgerow. Now you might want to yourself, if you're doing this, I assume you'll be following along, you might want to make a couple more different types. I'm probably going to do that off camera, but I'm not going to do anything I haven't done here. The other thing I wanted to look at was a little different ground cover, because apart from bushes, we've also got this little shaggy bits, which are actually just small bushes, but there might be some sort of strange leafy ground cover in here. So let's quickly have a look what we've got as options for that. We've got plants and plants mesh. So we've got one that's actually called ground cover, and we've got ground cover bright. To us it doesn't matter because these are different shading elements. So I'm going to take this ground cover and I'm just going to draw a bit of it. There we go. So that is, or according to Maya, ground cover. Now I'm not particularly happy with that, so we'll go and have a look at it. Now the first thing I want to do is, talk about these leaves, because they're on this sort of ground cover probably a bit twisty and a bit small. So let's go down and look at this, and actually let's get rid of that stroke and draw a stroke a bit more like so. There we go. So I've got a circular patch of this ground cover, and basically I just drew a circle inwards. There we go, to give me a patch of ground cover. depending on how dense I want it. So you might have to do this a couple of times. There, that looks fine to me. Okay, let's just go down to the leaves, and this leaf curl, again, we've got creating too much geometry, so 0.5, and go, and I can change this one also, or just delete that one. Okay, and too many segments, let's make that 5, because these are quite twisty. And I want them to droop a bit more, I think. Let me just hit F to focus in on them, and let's see what they look like. Yeah, they're not quite droopy enough for me. I want them to, droop towards the floor. So let's try leaf twirl. Get them into a position I like. And then leaf twist. It's not going to do anything on this actually. Leaf bend. A little bit. And let's see. Leaf dropout. Well, it looks about right to me. I'll probably just increase the gravity to get everything to droop towards the floor a bit, which would be, there's a lot of settings in these paint effects. Yeah, there we go. Gravity, let's droop it all down, and a bit of random, just a bit. There we go. Now we have some ground cover. So that will do for random ground cover. What I'll do with this, what I'll use this for, is convert it to polygons, edit. Let's go to modify, convert, paint effects to polygons. Okay, there's my mesh group. Let's just center the pivot on this. And this can stick under bushes now. So this gives me a little bit of sticky up ground cover. It can be made in various different sizes and flavors. Like so, just helps to create, where the grass isn't so long. Let's put a Lambert on that. Lambert 1. Okay, so the next paint effects I create will just be grass. I'm going to get this file organized off screen. I'll just basically center the pivots on everything. I'll go through what I did in the next part, and then we'll look at making grass, and then finally we'll be able to start putting our scene together. So I hope you enjoyed this. Have a look through the visor of paint effects. And just what I've done when I first started using paint effects many moons ago is basically I just took every single thing in this paint effects menu that was to do with plants and grasses, and I just came in, drew it, and went, okay, what is that good for? And I looked at how the formation of the leaves was done and as to what's possible. So I kind of recommend that you, if you have time, go in and just draw out one of each thing from the visor just to see what you could do with it. And this is actually a nice little plant to shove underneath trees, maybe in the background. The more variation you can get, the more realistic you're going to end up with your scene looking. Okay, so have a play with that if that takes your fancy, and I will see you in the next part when I'll show you a couple of different ways to do grasses. So thank you for watching. Goodbye. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we looked at creating these bushes, and this little patch of ground cover here we'll be using later on. Now I took the liberty of adding one more bush. It's nothing dissimilar to, actually this was the one, to what we've done before. I tweaked the leaves a little bit, but it's basically the same as these two. Okay, I just wanted to introduce a third variant. Now in this part I want to get this file ready for export, so I've cleaned it up. Everything's in a mesh group, and all the strokes that deal with everything are in their own separate groups, so I can grab stuff and move it around without having those paint effects being too affected. Now let me see here, I've actually got one of those little scraggy bushes covered up. Okay, so before we go any further, I just want to get the grass out of the way, because the one last thing we'll make is actually some grass, which will be requiring for the final shot. So let's just hide all this stuff and come in and build a patch of grass. Now I see I've got a curve there on the floor, so I'll just hide this group too. Okay, so bring open the visor again, under General Editor's visor, and we'll look for a starting point once again for our grass. Now I'm going to go down to grasses, there we go, and I've used this carpet grass before in the past, so let's give this a click. Let's come in and get a decent sized brush and make a stroke and see what we get. Just hit F to focus on that. Okay, that's not bad. You know, let me see if I can get something that's a bit more circular. There we go. So what I'm probably going to do is just draw a patch like this, and then I'll use a couple of techniques to make it a bit denser. So let's go into our carpet grass up here, and first things first, let's make it mesh, and then down here, and again, mesh outputs, quad outputs. Now here I've got sample density, so I can start making this a bit denser or a bit less dense, which is something we haven't really done before, because we've used kind of one stroke for one bush or one tree. But you know, with this grass we can make it a bit denser. Okay, so now we've got the start of our grass, but I'm not really liking the way it's all going in one direction, so I'm going to stand it up straight. Now again, you could change the seed order a bit depending on what you were looking for, but mine is kind of cool as it is, and I might go for a sample density of 2.5. You're not locked to 2, is not the maximum, you can enter your own value in there. So carpet grass. Now one thing is there's quite a lot of resolution in this grass, and we'll be using a lot of it in the final product, but again we'll be using instances of it, so it's not quite as bad as perhaps it might first appear with all that geo. So let's go into the tubes. Again, everything in paint effects that we're doing will be controlled under this tubes, and we've got creation. So tubes per step, which is something we haven't really looked for, is also another way to get the density of this up. So, you know, I'm going to go around 15, which is where it was, just a couple of ways. And tubes are random, you know. In this case, it's not really required for us. What we need is segments. So if you see this grass, it has 9 segments in it, and that's probably a bit too much, a bit too high poly for what we want. So there we go, length min and length max. If I put these both to 0.5, our grass will be actually the same length all over, which is what I actually want right now. Now let's see, down here, and let's stand it up a bit. Okay, because I want a patch of grass that looks somewhat like this. Pretty straight, really. And when I do grass, I generally don't do it all in one clump. I'll make one clump that looks like so, and then I'll take this and duplicate it. So let's just duplicate special. So let's have a look here, duplicate special, there we go. Let's pop that open. And I'm actually going to do another 2 sets of grass, so I'll just put the number of copies to 2 and hit duplicate special. Now this has given me 2 strokes here, so I'll move 1 and 2, and let's get to work on this. So I'm going to want a shorter sample of grass, so we come into the stroke and we find the, sorry, not the stroke, the carpet grass itself, and we'll find the tube width min and max, and this one I'm going to set to 0.1, and I'm actually going to have some variations at 0.2. And this grass, for me, will actually sit inside this grass, so I get a layering effect. All this means is when I come to texture it later on, I'll actually be able to texture this a different colour, so sort of a darker brownish colour. It will just help the realism of the grass, and we're not really going to get into the shading of any of these paint effects until volume 3. This is more about the initial creation and the layout matching the photograph. And for this one I want also some fairly short grass, but I want to lie it on its side. So actually let's give that a bit of randomness, and then I can come down, and under growth you'll see we just have branches. These are all branches. So I'm going to try the split angle on this, and I'm going to lie it on the floor. So this would be a case of sort of dead grass, and I can see that deflection doesn't appear to be on, so let's go down under behaviors and forces and turn on deflection. That way it'll lie flat on the ground. And I'm just going to lie this down, so under branches again with that angle, and this time it will lie flat on the floor. Okay, so I've got one patch of grass that's kind of short and stubby, I've got one patch of grass that's lying flat on the floor, and I've got one patch of fairly tall grass. Now when I move these all together, these make up a 3-layered tier of grass. So kind of short and stubby, kind of all the same length, because this lawn, although I don't actually think it's a lawn, it's more of a field in front of the house, would, you know, have fairly long grass, I'm feeling. You can obviously make up your own mind on that. And in between that would be some maybe stalks of new grass, so maybe even a darker green or a lighter green for new grass, and then underneath that some downtrodden kind of dead grass. So this will be my grass. There is one other, and I think this tall stuff is maybe a little bit too tall. Again, this is, you know, a bit of experimentation depending on what the scene, what's called for in the scene. You know, how neat and tidy your grass would be. Obviously, if it's somebody's front lawn, you'd be going more with kind of short and stubby, same length cut grass. And if it's a field, you might want some sort of taller, larger grass in there. Now, I want to make one last type of grass, which I'm going to use this for. So I'll duplicate this again. So just edit, duplicate special, and I just want one more copy. Duplicate special, there we go, pull it out, done. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this stuff is, where there's a tree, now this lawn has been extremely well cut by the look of it, someone's taken a lot of care of this, but generally where there's a tree, around the base of the tree, you'll see some much longer grass. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to just make one final piece of grass that's perhaps just a little bit longer than all of its counterparts. So 0.55, 0.55, and this time I'm going to want to lay it out a little bit. So let's just come here and where are we? Branches, sorry, and split twist it a bit, and split angle, lay it down a bit so it's a bit scruffy. And then I'm going to reduce the number of tubes per step. Actually, I'm probably better off reducing the sample density a bit. And this will be a patch of kind of rough, scraggy grass that can sit around the base of a tree. So, a couple of different types of grass. I'll just actually name this one Grass Rough. And I have to convert all of these to polygons now. So modify, convert paint effects to polygons. Where are we? And I'll just check that's how it was. And also I'm going to make sure that I've got this quad output on, and this is mesh. It is, so that should be fine. Let's convert stroke 1. Let's convert stroke 2. I should just be able to press G. There we go. And stroke grass, convert this one, and then this should be the last stroke to convert. Done. So I've got 4 mesh groups. Let's just assign a standard lambda to those. Okay, so there is my grass. Now this is all going to act as one patch, so I'm going to group this together and call it grass main, and this would now be my grass rough. Grass rough mesh. So these are empty groups. This is grouped in here. I'm going to take all of these strokes and curves and group them together also. So I'm just middle mouse dragging, and I'm going to group those grass strokes, and I'm going to bung this in the strokes and curves folder. So we've got grass rough, which now should just have one of those in. Let's just put that in the grass strokes, and this is my working file. I wouldn't export this unless I needed the animation, so just for now I'm just cleaning up a little bit. So I've got grass rough and grass main. Now the reason I keep 2 files, one as a library, is because if I lay this grass out for my final scene and then decide it's too long or something's not quite right about it, I can quickly open this file, grab its curve and just change the length. If I delete the history on it, as I've said before, then I end up with a situation where I've got to make it all again, and that's not necessarily always what I'm looking for. So, okay, so anyway, there's those two pieces. They seem to be fairly well organized. What I can do now is bring back all of my other mesh, and we can get ready for export. So select everything else, Shift H. Now, the most important thing we need to do is make sure that when we export these objects, they're all at the point of origin. They're all at 0, 0 on the grid, and that their pivot points are all at the bottom. That way, if we come in later, and let's have a look at these trees, and say rescale one of these trees, it scales up from the bottom of the grid. It doesn't bisect, so we can, place these down with a package designed, a plugin, something like SP Paint 3D, Raycast object placer, and it'll always place them on the floor. If I had the pivot point up here, you'd be plonking trees down, bisecting the floor. So it's important for us to get those pivots. So this one already is done. It's at the origin of the grid, and its pivot point is at the bottom and centered. So I'm going to hide this one, and then I'm going to take this one, which would be tree 2, and I'm going to have to center this in the grid too. So let's pull the tree itself to the center of the grid, and then hit insert to just move the pivot point. Now when I'm done that, I can snap it to the grid to get it in the middle of the grid. So let's just hit X-ray for a second. Okay, and I come up here and I want snap to grid, and you'll see this has changed to a round thing, and then I just move this and it will snap to the center of the grid. Well, actually it will snap anywhere in the grid, but as we were closest to the center, there it snapped. Now I hit insert again, and this tree now has a pivot point at the origin, and itself is at the origin. So that's that tree done. Shift H, and I'll just do one more. I'll do one of these bushes for the sake of argument. Now in the case of this bush, I'm going to want both bush. I don't just want to do this with a group. I need to do this with the actual objects. So let's put the translate on this to 0 and 0, and then let's grab this main and 0 and 0, and then I want to grab both of these objects, and I've still got snap to grid on, so let's turn that off, and I want to move them until they're in the middle of the grid. Okay, so being, you don't have to be super accurate, but you want to get this kind of as ready as you can. Alright, so that looks about right to me. That's kind of central to the grid, so that's all good. So that would be this bush done. And I'm going to center the pivot on the actual group as well. So, and then I'm going to move that pivot down to the grid. So both the grid, both the group needs to be centered and the pivot itself. So let's snap to grid. Sorry, both the meshes need to be central and the group that any meshes are in. If you don't do this, when we use scripting later on, when we use particles, when we use a geometry raycast placement tool, you'll run into problems. So this is not one of those steps where I'm just being a bit anal and I like everything, really neat. This is one of those steps where if you don't do it, you will run into problems down the line. So let's just take that off. Okay, and I'm going to unsnap that from the grid, and then I can hide this one and get on with the others. Now this will always be one group, but I'm still going to have to go individually and move these to the center of the grid. Okay, change the pivot point, and now I'll snap to grid, and there we go, that should be in the center. Okay, so let's move the pivot point for all three. That'll do. And for the group itself, yep. So let's hit insert to turn off move pivot point. And there we go, that's that grass done. So Control H. Okay, and I'm actually going to take these now, and I'll do all of these off camera, because I think once you've seen this once or twice, you pretty much know what we're doing. We're simply centering these to the grid by centering the object, and then centering the pivot point on the floor of the grid like so, and I just use snap to grid to make sure they go right in the center. Snap to curves, don't want that. Snap to grid, there we go. So there's another one done. Doesn't take a huge amount of time, but really does need doing. So let's hide this. Okay, and I've just got a few others to do now. So I'll do that, and what I'll do is then come in and export this without any history, just so we can get it in our scene. I'm not using animation, so I can actually get it out without history. And then I'll have two files, as I mentioned, one with history that I can edit plants in. I'll always have this plant library of bushes and trees that I can quickly come in and change, and I'll have a clean export, so when I import that into our house project doesn't come in with a bunch of curves and paint effects and stuff that we don't need. So I'll be back in a moment after I've organized this by just centralizing everything to the origin of the grid, and I'll see you in a second, and we'll start actually getting this geometry placed within our scene. So thanks for watching, and I hope you join me for the next part. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. So I've gone ahead and organized my library file here and just put everything in the center of the grid, all with the pivot point that's at the bottom of the object. So when we place later, our job will be that much easier. Now, I really want to delete the history on all these objects, but you'll notice that I've saved the file I'm working on. Actually, I think the top of my Maya is cut off, so you can't see that, but actually just save this file. So don't save over this after you've deleted the history. You want a copy with history on. So edit, delete by type, history, and that separates everything from the strokes and curves and whatnot. So I can just go ahead and delete those now. And now I just have pure mesh in here, which is great for export. So I'm going to export the whole group, file, export selection, and I'll call this trees, grass, and cover export, so I know that it's got no history on it. Now include these inputs. History, don't need it. Include texture info, don't need it. In fact, I don't need most of this, but I don't really need to turn it off either, as long as we don't have any history, which we just deleted ourselves. So there we go. Just save that as a Maya binary, export selection. Okay, now I'm not going to save my scene because that would save it without history on it. So I'm going to go to open my scene that we were working on, which I believe was called part 4. Let's see. Volume 2, part 5, sorry. So not going to save my library of trees and other assets. Okay, and I'm just going to open up my, as I said, last house scene. Okay, so here we are back in our house scene. Now, there are a couple of things that still need doing. There's a couple of bits that haven't got UVs on. This area of the roof doesn't have a UV. These windows do not. These doors do not. And this is entirely going to depend on how you'll be texturing it later on, what sort of UV you need to do on this. Now, if you did want to UV this, we'll just select the components we want to keep together. So in my case, I would select all these. This I would want to paint together, I think, as one window. And then I'm just going to do a mesh and merge. Sorry, edit mesh, combine, sorry. There we go. And then I'll open up the create UVs. I'll probably just do a standard auto map on this because it's a hard surface UV, automatic mapping. And then I would go in and open up the UV texture editor. And exactly the same as we did before, I would start selecting UV shells here in the view, so I knew what was what. So let's come in and grab some here, and all these make up one piece to me that could be sewn back together. Let's press F to focus in, and I'd grab these pieces and start stitching them together. I'm actually not going to go through all the UVing of all these minute bits because it's exactly the same principle as what we've already done. And to be honest with you, I'll probably use a standard gloss paint shader on this. So this will be a white gloss, and any dirt that I want to put in there will be done with procedurals or ambient occlusion. So for me, actually, an automatic UV map on this would be absolutely fine. Now, if you wanted to paint this out in some wood in a texture program, then obviously you're going to come and stitch your UV together the same way that you've done before. Now, UV in this lot and stitching it together is obviously going to take some time, which is why I'm not going to cover it here, because I don't want to add an additional 3 hours to this tutorial as you watch me move and sew UV shells. The final house, which I'll include in this project, will obviously have all of the UVs done in the way that I need them to be done. So you can just take a look at mine and the way I've done it on the final file. I really don't want to, as I said, spend another several hours just showing you the same thing over and over again. And if you run into any problems with the UV, feel free to email me at Dave or David at SimplyMaya, and I'll do my best to answer any questions you might have. Right, but for right now, what I really want is to get this file into a place where we can start to put down our trees and grass. We can start to use particles to place the grass, and we can get into some much more interesting stuff than a simple UV on some windows. So really I want to match my photograph for this. So I'm going to create a new camera. I'm going to go up to Create Cameras, Camera, and then I'm going to look. Oh, I accidentally created a camera and aim, which I don't actually need. So just cameras, camera. There we go. So now I've got a new camera that I can look through, perspective camera 1, and I can kind of look through this camera and get the shot that I need. But it would be much easier if we had the photograph in this. The problem is that if we bring the photograph in on, say, a poly plane, that's not going to do us a lot of good. So we're going to click here to bring open the camera settings. Then I'm going to look under camera shape, and I'm going to go down to environment, and it's got a camera image plane. So I'm going to click create, and then I'm going to load in the photograph we have of this house. Now, this process would be easier if this photograph had been taken with a modern camera and we had, information about its focal length and whatnot, but unfortunately we don't have that. So we're going to have to do a little bit of very simple match moving. So let's get the photograph in there, and I'm going to want to go to shading, X-ray. Okay, and let me see. Okay, that's just playing silly buggers. So let's go here and turn the alpha gain down like so. And what I need to do is match up my house with the house in the photograph. So I want the ground plane to be in the right place. And this is about the simplest form of match moving that you can do. But it's good enough for our purposes. I mean, we're not trying to create an exact recreation here. We're just trying to get it close enough. Now, one thing I notice is that on this, our house seems to be too close to the camera. This is a big yard, with trees in it, so the focal length of our camera is out, and this is where it would be very handy to have that additional information. So what I'm going to look at is the focal length on the camera. So let's just come in here and click camera under the attribute editor. And it's probably 35mm, which I believe is Maya's default. And this looks like it's been taken with a much longer focal length. So let's try 145mm. And now when I zoom back, you can see that gives me a lot more space in front of the camera. So, that's probably the best that we're going to get it realistically. I want to get the horizon in about the same place. And this camera is tilted, so let's just go into the 4 view. And I'm going to tilt this camera. I'm going to make this one camera view 1. Okay, and again, I need to tweak the alpha gain on this. and wireframe unshaded would probably be very helpful. There we go. Okay, so here's our camera. I'm actually going to rotate it this way a little bit because this guy was taking this photograph was obviously on an angle. Now I can come in and the roof sort of matches, the ground sort of matches. Let's get that a bit larger. And what we've got there is a very, very rudimentary camera match. But like I said, we're not trying to get this exact. We are trying to capture the spirit of the photo, which I think that's not bad. You know, you can have a play with the movement and the exact placement. I think we're slightly a bit too much this way. And I think we could probably zoom out a little bit on the camera there. Maybe even a little bit more. And there we go. We have a rudimentary camera match to start working on. Okay, so I'm going to snapshot this, take a bookmark of it by just clicking here. That way, if I'm, always going to be able to come back to it. Now, I can see that my ground plane is not long enough. It's cut off here. So come in and just shove it forward, because we're not going to need that much ground plane behind the camera. Now I can come in, camera view 5. So now I've got a basic camera match to the house. I can always move around on my perspective view and leave this one alone, but like I say, with a bookmark, you can always just jump straight back. Now what I need to do is import the grass and trees and everything else and start basically positioning, because I've had to guess at the focal length, and this will become much easier when I start putting trees in. If the tree that looks very far away from the house in the photograph ends up being there to match the reference, then obviously the focal length is wrong. So let's import our trees and grass and whatnot. So trees and grass and cover export, which would be for us the import. Okay, and that's all at the origin of the grid. So what I'll tend to do now is come in and hide most of that. So just Control H and hide it. Then I'm going to come in and just take one tree. So let's see, grass, branches, trees, bare. Okay. Actually, I'm going to have to, and I'm going to come in, and that just leave me with these trees, so hide these, and then I've got one tree. Okay, and then I can flick into my camera view, camera 1. Okay, there we go. And let's bring in the foreview, because it's easier to do this on the perspective and the camera view at the same time. Okay, now I can place this. So let's pop open that image plane again and turn up the alpha gain. Okay, so what I'm going to try and do is get this tree here. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's pull it back a bit. And there we go. That gets that tree to sort of match the camera there. Now, let's bring in another tree. So outliner, window outliner. And here we go. So let's bring in a separate tree, Shift H to show that one, and let's match that with another one in the picture. So around about here, maybe a little bit forwards. So that would seem to be in the right place. Let's have a look. Okay. And it still needs, this is not sitting on the ground, which means it still needs to come forward a little bit. Let's pull it forward. And there we are. So these match the position of these trees pretty well. Now obviously you're not going to get it exact, and we don't want it exact. As I've said, we're using more inspiration than exact duplication. But this tree seems to be the furthest tree back in the shot, or maybe this one. So let's put another tree in here. So let's go to our bag of tricks, our outliner, and unhide another tree. Shift H. And this one is going to be pretty close to the house, I'm thinking. Now, you'll see with this focal length, when I've put this tree in place, I'll show you what happens when I change the focal length, because this is really nice. This is the furthest away tree, and that looks like a huge field of grass in the photo, and this is what that looks like, a huge field of grass. So let me place this, and I'll demonstrate what happens when we change out that focal length. So let me get one tree in here real quick, and it needs to come forward. So it appears to be about there. No, maybe still forward some more. And I would say that would be about right for the location of this particular tree. Now ours is a bit small, but we can resolve that by simply scaling a little, and we can always use a different tree, get it from a different angle, depending on where you need it in the scene. But that looks pretty good to the photograph. So let's have a look at that from the top. So what we've got is a couple of trees in here that they're far enough away from the house. You'd have kind of a walkway here. No one's going to have a house with a tree sort of there. It's just going to make the whole thing a little ridiculous, really. I apologize if you have a house with a tree there, but in my opinion, you'd want the trees a little far away from the house, I would have thought. So let me show you what happens when we change the focal distance. So let's go to the bookmark. Okay, so here we have kind of a rudimentary camera match with the first few trees placed in the scene. And what I'm going to do now is change the focal distance on the camera, and then I'm going to reposition the trees. So if you remember, these trees are nice and far from the house. This tree that's the furthest one away is a very long way away from the house, giving us, a lot of room to place grass here and make it look like we are some distance away from the house when we shoot. But let's see what happens when the focal distance changes. So in here, grab the camera, change the focal length to say 55mm. Okay, and you're going to see that this all shoots backwards, so I would now need to zoom in. There we go, so it'd be something like this, and then our tree that was here would now need to be here, which means these two trees would need to be, to match the photo, here. So these at 55mm, to match the photo, these trees are actually growing, or one of them at least is now actually growing out of the house. So we can determine our focal length on this shot was probably definitely greater than 55mm. And let's see, this tree is not even far enough back, so let's push this one back to where it would be in the photograph. There we go. So kind of there. So you see at 55mm, we'd have no room to do this bush garden here. So I'm guessing at the focal length we're using, but it seems to make sense to me. Now in a modern photograph, of course, you would have a file that came with the camera telling you the focal length, aperture size, f-stop and all this. But with these old photos, sometimes you've just got to give it your best guess. So I'm going to go with a focal length of 135. And now I'm going to have to just move everything back into position, but it shouldn't take very long. And let's pull this one. That's the wrong tree. No, it's the right tree. And this would be around here. And let's see. Okay, and let's grab these two. Okay, it's quite difficult to see on the small view, but that looks about right. And that looks about right to my eyeball of it too, because I'm going to do a big garden here with hedgerows or those bushes that we have, and that will give us a lot of room to play about in the field. Now, because we are matching the photograph, does not necessarily mean the only render we can do is let's just change this over to camera 1. Does not mean the only render we can do is this one. What we're doing here is, whoops, that's the wrong one. What we're doing here is getting it to a photo reference simply because once we've done that, when I move the camera around here, all the trees will be at the right distance away from the house, so my bush garden will be in the right place, having the photo to match, especially since we built everything in the first volume. Having the photo to match the actual house and the position of the trees is a real boon for us. It will help us get the scene organized much easier. So I'm going to leave off there. I'm going to save this out now, and I'm going to come in back on the next part. We're going to place the last of the trees. We're going to have a look at a plugin which, if you've done the first part of this tutorial, you'll have installed, called SP Paint. It's a raycast geometry placer which we'll use for placing the bushes. Basically, it will just stop us having to place the bushes by hand the same way we're doing with the trees. We'll then look at using particle systems for the grass. So I hope you join me for that, and I will see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. In the last part we looked at doing our basic camera match here. So we got a couple of the trees in, and you might notice that my trees have got a little fatter. So before we had them a lot more skinny towards the top. Now I'll just run you through the changes I made. After I placed them in the scene and took a better look at the photograph, I noticed that these trunks were quite uniform until pretty much the terminus of the tree, whereas ours started to narrow a bit too early. So I'll save this scene and I'll open up our tree library. And again, one of the reasons that we have a copy of this with history on is so we can change it. Now I've already taken the liberty of importing a new batch of trees, but I'll just run you through the process. So I'm going to open up this tree library, excuse me. Okay, and just to point out the changes I made in the actual trees themselves. So here's one we have, and you know, it gets a bit thinner towards the top, a bit thinner than I'd like. So all I did to change this was go to the attribute editor, then find the relevant tree bear, in this case number 5, and let's have a look under, let's see, tubes, where most of the action happens, of course, and then creation. And to widen this trunk up a bit, I've got this width scale here. So first things first, let's turn the tube width number 2 up a bit. So let's turn that to say 0.6, maybe a bit higher. So now the trunk is looking a little fatter all the way up, and we could probably go even higher than that, 0.7. Problem is that I still want it to get thinner at the top. I don't know if you can see that, but where it terminates, it's too fat to contain these branches. So I could continue to tweak this, or I can just come into the width scale, put another point in around here, and this way when I drop this down, you'll see just the top. Let me zoom in. So just this top portion is really being affected there. So I can just get that to sort of the size I need it, and obviously if I pull this further back, I'll affect down the trunk a bit more. So this width scale becomes pretty handy for kind of precise measurements. And then what can happen, because we've increased width too, we might need to go into the branches, so under growth, branches, and just drop the width of these branches down a little bit. So in our case, that's probably twigs, so because we're using branch after twig. So we've got a twig base width. Just turn that down a little bit to just shrink these a little bit. So that was basically the changes I made. I just wanted to get a more uniform trunk that had less tapering to it. I then of course set these back to their default. So channel box, just put this back to the origin, selected everything, and when export selected, exported them and re-imported them back into my scene. I just wanted to take you over those changes. Very, very simple changes to make, really. So I'm going to reopen my other scene, and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so here we are back in the main scene, and I've placed 3 of these trees, as we can see in this view here. and I just want to come in and place tree number 4 and 5. Now how this is going to work is we're going to place what I like to call the hero trees. So the trees that are going to be front and center I'm going to place by hand just to make sure they're right. But all these trees in the background we're not going to be placing by hand. We're going to be using a script to help us with that, and also to help us instance the geometry out a little bit. So I'm going to come in and just line up these, and then we'll talk about more efficient ways to do this in a second. So that one looks to be about right with the picture. There we go, and I've got one last of these bare trees to do. So I think I'll get this one here in the back. So let's give ourselves a back point. So that's still looking a bit far forward. Back, back, back. There we go. That looks about right. Now obviously you can take some time and effort in placement, get everything lined up, but as I've said before, I'm not trying to do an exact duplicate. I'm simply trying to get a feel for this, to create something that's very similar, because we could go in and sculpt these trees so they looked almost identical to each one of these, but the amount of time and effort involved in that would be a lot more than we actually need to spend. I mean, trees look very differently, so it's very rare that you're going to have an occasion when you're going to need to match a trunk, exactly. And you can always come in and model this as standard geometry if you wanted to. So, okay, so that's got all our bare trees out the way. Now let's come in, and by which I mean, of course, bare trees with no leaves, not trees for bears. Okay, so let's come in and open the outliner. So window outliner, and I've got most of my stuff hidden. So let's look at what we've got. We've got trees full. So let's put these background trees in. We've got a couple of hero trees of those ones. So I'm going to grab one here, and remember these have both branches and leaves now, so we need to grab the group, and I'm going to move this one backwards in rough accordance with the picture here. Now that might need to be a little larger, and you can see it matches that tree in the background pretty spot on, so that one's good. I'm happy with that one. And I'm going to take another look at the photograph, because in our case we've got this tree in front of this one, and I think that's the way it is in the picture, but I need to get rid of some of this wireframe, so I'm going to go and change the opacity on the image. Okay, yeah, that big tree is definitely behind, or that leafy tree is definitely behind this one. Okay, now we've got another leafy tree in here, so let's pop open the outline and find that one. Okay, there is our other leafy tree. So let's move this one roughly in position with this one here. So I imagine they would be about similarly far back. Maybe this one's a little bit more forward. And again, we're going to need to do some scale to get it sort of in line with the picture. Okay, and let's look at what we've got. So let's turn off the image plane on the back. Okay, so shading, let's get rid of the X-ray, and now we're looking pretty good. I've got my big tree over here, I've got most of the main trees in, and we're starting to get something that looks a little more like the photograph. So now I'm going to place the main bushes to line up with the picture. So let's come back here and get that just so I can just see the wireframe through it. And let's unhide some of those bushes. So here we have bushes 1 to 3. So Shift H to show them. And let's get the first one out. Okay, so this one I'm going to attempt to match with this one here, and it fits pretty precisely. And let's just pull it forward to about there. Now what I'm looking for here is, this appears to be in a semicircle. So, I reckon that would be the boundary of the garden realistically, and that looks like a reasonable space for a cut sort of front garden to me. Now, Again, your mileage may vary depending on the photographs you're working with. I'm going to assume you're following along with me, but when you're working from one reference like this, you're going to have to make certain assumptions, and mine on this one is that this is kind of semicircular, ever so slightly curved. So let's go in and grab our other bushes here. So I'll grab bush number 2 and move this one out. Now this one's a little scraggly one, so I'm going to go ahead and just fit it in behind this tree, and we don't have to be too careful with the placement of these bushes. I just want to make sure the approximate size is about right. So I'm going to grab the third and I believe final bush, and I'm going to move this one out, and this one is a large one, so I'm going to push that back a bit and probably make it a little smaller. There we go. Okay, so that's kind of match it up there with one of those. Right, let's go out and get the rest of our stuff placed. So we've got some ground cover. Now this I'm going to, well, let's just unhide it so we can take a look at it first. But this I'm going to place using particle systems, most likely. Let's go down here. But I'll place the first bit by hand. And this will kind of be our ground cover that just really helps sell the fact that this is not just grass here. So I might actually make this a little larger. There we go. And let's do that with the other ground cover too. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, we actually have yet another different type of bush. So bring this one out over to here maybe. And in fact there looks to be a large bush back here, which I would imagine would be further back towards the house. Now we might have to play around with the placement of this, because as I said again, we're working with one picture, so sometimes you'll put it down and it will seem to match the picture, but as we demonstrated earlier on with the focal length, sometimes just matching the picture in one view doesn't make a lot of sense, like when we had this tree here that was actually bisecting the house, which in real life you wouldn't really have a tree growing out your kitchen. So a little bit of common sense in the placement as well. I'm just going to come in and place this one here, and what I'm looking to do at the moment is and this is just grass, so let's just Control H. And I won't be placing any of this by hand. Whoops, not Control H, Shift H, sorry, to show hidden. Now I won't be placing any of this by hand, but I am going to bring it in and get a look at how big it would be compared to, say, my ground cover. Now that's too big. So I'm thinking more that size. Okay, maybe too big still, but we will try it. I'm going to place this using a particle system. So maybe the problem is that this ground cover here, and remember you'll have leaves and branches, so you'll need to, should be a little bigger. Okay, because I definitely want my ground cover coming out the top of my, alright, and that doesn't really interfere with my bushes. Okay, so grab the grass, both sets of it, both the longer stuff that's going around the base of the tree and the shorter stuff. Let's put that back there. Okay, so this is forming the basis. Now we've got all of our objects out and in the scene. Now it's time to use some scripting and a plugin called SP Paint. And if you're familiar with the first portion of this, volume 1, where we actually modeled the house, we used SP Paint to place the roof tiles. If you're not familiar with this, you'll need to go and get the script. It's a SimplyMaya script. It doesn't cost anything, and it's wonderful for placing all types of geometry within a scene, whether that be random instances of trees and bushes, or something a little more precise like roof tiles. This can really aid the placement process. So you'll need to go to Creative Crash, /Maya/scripts SP Paint 3D. If you also type SP Paint 3D into Google, it'll be the first thing that comes up. So download this and put it in your Maya scripts folder, which under Windows will be in the My Documents directory under Maya, then your version of Maya, then scripts under Linux, it's in the home folder under Autodesk, I believe, but it comes with install instructions. So basically you're just going to download this, which will download a script that you put in the Maya scripts folder. It's not at all complicated. And then to make it run, you need to just type SPPaint3D into the Meld Script Editor command line. So if you've never done this before, you'll just need to type SPPaint3D in there and press enter, and up will come SPPaint3D. Now, if you've just installed the script and you type in this command in and nothing happens, it's probably because you need to restart Maya for it to acknowledge the fact that there's a new script in that directory. So save your scene, restart Maya, reopen the scene, and then try this. Now, I've got mine here on a toolbar icon, and to do that you would just come in, hit the shelf editor, new item, give it a name, and under command, your command would be SPPaint3D and a semicolon. Okay, and then that will allow you to open SPPaint3D straight from the toolbar. Okay, I'll use it quite a bit, and I will be using it a bit in the course of this tutorial. So, you know, that's why I've temporarily thrown it on a toolbar. Right, okay, some things to note about SPPaint3D. If we take this tree and click Add the Geometry, and then we take this target surface and click Add, and then we click Place, and we just start placing trees, and this works wonderfully well. I can, you know, come in and place hundreds of trees in no time flat. There is also the added benefit that each of those trees that I place, so if I place a tree here and one here, it's actually just an instance of this geometry. So in terms of memory, I'm not adding a lot more to the scene. If we were to just select one of our trees and hit Control D for duplicate, we actually have two objects, two high poly trees in the scene. And you know, if you're working with hundreds of these things, you really want to create instances, which you can do here. It's set to instance, and it's set to instance by default. If yours says duplicate, you want to reset that over to instance. Okay, if you ever want to duplicate an instance without using this SP Paint, it's quite simple. You can just find it under Duplicate Special. And if you, let me untick this. In fact, let me reset this to its default. Okay, now that's reset to its default. You see I've got a geometry type copy, which will be a duplicate with an entirely new object, or instance, which will be an instance of this. Now, one thing to note if you instance, so let's just instance this way, just so I can demonstrate. So now I've got an instance of this tree. One thing to note, however, is that if I take the original tree and grab some vertex from it, it'll also do whatever I do to the original to the copy, because this is not an actual object. It's more of you know, a duplication of this one, in of the fact that it's just how to put it, a kind of reference marker. So it's not an object in its own right. It's still attached to this one. See, you can even see as I select faces here, you can see on the trunk of that tree the red dot where it's showing me the faces on the original object. Now that doesn't mean to say we have no control over this. If I scale this, this one does not scale. If I rotate it, this one does not rotate. So it still has some properties of its own. And you know, I can scale the original. The copy doesn't scale. The instance doesn't scale. So you do have some control over your instances. So with SPPaint3D, bearing this in mind that we're going to create instances, now we could just paint them down, just kind of fun, but you'll end up with gazillions of trees, probably not what you're looking for, and they're all the same size and they're all the same rotation. So I'm just going to Control Z to undo that, and I'm going to look here. I'm going to, instead of paint, I'll pick place. Align on surface just means it will align the trees on the surface we've created under target surface. So, you know, and to get a bit of randomness in these trees, I'm going to give them a minimum rotation of 0 and a maximum rotation of 360. That means every time I put one down, they'll come in at a different rotation. Now that's great, because that means that, you know, even though all these trees are identical, if we look through the trunks now, they all look different because they're all at random rotations. So we don't need to necessarily have hundreds of different types of trees to make it look like we have more than enough. I can do the same with scale. So scale is ununiform, so I only need to take one axis, and I could go from 0.8 of the size to 1.2 of the size. And now when I put trees down, they'll be anywhere from between 0.8 and 1.2 of the original size, and anywhere between a 0 and 360 degree rotation. Okay, now you can see I've got trees of various varying heights. Now, depending on how much variation you want, you can of course increase this. If I was to say 4 times the original size, well, then I'd get a huge differential in tree pattern. I mean, if we just look at the trunks, you can see. Okay, so I'm going to go 1.2 because I'm not going to want the scale differential to be that much. And then I'm going to go round. I'm going to remove this one. Okay, no, I'm not. I was going to remove it because I couldn't remember which one it was, but it's this one. I'm going to select these other 4. And another nice thing about SP Paint is I can add those, make sure this is set to random, and it will randomly place any one of our 5 trees with this rotation and this scale. So I'm going to go to place, and there you go, I get random trees, and I can click and drag as well in a random rotation at a random scale, meaning I can create an entire forest full of trees with relatively little issue. So right now I'm going to take a look. This is just my original 5 trees. I'm going to take a look in my 4 view, and I can see I've got some trees behind the house. Let me bring this one up. Oh, excuse me, I don't know quite why that happened. Right, come on Maya, there we go. I've got some trees behind the house. I've got a couple here, 1, 2, and then what looks like a few back here. So I'm going to start placing trees approximately where I think they need to be. So maybe one there to represent those couple in the back, and then towards the back of the house we've got a few. And there we go. Now I might have to increase the width of my ground plane here if I want to move some of these a bit further back. There we go, like so. There's one there. And now I'm not being sort of ultra careful on the placement. Actually, that was one of my... I'm just trying to get it to match the reference by eyeball now. There seems to be one here. Okay, and I'm going to bring up SP Paint 3D again. Actually, I closed it down by accident, which was a bit silly, but not to worry. Let's just re-add the stuff. So we want to re-add all our bare trees. There we go, and re-add our target surface. And scale 0.8 to 1.2 and rotate 0 to 360. Okay, and place. Make sure instance and random. And it looks like we've got sort of a collection of trees around here. Let me move one of these into shot. And definitely further back, I'm thinking. There, sort of there. And I'm just looking at the photograph here to see what needs to be placed where. Okay, let's bring that in, and let's make our background image go away, and we can start to see where some extra trees would perhaps be necessary. Now, I'm not really liking the placement of this one, so I'm just going to yank it a bit, and there seems to be too much going on here. So one of those is kind of okay, and then I've got too many sort of there. Let's grab that one. It's not that one. That one is not really doing a lot for us. Let's give ourselves a patch of open sky there. What about this one? Not really doing a lot. Let's move it way off shot, and I'm just going to put on the resolution gate so I can see exactly what will be rendering out. And this one comes from over here, so let's have a patch of more openness. Okay, and that's probably enough trees for me. Obviously we have the option to put more in when we start to render. You know, then you can make the final determination, but for right now that seems about right. Let's crank the background image again. Okay, there seems to be some big bushes back here, but we'll take care of that in a second. Okay, and I think I'm about happy with that tree placement. Now obviously we're seeing a lot denser here because we've got the wireframe on, but as soon as I turn the wireframe off you can see that we're not quite as dense as perhaps it looks with that ginormous wireframe covering everything. You can see a lot more open sky now, as the image would seem to dictate. Now next time we're going to come in and we're just going to continue to place trees and bushes. There is a problem with SP Paint when it comes to placing group geometry, but I'm going to show you a workaround for that. So I hope you join me for the next part, and thanks for watching. Cheers. Okay, welcome back. In the last part we placed most of our trees. Now I may go ahead and dot a few more around in the background. I'm not going to make you watch me place every single tree and bush. I just want to give you the kind of overview of how I get the placement done. And to that end I want to talk about placing objects that are perhaps a little more complicated with SP Paint. So, you know, with this tree for instance, we've got a collection of branches and a collection of leaves. So let me show you what happens if we try and just place these in. So I'm going to pop open SP Paint again, and then I'll go over here and open my outliner and grab this tree. So let's see, let's get this leafy one here. Just grab that, and so leafy trees, there we go, and I'll grab the group because we need both the trunk and the branches and the leaves. I'll add that to the geometry and it won't let me, so I'll just, no problem, I'll just select both of these, add this, and then come here and add, and now I'll try and place a leafy tree down. So let's go to place, and that looks alright until you realize that it's just placed the leaves. So I've got leaves, I've got leaves, I've got leaves, leaves. Oh, I've just got branches. So what it's doing is randomly placing either the leaves or the branches, but not both in the same place. So that becomes a problem. Now we can't add the group. We've already tried that trick. So now we could combine this geometry, but that's no good either, because later on we're going to want to come and texture it separately, and then we're going to place, if we placed 100 of these, we'd then have to go and uncombine them, and you know, it just becomes a huge pain. There is, however, a better way. If we come and look at our tree here, it's two components, but SP Paint will only place one. So we need to trick it into placing something down that's not two components, and we don't want to combine geometry. So to do this, we want to create a locator, which in Maya is just, you know, a little piece of one of these, just so you can locate stuff. Now I'm going to move this locator to the origin point of my tree. Now it would have been easier to do this had I left the tree itself at 0, 0, 0 on the grid, because obviously that's where the locator is created, but it's still not too tricky to come out and place it afterwards. So I'm going to place my locator approximately, it doesn't have to be spot on, and I'm going to move it up just a little bit. And by moving it up a little bit, the trees I place will most assuredly bisect the ground. So now I've got a locator. So I'm going to call this and call it leaf tree type A. So I know what it is. When I see it in the outliner later, when I open this back up next week to continue in volume 3, you know, I'm going to want to know what I'm doing here. So there is leaf tree type A. Now I'm going to select the tree itself, Then I'm going to control select the locator. So I've got both sets of things selected, and then I'm going to push P on the keyboard for parent. And all that's done is parented our group here, which is the tree, to the locator. Now I add the locator to SP Paint, and this time when I come in and hit place, I place a tree, which is both branches and leaves, and I place it where it needs to be. So where I click here, it goes there. If you don't move the locator into the origin of the tree, what will happen is you'll place the tree here and it'll end up over here. So, you know, this is why we centered the pivots on these objects. Well, we moved the pivots on these objects to the bottom of the objects, and we also moved the locator to the same place. It just helps when you're doing any sort of raycast geometry placement for the geometry to appear in the right place. So now I've got this tree in. I'm going to do the same with the other tree. So let's grab the other tree here and this one. So I'm just going to grab the group. I'm going to create a locator. Okay, then I'm going to move the locator out to this tree, and you don't have to be too precise. So let's focus in on that locator, and there we go. And I'm just going to pull it off the floor a little bit, and that should do it. So once again, select your tree group, both your trunk and branches and your leaves. Select your locator and hit P to parent. Now I'm going to call this leaf tree type B. There we go. Whoops. There. Okay, now I can add this locator to SP Paint. Now, as we did before, I'm going to give it a maximum rotation of 360, so they come in at all different angles. And I'm also going to monkey around with the scale a bit. Doesn't matter which one of these we use because it's ticked on uniform, so scale in all axes uniformly. And 1.2 maybe, there we go. And the floor shape is selected. We are selected on instance, random, which means it will pick either one at random. You can put that on sequence, so it will do a type A, then a type B, a type A, then a type B. Random is absolutely fine for what I want. Okay, and now I'm going to come in and I'm just going to paint some of these trees, kind of because I don't yet have one of these. Maybe they're growing some sort of clump. No, that's not right. And as I say, placement can be a bit tricky. No, I'm not liking that. That's pretty good. Another one here. No, too far out. One back here. One. Looks about right to me. So I'm quite happy with that. What I tend to do is jam everything down so I've got pretty much all the general placement done, and then I'll come in one tree at a time if necessary and just tweak it a little bit later on. So I might pull this one slightly backwards, but as I said, I'm not going to make you watch me place every single tree and bush. Okay, when it comes to our bushes, the same thing needs to be done. So I've got a bush here, and this one, you know, it's made of two components, just like those leafy trees. So if I look at those, so if I want to use SP Paint to place this, I'll need to add a locator, create, where are we? Locator, gone blind, there we are. I'll need to move that locator to the origin of the bush. And that looks pretty spot on, as luck would have it. I'll move it up just ever so slightly so it's off the floor, and then I'll select my bush, select my locator and hit P to parent, call this bush type A, and use this one. Now in this one I'm going to make the scale 0.6 to 0.8 because this bush is quite big, and then I can come in and start placing some extra bushes around the place. Now obviously that's going to be determined by the picture, which I don't have displaying at the moment, so let's display that. Okay, and now I can see the picture, so I can come in and start getting a feel for where these bushes might go. Now obviously we have a few different types of bush, so I would do the same trick. I would parent all those different types of bush to locators, and then I would place them in the scene. This ground cover I shall place in a different way, most probably, but let's just add another bush. So this one, again, select the group. We'll need a locator first, of course, so create locator. Let's bring that out to the bush and get the origin point of the bush. There we go. Now we got that little scraggy bush there, so close enough. And again, select the group, select the locator, P, and I'll just call this bush type B. And then I'm going to add that locator to SP Paint, and now when I come in, I'll place various different sorts of bush. So there's a little scraggy one, so this gives me some variety. There you go. Rotation is all on a different axis. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and parent the rest of my bushes to locators, and then I'm going to come in and I'm going to do the placement of these bushes round here, but I'll do that in between the parts. So when we come back, I'll have gone in and placed representative to the photo maybe a few more trees, and I'll throw away a few more of these bushes. And then we're going to get on to a completely different method of placement, because we could of course now take our grass, we could then use SP Paint and place it down one tiny clump at a time. We could use the paint and kind of try and paint it in, but none of these methods would be very precise. They're also very time consuming. So I want to show you a method that uses the particle-based system and a little bit of scripting, and we'll actually go off photograph a little bit. We'll end up painting some sort of footpath or something in here to make the scene a little more interesting. So we're going to go off reference a bit, use some artistic license, and I will see you in the next part when I've placed down all these bushes. So I hope you've been following so far, and as I've said throughout this tutorial, any questions you get me at david@SimplyMaya or dave@simplymaya.com, and I'll be back in the next part when we go through particle systems for placement. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So as you can see, I've gone ahead and taken the liberty of putting some more bushes in around here. I've also done the same with the ground cover, using exactly the same techniques that we've used before. So I've just parented them together where necessary, added them to SP Paint and plonked them down to match the reference. And as I think I previously mentioned, this sort of semicircle shape with this sort of distance from the house makes sense to me. This would be, you know, a nice manicured garden with maybe a path leading out to the field. But, you know, however you decide to do this, it was all done the way we'd already gone over. So really it just took a little bit of a time to determine where to place each bush. And again, I just added all three bushes and used the random, so we got a bit of variation in there. Now, before we go any further into the process, I really would like to see what this looks like rendered. A simple ambient occlusion render will do, and the viewport is good. Certainly viewport 2 is much better than it used to be, but still sometimes you'll get everything in and you'll hit render and something will immediately leap out at you as being out of place. So I like to set up, before I get into creating particle systems for grass and whatnot, a simple render just to check that all my ducks are in a row. So I'm going to select everything in the scene. I'm going to go over to render layers. I'm going to go add selected objects. I'll just rename this to AO, ambient occlusion, and then I'm going to hit the attributes for it. So just right click on the channel box there and attributes. Now when you're under the AO layer, come here, presets, occlusion, and this will give you a occlusion preset, which in this case just assigns the surface shader to everything, and then to the out color of the surface shader it automatically assigns an MIB ambient occlusion node. So I'm going to just do some quick settings. I'm going to set this to 32. I want my ambient occlusion to spread out a bit more, so I'm going to set that to 1.4. I'm going to go to my camera 1 and make sure we're at the correct bookmark. We are. So if I hit render now, what you'll see is an ambient occlusion render of this, which should take probably, with the amount of stuff in it, maybe 5 or 6 minutes. So let's just render that out, and I will of course pause and see you in a second when this is rendered. And you know, I like to use an ambient occlusion render for this because it means I can avoid, for the time being, setting up any lights or anything in the scene and get a really good look at where the what the final render is going to look like, or at least it will help me visualize what the final render is going to look like. And I can see that's coming in from the perspective camera. So tiny hassy. So we have to go up and render camera 1, which is our main shot camera. So I'll pause and speak to you in a second. Okay, so I stopped the render partial the way through because we're not getting the displacement we created here. And to be honest, for a quick render like this, I don't really need to render the displacement either, but it would be nice to see those roof tiles. So let's come in and bring back the high-res roof tiles just for our ambient occlusion. So you'll notice I've just selected my roof tiles main, which was all the high-res tiles that we've previously hidden, but that won't bring them into this layer. To do that, I have to select them in the outliner, come here and go add selected objects. Now I'm going to render. Just to help my visualization process, I'd like to see the tiles on the roof, and also it's going to look nicer. So I will see you back in a second. Okay, so that rendered out, took about 7 minutes. I wasn't far off on the time, and basically it's as I expected it to be. So nothing leaps out at me as being kind of horrendous. It matches the reference pretty well. I'm liking these leafy trees in the back. I might place another one behind here to get rid of some of this daylight coming through, although I quite like it. Our ground cover and bushes are working quite nicely. I mean, everything is pretty much as I wanted it to be. These branches aren't too thick. There's not too many of them, I think. So, you know, I'm happy. Your mileage may vary. You might want to tweak a bit, and I certainly will change the placement of a few things between now and the render I do for the tutorial on the site. But, you know, this is pretty good. So we've got no giant glaring errors that I notice at first glance. So I'm going to flip back to the master layer, and what I want to talk about now is particle systems for placing grass. And you could use these to place grass, you could even use them to place bushes if you were having to place an awful lot of them. But you know, as I might have mentioned before, I don't know about you, but I don't want to spend the next week placing down tufts of grass. Even with something like SP paint, that's going to be a bit of a chore. So we're going to create a particle system that will emit particles from this ground plane, and wherever a particle comes up, a patch of grass will come up. So it's, you know, a fairly simple operation. Now for this I'm going to be using, and I'll just go back to the perspective view, I'm going to be using the standard particle system. You can use N particles if you want, it's not necessary, and in this case, you know, maybe a little adds a layer of complexity. Just in the fact that gravity is turned on with N particles and things like this. So really just the standard particle tool will do. So we're going to tell the particle tool to emit from this object that we have selected, which in our case is the ground plane. And I'm going to pop open the options box, and I'll just reset the settings on that. And I'll call mine grass, and I'll tell it it's a surface emitter. So I want it emitted from the surface of this object. Now, basic emission attributes. Well, this is how fast particles are going to be emitted. This is, well, if you like, this is the rate at which they'll be emitted, so this is how many will be emitted, and this is the speed that they will be emitted at. So if we left the speed at 1, our grass would be created and then it would fly away, which is obviously not what we want. We want particles to stay where they are, so a speed of 0. Everything else has to really do with volume emission, which we're not doing. So that will be fine. Let's create that emitter. And if I scroll down, you'll see what we've got here is a particle system, and the emitter, because it's emitting from an object, will actually be under the object. So here you've got the floor, and there you've got the emitter that's connected to the floor. So first off, let's emit some particles and see. I seem to have some animation on my camera, so I'll just select my camera, go to the channel box and break the animation on that. So break connection, there we go. Whoops, got to select them all. Break connection. You shouldn't have to do that. When I rendered this out for the previous tutorial, I had some keyframes on the camera to do a batch render at multiple angles, but anyway, hopefully you won't be having that problem. But if you open one of my scene files and it does have some animation linked, just come over to the perspective camera and break the connection on those keyframes. Alright, so let's go back and look at our piece of floor, and let's continue to emit some particles. So you can see on our floor plane here, these particles, these little dots. So now we can tell Maya that everywhere there's a little dot, there should also be a clump of grass. Now, if we go and find our grass, which I believe I have under my leaves and trees group, and we've got grass main. So I'm going to click that, hit F to focus in on it, and it's obviously in the middle of the house. It's at the origin of the grid. And there is our grass main. So this is perfect for us. This will be absolutely fine. It's actually made up of 1, 2, 3 objects. As you probably remember, the tall grass, the flat grass on the floor, and the mid-range grass. So, now I've got to tell Maya that we want this clump of grass to appear everywhere there is a particle. So this is not that tricky to actually achieve. If you've never worked with particles before, we're going to be doing a little bit of scripting and a little bit of tinkering, but it's not actually that difficult. So in order to turn these from particles to geometry, we need an instancer. So if we bring up the hotbox again and go to particles, and we want instancer, geometry replacement, basically, we're going to bring up its options box, and I've already made one of these at some point, obviously, so just name it grass instance, and everything else can stay at default. We'll be changing it later, but for right now, default. Okay, so we've got this grass instance, and now if we take a look under the attribute editor at what's in the instancer, you'll see the particle is actually instanced to itself. So that's obviously not what we want. Let's remove that from the instancer. Let's select our main group of grass. Let's control select our instancer and hit add selected. And now you can see where there was a particle, there's now a clump of grass. Okay, so, fairly simple really. Now there are a few non-trivial details to sort out. We have to sort out the fact that it's, I don't know if you can see that, but it's all coming in exactly the same size and at exactly the same rotation, which is not good for us. It's not going to look very realistic. Grass doesn't grow exactly the same size in perfect square patches, so we're going to have to sort that out. First thing though, we're also going to have to sort out, although this is emitted on our ground plane, if we attempt to fill up this entire ground plane with grass, then it's just going to be a bit too much. We want to keep the scene as light as possible. We're already using instances of fairly high-res geometry. There is absolutely no point for us if we are, let's say, rendering from this perspective to have clumps of grass off screen. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So what we need to do is make sure that our grass is only generated where we're rendering. Now, if you intend to come round and render from a different angle, you might want a wider field of view on your grass. But for me, just to demonstrate the principle, I'm going to create grass only where this camera can see. So first things first, let's get rid of everything else in the scene here. So I'm just going to go to, actually no, we can leave it. It doesn't really matter in this. I was going to make it easier to paint, but we'll see how we go. So if you do want to hide everything else, you can of course just go to isolate selected, view selected. Okay, so I need some method of telling these particles where they should be emitted from. And this method is going to be a texture map in black and white, and particles will emit from black and not from white. So anywhere that's textured on this floor plane in white will become somewhere that grass is. Anywhere that's black will become somewhere that grass is. You can actually do it either way around, but for us, we'll emit from black. So anywhere that's black will be grass, and anywhere that's white will be no grass. And various shades of grey in between will also have some impact, but we're just going to go for the simple black and white. Okay, so how do we get this texture map on here? Well, a really simple way is to go to the painting menu. Where is it? Texturing, 3D paint tool. There we go. So if I open up the 3D paint tool, you can see all sorts of options here. Now before I get to painting, I'm going to assign a new material to this. So just a Lambert. Okay, it really doesn't matter what the material is at the moment, but you know, I tend to default to a Lambert when it's a kind of test material. So let's come in and grab that 3D paint tool again under texturing. So 3D paint tool, and first thing I'm going to do is flood fill the floor with this white color. Now, okay, no file texture assigned, so assign edit a texture. So we're going to assign a texture, and I'm going to make this, it doesn't need a massive resolution, it's just a simple black and white map. So just a 1024 will be fine, even lower would probably be fine. So I'm going to assign edit that texture. So now it has a texture on it. Now I can flood fill. So let's flood fill white. So now no grass will be generated by our instance. So let's get back to our camera view. Okay, and I'm going to paint black where I want grass to come along. So really going to need a bigger brush size for this. And let's have a look. Let's paint some black in here. So really just painting where I need the grass. And this is a great way of doing this because you can get, you know, the exact angle on it. You won't generate too much, too little. And as soon as you've got a basic outline, you can sort of flick up and see, okay, so I'm going to need all this. In fact, maybe we don't even need so much grass inside here, just around the bushes. Around here, let's see, from our camera perspective, we're probably going to need a bit of grass along here, and maybe some in the wall area, some here. Basically, I'm trying to get just what I need and not more than that. Okay, there we go. Let's set our camera bookmark back, and pretty much everything is black that I can see. Maybe I need a bit over here, and a bit under this bush here, maybe a little bit back there, but that should do it for me. So now I've gone from emitting grass over this massive area to basically emitting grass to where it's black. So now we've generated our map. And let's just bring back the 3D paint tool, sorry. I'm going to hit save texture, and you'll see where that's saved. It's saved in my case to the Victorian house source images 3D paint texture floor shape, and you might want to go in and rename that, but for now I'm just going to work as is. Alright, so I've got this floor shape. Let's just put Lambert 1 back on our ground plane, because we do not need that to be on the ground plane for this to work. And let's go under the particle emitter, which will be under the floor shape, should I say, attribute editor, particle shape, and let's have a look down here, and we should find particle emitter, sorry, we should find here. So we've got scale by speed, scale by, and we should have emit from texture here somewhere. Oh yeah, okay, so enable texture rate, emit from dark, and let's give it a texture rate. Now that texture rate that we give it will of course be the map that we've just drawn out. So 3D paint textures, and this one came in as volume 12, which is what the part I'm using is called, and it's this if. So there you go, there's what we drew. Now if I come along and tell Maya to emit some grass for me, we should see little clumps of grass. There's not many of them because we're not emitting that many, but you can see these little clumps of grass being emitted here, and you cannot see any little clumps of grass being emitted anywhere else. So now we've got that sorted out. Now if I were to load back my 3D painted texture, so that would be the last Lambert I had. Okay, I also mentioned that I might want to put a little path that runs through this. Well, that becomes fairly easy now. If I just draw in a kind of white line through here, no grass will be emitted along that white line, and then when I later come to texture the ground in volume 3, I'll just texture the ground as a path. So let's do that. Let's put the camera back in position, and I'm actually going to work in the 4 view. Which might be a little easier for this. So turn to camera 1. Okay, and let's bring up the texturing 3D paint tool. Alright, and I'm on black right now, so I'm going to need to double click over here to bring up the tool settings. And let's see, that's a bit wide, so hold B and move the mouse. There we go, a little path there, and flick it to white. Now let's go on to the top view and see where we want kind of a meandering little path. Maybe starting here, coming out over here, and let's see where that is on there. Okay, for some reason it's not showing me on here. Let's hit 6 for shaded view. There we go. Okay, so I can kind of see my little path, but I'm going to undo it. I'm going to start a bit further back. I'm going to come up towards the camera, rotate off, and then come up towards the camera here and go like so. So this will be my little footpath. Now, again, when placement comes into play, you might have to play around with where that goes. But for right now, what we've got is a texture that will emit grass from here. It will leave the footpath bare, so we can come in and texture that with something else, and we won't get, you know, billions of grass particles we don't need. Alright, so let's save that texture, save texture, and that's saved it back to floor shape color. Okay, now I can really come in and start generating some grass. Now before we do that, I'm going to show you one little problem that we've got. One, I think this grass is a bit too small. It could be, it could not be, but I want some way of controlling the scale of it. And also, it's all come through at the same rotational axis, which is not good for us at all. And this is where a little bit of scripting will come in. So I'm going to reset this back to, actually I can leave this on the screen. Don't need that render anymore. And let's pop open our outliner. And let's just take a look under the particle node itself. So attribute editor, particle shape node. Okay. So if we scroll down, you'll see these per particle array attributes. Now, first things first, I want to control rotation. I want these to be a random rotation. But whereas I've got lifespan per particle, and I can do some stuff with the position and the acceleration and whatnot, there is no rotation. So I'm going to add my own, add a dynamic attribute. Now I could add my own here, but it pays to look under particle and see which one it has built in, because if you keep scrolling down, you'll probably see that it's got a rotation per particle there. So all I need to do is hit add, and you'll see rotation per particle comes in. Now if you don't see that when you click add, you might need to get down at the bottom here and click load attributes. It just refreshes this window. The same thing would happen if you went from here to here. It's just sometimes it needs a quick refresh, and that's what this load attributes button will do. Okay, so now we have our rotation per particle. Let's come over to this box here and right click and hit creation expression. So selected object and attributes, particle shape 1, rotation PB. I'm going to copy and paste that, and then I want it to be random. So I'm just going to say random, and I do not want to rotate it in X, so 0, and I do want to rotate it in Y. I want to rotate it randomly by 360 degrees. So I just need to type random 360, and then I don't want to rotate it in Z either. So let's just close that down, and that's the whole expression. So random 0 in X, 360 in Y, 0 in Z. Create. And you should see nothing has happened. Now, although we have the expression, and Maya knows that, if we go up to where the data types are kept for the instancer, so under the particle shape again, instancer, replace geometry, where it says rotation, it says none. Now, we know that we've just made this rotation PP expression, so we need to go and say, look, rotation PP. Okay. So that's set to that. I'm going to allow all data types, which will just allow everything here to be selected in case I need it later on. And this time when I go up, you can see those are coming through. That should be a random rotation. Okay, it's quite tricky to see because there's not actually enough of them on the screen for me to determine that, but let me just make a few more. Let me check this. Rotation per particle is good, and rotation per particle is good. Okay, you don't need to really worry about the error there, and I'm going to click backwards. I'm just going to go under the emitter, and I'm going to emit more grass so I can get a better look if these are coming in randomly rotated or not. And there's no reason why they shouldn't be. Yep, I can see here these are all forms of random rotation. So that worked. It was just a bit tricky to see. So, you know, looking pretty good. And now when I scroll out, you can see that we got grass coming in exactly where we painted those black lines. We're not trying to fill this whole massive plane in with grass. And if you find your viewport getting a bit sluggish, you might have noticed I've got a bit of slowdown now with all this geometry represented on the screen. I can go to the instancer and level of detail, bounded boxes. So, or, you know, if you've got thousands upon thousands of bounded boxes even, you can just go to bounding box, which will just give you the box that surrounds the particles themselves. Okay, I'm just going to leave that on bounded boxes, and we've got the rotation random. It's quite easy to see that now that we're using bounded boxes as well. But now I want to get the scale to be random as well, and that's a little bit more tricky. Not a huge amount, but it is a little bit more tricky. If we go to general and we look for a scale per particle, you're not going to find one. So you need to make your own, which you can of course do, and I'm going to reset this. So this is the default settings for this tool. So I'll call mine SCPP, and you can call it whatever you like. It just has to be understandable to you, or if you're working as part of a team, then you know you might want to call that scale, but SC makes sense to me. So I'm going to make sure it's a per particle array. Now scale, we're going to use you know, a random variable between one and the other. So floating point should do us just fine, and I'm going to click add and then close, and you can see here I've got a SCPP. So creation expression. And again, I'm going to copy and paste from up here. So now we need to tell it it's a random scale. So really this should be quite simple. We'll just say rand, and we'll give it two numbers. They're delineated by a comma. So I'm going to say rand, let's say between 1 and 10. Now, I wouldn't use between 1 and 10, but it will give us an illustration of, you know, that it's working. So let's come up to the data types again, and you'll see scale is also set to none. We kind of expected that. We'll set it to SCPP, and I'll come back here and edit this. There we go. And scale, why aren't you setting? There we go. Just had a little connection, and you can see by these bounded boxes, you know, some of them are now huge. So when I come in and hit play, you see I've got all sorts of different scaling going on there. In fact, just for fun, if you want to see some giant grass, you can always go back to geometry. And as you can see, I think we'll agree that that grass is now past the top of the front door, so it might be a little large. So I will go back, and under particle shape, again, I will just come in and change the expression. So we've got rand from 1 to 10. Let's instead try from 2 to 2.5, because we don't want a huge amount of difference in this. Okay, and hit play, and let that play on. And then we'll be able to see what sort of scale our grass is at, and my display here is getting very sluggish because of the amount of geometry. So I would go back to the instancer and turn that, there we go, hang on, my mouse seems to be stuck, there we go. So I will go back and turn this onto bounded box, but I can tell already that my grass is a bit too big. So I'm going to come in and under the particle, just change that expression again. I'll change it from 1 and maybe 1.3 should do it. But the point is that you have the control of the scale right there. And now before I generate a bunch more of this stuff, I'm going to just turn this to bounded boxes. I'll just generate a few. And then one of these here, I can get a comparison with this bush. So let's turn that to geometry. And whoops, mouse is a bit higgledy-piggledy. And let's see how tall this grass actually is. Okay, it's still actually a bit big. I don't think it would be coming up quite as far as the window pane there. So back to particle, and once again creation expression, and I'm going to make this 0.7. Actually, let's make this 1. No, I will make it smaller. Let's just go smaller to start with, 0.7 to 1, and that should just about do it, I reckon. Okay, so another thing I noticed is we're getting some intersection of grass with the house, so we can of course just put back our number 8 material and make sure that anywhere that grass shouldn't be, so in here, is painted out. So again, just texturing, a 3D paint tool, come in under tool settings. So if you I've got a brush size that's too big, so push B and just come in here, and you want to make sure that you're not going to get any grass where your house is, underneath your house, should I say. So you're going to see better if you turn on X-ray, of course, and just paint out the house here, because there's no point generating a whole bunch of grass inside your house. Okay, and especially want to watch it on things like porches, where you might get tufts of grass, but I think the homeowner would be fairly careful about keeping this grass a bit trimmer, shall we say. And you can also make multiple maps. That's not a problem. You can make multiple maps connected to multiple particle systems, one that emits grass that's kind of rough and ready, and one that emits grass that's much neater, so front garden grass as opposed to the grass that would be shown, let's say, in the field outside the house. I'll leave that to you. And there we go. Just making sure I've got everything that, or I don't have anything I don't want. So I'm going to hit Save Texture, and that saves it under Floor Shape. Okay, then when I rewind, I won't get that grass kind of generated in the house there. So back to the instancer, and I'll just make sure that the instancer is on level of detail bounded box, so I don't kill my system when I do this. Another thing is, if I go up to the emitter, this is fine, but what we want is to set a maximum number of particles that can be emitted. So you'll find that under the particle shape node, if we have a look up here, max count is -1, which means an infinite number of particles can be emitted. Now what I like to do is say, okay, 5,000 clumps of grass. We'll see if that is enough clumps of grass. Okay, and if you don't want to wait while this plays through, if we go back to the emitter and we just speed that up, let's put another 0 on there, there we go, and let's play through again. And that will stop when it hits 5,000 clumps of grass. So you can see it's not emitting anymore. You can see our path is rather nice through the middle, and you know, our grass appears to be maybe a tad too big still. So I'll take a render of this and I'll see you in the next part when we'll sort out any little details. I also want to go through, for the people that didn't watch volume 1, the ivy generation on tree trunks. If you saw version 1 of this, volume 1 of this tutorial, then we did some ivy on the roof. I want to take you through ivy on the tree trunks. So I'll be back for that when we'll finish up any little details, make sure our grass was okay, and generate some ivy. Alright, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Cheers. Hi, welcome back. So our scene is rendered out now in this simple ambient occlusion render, and I'm really pretty happy with it. I had to move the position of my path because our camera is at a fairly level angle. When I had the path over here, it wasn't showing up well enough. So there's a couple of things we can do now, and I would also say where you've got some little patches, you can either add more particles, because I think we capped ours at 5,000 patches of grass. So let's have a look under the particle shape, and we did. We capped it at 5,000 particles, which means for us 5,000 patches of grass. Now there's a couple of things we can do with this. To be honest with you, you don't have to fill in every single area. As soon as we get a texture under this, sort of a brownish mud texture, it'll just look like natural wear and tear in the grass. You can obviously output more particles to make the grass a bit denser. You could also go in and add another particle system and put lower res grass at the back of the scene, because it doesn't all need to be this 3-part high res stuff. I mean, that's down to you, and we'll certainly be looking at a few techniques in volume 3 for shading grass and perhaps using a bit less so we can get the render time a bit faster. In this part, I wanted to go through the creation of another particle system, very, very similar to the first one, but I wanted to run through it again because it can be a bit complicated if you're not familiar with the particle system. And I'm going to use this particle system to put patches of grass around the base of these trees, so we get some longer sort of strands of grass coming up at the base, as if somebody had sort of cut this down but couldn't get all the way up to the edges of the trees. Okay, so as I said, these particle systems where you simply paint on where you want the particles to go and then instance geometry to them are incredibly useful for placing large amounts of stuff. Now, if I wanted to, I could come in here and draw around my path and then have an edging grass strip. So I draw around sort of black line here and black line here with everything else white, and then have edging grass go along this strip. That could be one use for it, so it's a bit neater. I can use it to place the grass around the base of the trees. I can use it to make this grass here lower res because it's not quite so forward to the camera. Many things we can do. So I'm going to run through one of those, which will be to place the grass at the bottom of this tree. So the first things first, let's assign a new material. So assign new material, and it really doesn't matter which one. I tend to defer to a Lambert. And now we want the 3D paint tool, and I'm just going to actually flick to my perspective camera. There we go. And now I want the 3D paint tool. So under texturing, 3D paint tool. And you don't have to use the 3D paint tool for this. You could just paint the map in Photoshop. But I find the visual representation that the 3D paint tool gives me is very helpful. So I'm going to assign edit texture. 1024 is fine. Okay, and it's connected that file. Okay, so now I need to flood fill this, and remember we're emitting from dark. You don't have to, but it's my preference. So everywhere there's white, there'll be no particles coming out. And now I just want to grab a black brush and I'll make that a bit larger, and I'll just come in and at the bottom of this tree I'll just make a black circle like so. Now I can do that somewhat with my other trees. There we go. And you might have to play around with this to see what looks good in the end. And let's get a bit on this one here and a bit on this one here. And I'll paint some, have some edging grass along the back here. Or not edging grass, but more low-res, sort of longer grass. Just because I can, really. So there we go, there's our map nice and drawn. Now what we need is another particle system. So go to particles, again we won't be using M particles, and emit from object. Let's bring this up. It'll have the same settings as the last one, so let's call this grass long, and there we go, speed 0, and that's really all that's important at the moment. Okay, so let's just hide our first particle system and hide our first instancer, just so I can get a better look at what's going on with the second particle system. And when I press play now, you'll see our particles are generated all over the place. So let's go in and feed into the particle system our map. So if we look under the floor, we'll see grass long. Let's go up to the attribute editor, and here we have texture rate, emit from texture, emit from dark. Okay, so I'm just going to load in that texture. In fact, what we'll need to do is actually save the texture first, so I'll have to go back to the 3D Paint tool under the tool settings and just hit save texture. And there we go, floor shape 1. So it's stored in volume 2 part 13, floor shape 1 in the source images directory. So particle again, just press Q to get off the paint tool, and particle again, and actually we want the emitter, not the particle system, and back to texture rate and just feed in that file. And let's see, floor shape 1, okay, and we can check that's the right one just by hitting view. Yeah, it is. So there is the places where the grass will be emitted, and I'm going to change this floor back to Lambert 1. So let's come in here, Lambert 1, and let's emit some grass. Well, actually, for now, we'll just be emitting particles, just to see they're coming out in the right place. Stop that. And you can see here, we're getting these particles coming out at the base of these trees. And we should also have a few dotted over here. Okay, so now we have the particles coming out in the right place. We'll need to fire up another instancer to connect some more geometry to. So grab particle 2. Make sure you grab particle 2 as well, not particle 1. It's an easy mistake to make, so you might want to give these more distinctive names, which I will certainly be doing after I leave you. Anyway, particles, instancer, replacement, bring up the options. So grass, tall, instance, and just click create. Okay, so you can see here that our instance has gone a bit ballistic, but that's not really a problem. Just remove this and we'll go to our grass, find our tall grass that we made. And as I said before, this is not just good for grass. We could be putting mushrooms down, flowers, pretty much anything you can imagine, really. It's just a very nice placement technique. So let's select the grass, control select the instancer, and then hit add items. Okay, and that seems to be, oh, my mouse has gone a bit ballistic. Okay, sorry about that. That seems to be following the path of our particle 1 map. So let me just make sure everything is connected as it should be. So particle shape 2. Let's come in and see if it has a instancer connected to it. It does not. Alright, so let's redo this instancer. So let's come in and let's find out what went wrong there. So under particles, instancer replacement, there we go. and particle object to instance particle shape 2. My apologies, you'll need to change that to the particle system you want the instancer to be connected to. So we can just quickly recreate this. So I just clicked apply, I've got the instancer here, I remove this one, and once again just add our grass. Okay, and now when I play it through, I should just get those tufts coming out where I asked them to come out. Okay, so that's looking pretty good really. Let's have a look. Yeah, and let's increase the frequency with which they appear. So let's have a look. Max count. Now I don't want many of these, say 200. And then under the emitter itself we can increase the speed at which they're being placed down. So add another one there we go. Okay, so there we go, and you can see they've come out in the right place. Now they're actually coming out a bit to the left, and that probably has to do with the fact that if I look at my grass here, it's not central to the grid. So let's check its channel box, and everything is zeroed out, so all we need to do is move it back central like so, make sure the pivot point is in the right place, and then go modify, freeze transformations. Okay, and hopefully that will just have changed. Yeah, you can see that's pulled them in a bit there. There we go. Okay, now they're in the right place. So I'm pretty happy with that. That's just one more example of what we can use the particle system for. Now, of course, these are all rotated the same way, which is not going to look very good. So in order to fix that, we'll just go to particle 1. And if I go to the attribute editor, particle 1 shape, scroll down to where we added these per particle array attributes, go to creation expression, and I'm going to copy these from particle 1 and put them to particle 2. But of course I'll need to add the attribute for rotation pp, and then I'll need to come in and add the attribute we created for particle 1, which I believe, just a second, yeah, sorry about that, I believe we called it SCPP, so SCPP, and again per particle attribute type is float, so let's add that as well, close. Now we can come in here, creation expression, and just duplicate this, remembering to turn from particle shape 1 to particle shape 2, of course, and let's go create. There we go, and now you'll see the rotation has not changed, of course, because we need to go up to the data types and change the scale to SCPP, and the rotation to rotation pp. Let's have a look, and there we go. Now it comes in at different scales and different rotations, so I'll probably make the scale of this grass a little bigger, so let's go from 1 to 1.3, or maybe even 1.4. Let's close that down, come in here. There we go. Now I've got slightly bigger grass, and I might make it bigger still. So that basically covers placement with particle systems. I mean, you are really only limited with that on what you can think of to do. So, you know, it doesn't have to be organic grass and plant matter. It could be rocks, if you wanted to place some nice rocks along the path in your scene. It could be useful for placing trees if you needed a wide swath of them in the background. Many applications for it. So the last thing I want to discuss before I end out this tutorial and move on to volume 3 is simply Ivy generation. Now, for those of you that haven't seen the first part, you'll need to go and download IvyGen. So I'm going to cover that in the final part, which will be up in a minute, and what I'll do is I'll get another render with this longer grass around the base of the trees, and I'll be back in a second. I'll let you know where you can download IvyGen. It's a free program, and also how we're going to generate the ivy for the trees. So I will see you in a minute, and thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part we looked at particle placement systems again, just to create these little tufts of grass around the base of our trees. Now you might want to make these a bit larger, but I quite like the effect. It's quite subtle but definitely noticeable. Now in this part I want to go through creating the ivy for the tree trunks we can see on some of the reference images, or the reference image. In order to do this, I'm going to use an ivy generation program. It's a little piece of freeware, as I may have mentioned, and you can get it here. It's called an ivy generator. It comes with versions for Linux, Mac, and Windows, so you pretty much covered all your bases there. And if you type ivy generator into Google, this will be the first page that comes up. I'll also include a link to the website in a README file when I complete the tutorial. So if you download this, we need to prepare our objects for export to it. So it'll only take triangulated meshes for a start. And resolution is quite important. We don't want to just export the whole tree. I don't want Ivy Generator to have to calculate ivy along these tiny branches. So I want to separate the trunk of the tree that I want to generate the ivy for. Basically to make the ivy generation job a bit easier. So I'm going to select a tree here, and then I'm going to select one of its faces, and as we did when we smoothed it, I'm just going to press Shift and the right angle bracket and just go up and keep clicking until I've selected the entire tree trunk. And this might take a second or two, but I think I've pretty much got it all now. There we go. And then I'm going to do a mesh extract. So this will extract the trunk from the rest of the model. Now don't click on anything down here, otherwise you'll end up in a bit of a muddle. What you want to go is back to object mode, and then we'll be able to just select this as an object, and as you can see it's actually separated from the rest of the tree trunk. Now I'm going to duplicate this object, because in order for it to work within Ivy Generator it has to be triangulated, and I don't want to deal with a permanently triangulated mesh. So I'm going to make a copy of it, Control D. I'm then going to go and find that copy. So now I have two trunks. So I'm going to call this one trunk for ivy, just as a reference, so if I come back later and I've left it in there, I don't wonder what it's for. And then I'm going to want to triangulate this. However, before I do that, it would be nice if we had some ivy growing along the ground and then up the trunk. So to achieve this, I'm going to take a polyplane and I'm just going to put it at the base of the tree. This means I won't have to export my entire ground plane. And just to get a better look at what we're doing, I'm going to hide the instances so I can just see this plane on the floor a bit better, and might make it a little bit bigger than that. So now I can start my ivy off here and have it grow up the tree trunk. So all we need to do is select both objects, and I'm going to combine them for Ivy Generator so they come in as one object. And then that object I'm going to triangulate. So just mesh, triangulate. When you've done this, you'll need to export as an OBJ. Now, you might not see the option to export as OBJ. It has to be loaded as a plugin. So if we come into our plugins and go down to OBJ export, make sure that's ticked on loaded. Okay, then I'm just going to go File. Let's just make sure I have the selection. There we go. So I'm going to go to File, Export Selection. Now I'll put this in the data directory, and I'm going to call it Trunk for Ivy. I had one that I worked on earlier, so there we go. Now pop open your Ivy generation program. It looks somewhat like this. The interface is fairly intuitive. You've got things like adhesion weight, which will determine how sticky the ivy gets, and branching probability, how many branches you're going to get, ivy size, branch size, leaf size, overall size, things like this. So import in your trunk for your ivy object, and there you go. Now the left mouse button will rotate on this, and the right mouse button will zoom in and out. It can get a bit tricky to navigate your way around, but you know, it is a free app, so you can't expect miracles, and what it does very well. So in order to start our Ivy off, we need to pick a start point for it. So just click with a left button, and it doesn't always work, so you might have to find yourself clicking around a bit and find a point that looks about right for you, and then press grow. And you'll see our ivy grows out. Okay, and when I hit birth, you'll see I get actual leaves on my ivy. So depending on what size ivy you're going for, you might have to change the overall size, the ivy size, the leaf probability. If I pull this leaf probability right down, you'll see many more leaves generated when I hit birth. Okay, leaf probability up, you'll see barely any leaves at all. So again, this is going to depend on the look you're going for. And I want a bit higher leaf probability there. And you know, it depends how much ivy you want on the ground. I'm going to pick a spot a bit close to the trunk and hit grow, see what happens with that one, and then birth. Okay, now I've got some ivy coming up from the ground and also on the trunk. So when I'm happy with that, all I do is export, and I'll call this ivy01, and that will export that ivy. Now I fancy a bit more ivy going up the trunk, so I'll pick a spot on the trunk and hit grow. And birth. And this is looking a bit big to me in leaf size, so I'm going to take the leaf size down a bit. And you don't have to regrow, you can just hit birth and down a bit more. There we go. And branch size is now a bit thick too. Whoops. Okay, and that looks about right for me. Now I'll leave it to you to have a play around with the branching probability and things like this. I mean, it is pretty self-explanatory really. It's not a difficult program to use. So let's export that and call this ivy02. Okay, and now both of my ivies have been exported. I can re-import them back into Maya. I no longer need this triangulated geometry. If I need to come in and do something else with that, I can always, of course, just use the OBJ I've already generated. So there's my main trunk. Good. So file, import, and let's go to the data directory, and we need to flip this down to OBJ. And let's import both of these. So first one's first. There is our ivy. And let's get our second batch of ivy in as well. Okay, and there is our second batch of ivy. So I'll assign just a standard Lambert to these so we can see what's going on a bit better. Okay, and there is our ivy. Now for the trunk ivy, it's sticking out a bit too far for me, so I can go back in and regenerate this. Basically, for the amount that it sticks out, we're going to increase the adhesion weight. So let's hit grow, and you'll see that's still coming off. So let's see here. Sorry, let's increase that. And you'll see that it stops branching outwards. So I'm going to have to pick this point again and hit grow. And you'll see I'm not getting those branches out, or at least I'm not getting as many. And birth. And there we go. So let's have a look at that. So the max float length, max float length as well will determine the maximum length that these float out. So let's just pick another point again. I want my ivy quite tight to the trunk. So grow, here we go. And birth. Now if you think you've got too many branches, you can pull the branching probability, that's the max float length, sorry, the branching probability down a bit. In fact, that would be up a bit. Let's see. And I'm getting less branching now. Maybe I'm actually getting more branching. It's quite difficult to tell. Let's see. As you can see, this can take a little trial and error. Okay, yeah, no, I was right the first time, right. If you want less branching, you're going to have to pull that up. Oops, it's gone onto the floor plane. Okay, now I'm getting much less branching. Okay, so this is looking a little better for me. So again, I would just export this as number 2. And delete this one, which I didn't like so much, and import the new one. Okay, let's make this a Lambert. There we go. And there we go, I've got a trunk with much tighter ivy around it. Now I'm going to have a play with that. I need to generate some ivy for a couple of trunks, but I think that gives you the basic idea. So I'm actually going to end this tutorial here, and we will continue in volume 3 when we look at some complicated shading networks, some lighting, some ways to do the sky and the background elements, some compositing in Photoshop, and basically just finishing off this scene. So I hope you found some useful information in here. As always, you can contact me at david@SimplyMaya or dave@SimplyMaya, or post a question up in our forum is probably the quickest way to get an answer. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you again in volume 3. Cheers.